If you're the J.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
That Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What the blood seed, Lord.
Going out the holy tab.
Oh man. Kids on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Man, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, The only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters. Answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's
Demand.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my Are you refusing? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
Are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. Just what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. So the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's fine. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Offset were here.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Peace, mic check, peace. I don't know if everybody can hear me. Can you hear me, Bastet? I don't know. Can they hear me? I think they can hear me. Let me go ahead and check the room and see if they can hear me. If you can hear me, press a 1. 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1. The mic plugged in? Okay, there. I'm a little lagged. Okay. All right, we got 2 people pressing 1. There we go. We got people pressing 1. Here we go. All right, they can hear me, Bastet. They can hear me. All right, woman. They can hear us. All right, we're going to get started. One second. Okay, everybody, greetings. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. We are here. We are here. We are here. Let me give a shout out to everybody in the room. I know everybody saw what I put on the title, and that is for people who are here dedicated the way to the end when we have the open panel discussion, because that was actually one of the questions. Some people send in questions before the pod class starts, and they send in questions in the pod class. So I decided to do something new, which is with this particular question, the brother or brothers or sisters, the particular brother who asked the question is going to be able to come in and ask me about specific situations with relationships that he has seen and what can be done to better the situation in the matrix that circulates within our subconscious. How can we get it out? What examples and what actually is going on? Because you know I love psyops. So before we start anything, we're going to start off with the beautiful affirmation, right? Bastet, segment. We're going to start with the affirmation. You ready? Are you ready? I'm going to put that on the screen for the new people, and we're going to get right into it. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And I will do the intro and break it down. Bastet, are you ready? I think you're ready. How's your family doing? How's your co-wife doing? Yes, Bastet is one of the wives of my other snake, Osiris. And she is one of his mates. We're going to get into it. Here we go. All right. Let's put in the affirmation and get started. For those who don't know it, go ahead and just look on the screen. For those who know it, you can say in your mind, say it out loud, however you like. I'm going to actually turn the music down a little bit so you can hear much better. Okay, and we are about to get started with the affirmation. Is everybody ready? And then I'll go ahead and explain to the new people what is the Tehuti pod class. It's going to be one tonight. I already see the questions in, and you all keep sending them in. Here we go. We'll start on the count of 3. And let me actually take the banner off the screen. Ticker. Let me take the ticker off so everybody, the new people, everybody can actually see each word. A second, it is warm. It's about 98 degrees. It has to stay in here where I am. 98 degrees at all times. Okay, let me get this banner off the screen. Okay, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un MS, Nintet Aset and Ma'at, Me and Hepapet and Ma'at, Her and Hu Kiui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right, wonderful, everybody. Let me give some shout outs to the people in the room. We will get started. Let's shout out with Greg Phillips. Peace, Greg Phillips. I see some new people. Derek. How you doing, Derek Patterson? I don't think I've seen this name before. Shout out to you. The one and only Stephen E., the very first person to, I think, have a one-on-one session after the Killer Priest. Stephen E. What's up, Stephen E.? Peace and love. Big blunts. Don't smoke too many of those. Just stay focused, but peace to the big blunt. Shout out to you, Maurice Weiler. Shout out to you, Maurice Weiler. Shout out to you, the old schoolian. Shout out to the old schoolian. Peace to you, RPM. Everybody's here. The mystical. Okay, we got Master K. What's up, Master K? Peace and love. We have the mystical man himself, Amun Min Ra Sut Atum. Shout out to you. We got Demeech. Demeech is back. He was one of the first people here in the Tehuti pod class. Demeech, shout out to you. The God Spencer. Shout out to the God Spencer. Shout out to you, God Spencer. Yes. Divine Isis. Not just any Isis, but it's Divine Isis. with the 7. Shout out to Divine Isis. That's a brand new name. Let me see. I don't think I've seen that name before. Shout out to you. Peace and love. We got more of Kemet in here. We got Isis in here, and we have Kemet, Heru, Hancock. A lot of Kemetic names in here. Shout out to you. We got the Ka of Antu and Anat. We're going to be talking about all of this tonight. I already see the questions in. We're going to be talking about the Ka. We're going to be talking about Anat. This is good. Shout out to Jody. Peace, Jody. All the way from the Killer Priest Podcraft. Shout out to you. Joycelyn C. Shout out to Joycelyn C. We need Tehuti back at the Killer Priest Podcast. Just when I said it nice. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. When they figure out who I am, they don't really want me back. I guess. All right. Shout out to Robert Williams. Robert Williams. Hotep Mott. Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. We have one of the first largest donators ever in the Tuti podcast who set it off with the largest donation at one time. Grand rising, wealth, health to Tehuti and the whole pod class. We got new names in here. We got Anita Windrow, Shalom, family, Shalom, family. We got the one and only Jamio X. Shout out to Jamio X. Jamio X been here since the beginning innings. Tehuti, the master teacher, opening eyes to those that are seeking the strong, enlightened truth, but not wait, what does it say? Let me blow it up. Tehuti, the master teachers, opening eyes to those that are seeking the truth, enlightened truth, but not for the faint of heart. That's right. Joycelyn C. That's right. Okay, we got everybody in here. We got Nana. There's 2 Nanas in here. We got Nana Amun. Peace, Saba. Tehuti. Peace to the brothers on the panel. Peace to the pod class. All right, we got everybody in here. A lot of people in here. We got the scribe. The scribe is the one that set off the conversation that we having at the end. Stick around to the end. The whole theme of the class, I think every question so far that's come in have something to do with women, especially. Does a man's sperm? What are these questions? They're all on relationships and women. Does a man's sperm have an effect on the woman, and does contraceptives affect him? It's about to be crazy. You know, you can only ask these questions here. All right, we got Tamika, one of the originals. Tamika, peace, Tamika. We got Deshanon Townsend. Am I saying that right? Deshanon Townsend. Shout out to you. Arcad Infinite, Mr. Come join us. I'm saying that like Freeway. Mr. Come join us. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you. Andromeda Mizra. We got too many names here. Boris Muhammad. Tehuti, this topic should be interesting. One of my favorite subjects. I may invite you on the panel. At the end, we're going to have an open discussion where the brother's going to start off by asking me questions. And then I'm going to invite some people on the panel to join in, especially those who are in a relationship. Especially those who are in a relationship. You can chime in. There's going to be a different type of podcast, but it's going to be we'll see where it falls into the line of questionings. Peace to Angela Gates, straight out the gates. Angela Gates, straight out the gates. Here's somebody I haven't seen in a while. Africa Brown, shout out to you. Peace and love to the page moderator. Shout out to you. She gives a what is that? A shield, 2 swords, the circle, the heart. I don't know what that is in the middle. I think that's the Om and the yin yang. All right, she has it all in here. Wonderful. Okay, it's going to be good. Everybody's here. I can't go through everybody. There's 67 people. I can't go through 50 people, but Africa Brown says, okay. I'm definitely looking forward to this one, family. Come on and bring Brother Tehuti. Education of this topic is so crucial. It is. Isn't that right, Higa Kepara? You're going to jump on the panel. Shout out to Eric G. That's not Eric B. That's Eric G. Shout out to you. Shout out. We got Master K and we got the Master. A couple masters in here. Master K and the Master. There's a few masters in this room tonight. Shout out to all the masters. Being frank, shout out to everybody. I can't name it. 68 people. About 40 people in the chat. I can't say them all. Woo! We're gonna get into it today. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who don't know, one moment, hold on, one momentum. Woo! 98 degrees in the building. 98 degrees in the building. That's what you have to do when you have 20 serpents. Living with 20 serpents. It has to be like the Amazon in here. All right, wonderful. Let's go. Okay, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I have been a Saba for multiple years. Let me see, first of all, who there's new people here. Oh, new people. JG Grand's official. And of course, before I even start, there's some people in the room that you're going to see. Let me see if I can get to it. Some people in the room that you're going to see with wrenches. And let me see if I can shout them out. I only see a couple in here. I don't see a Hati. I think Scribe is in here. And hold on, my computer is slowly working. It says working on it. It's working on it. I don't know what's going on. It's working on it. It's working on it. No items match. Interesting. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Working on it. Working on it. All right, let's try this one more time. My computer keeps saying working on it. There we go. You worked on it till you did it. All right, so here we go. If everybody can see on the screen, let's see if it pops up. These are the moderators. You see what I do with my moderators? You don't see this on any other channel because I'm about praising people. I'm about praising the netter. So we give shout outs to the moderators, and we have special visuals for the moderators. You don't see this on the other channel. This is Nania Set Mur. Look at it flickering in and out with Ma'at in the background. We got Unki M Ma'at. We got Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at. Look at it disappear, come back. Look at Anki Ma'at's going in a swivel and a swirl like a snake, a serpent. We're talking about serpents today. The scribe comes in and out. We got Ma'at in the background. These are the Ma'atorators. They're the ones that keep the room. They don't even have to keep the room calm because this is a calm room. There's no ad hominem. There's no craziness. There's no yelling. For the people that are here for the first time, you're going to see straight 4.5 hours of teaching and facts. No insults, no ad hominem, no yelling, no screaming, no brothers arguing. This is what you're going to see. A very unique room that I have developed based on the type of being I am and why I am here. Okay, we got GGGGF who says, Ofa Atu. Ofa Atu. GGGGF. Shout out to you. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, let's get started. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Yeah, that's me right there. That's me right there in the polygamy panel. Live polygamy panel. You see the sisters, you see the goddesses, you see the people there. That was only 1/4 of the people that were there. We'll talk about that later. But my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been teaching here, everywhere, all over the place, teaching in two different countries, different states for over 35 years, I think. 35 years. I used to teach in the public for several years. I used to teach anywhere from 40 to 500 people at a time. I rose to the top of a particular organization until I had to leave that particular organization because of jealousy and because of threats, because they wanted to burn books that were not written by the master teacher. And so they brought torches to my house, to my living quarters, to burn the books. And so I was told that it was not safe for me there anymore, and I had to leave. I separated from that particular organization, and this is what I do. I join groups and organizations. I join with people. I become what it is, and I rise to the top until you don't see me there anymore. It happened to me on all the YouTube channels that you're seeing me on, that you say, why is Tehuti not there anymore? Ask them, why? Tehuti was so good on this channel. Why is he not there? Why is he not here? Why is he not there? I rise to the top of a situation, and then I have to disappear from the situation. So that's what happened to me in that particular organization. I left and I started learning, started teaching finances. how to become an entrepreneur. And I went back to the same group and started teaching them finances, taking them off the streets, off of living in cars, homeless, and started teaching them about finance and economic and business and trust and LLCs and such, to say that we can have knowledge and still be economically okay. We don't have to be completely always poor. I understand why that is, but we can be okay. You can actually manifest things, which means just to make things visible. And so I brought a lot of those brothers off the streets. And so what happened? They robbed me. So I got robbed, not at gunpoint, but I got robbed through business transactions. And I started to realize that I can't work with people anymore. I can only work with my animals. People always say, why do you have so many animals around you? Because these are the ones that don't betray me. They are what they are, and they do what they do always. So I went secluded and got away from the organizations, got away from teaching people, got away from educating, and just started teaching my inner family. I ended up going from Atlanta to Canada, taught my inner family there, and started teaching a couple people on the streets, and it was okay. It was pretty good, but I didn't do any open seminars and classes like before. It was 500 people. I didn't do that. Okay, so then I moved to California, and I just discreetly taught my family. I started teaching online on a thing called Pal Talk. Pal Talk? Is it called Pal Talk? Where you can teach with your voice, but you can't see the people talking. So I did that for a little while, and then I dropped off from there and just taught just my family. I didn't want to go out and teach anymore. And then I met a brother named Ahati Ma'ad, who's probably in the room right now. I met him. He was a Hebrew Israelite, or coming out of it, or questioning it. And he saw me performing. He saw me with snakes out by the beaches. He saw me making things levitate and bend, spoons bending. And I would go out and do those things, and then discreetly go back to my headquarters and just teach my family. Go back out, levitate things, make animals do magic, do all those type of interesting things that are not as regular. And so he caught wind of something different about me. He started asking me questions. I said, I see something in this brother, even though he's down and out, but I actually like that, because that means that his ego is not sky high. So I told him, come see me every day, and I will take you off to certain corners and teach you privately. He's the only brother I taught. Eventually, he earned his way to get the respect. He was my protector. He used to carry my bags, my suitcases of supplies for me, and do whatever he could to show himself worthy. Eventually, I invited him to my headquarters, and he was allowed to be a part of my personal classes on my couch, where only my goddesses were around me, that I would teach. No men, nobody else was allowed around me. So eventually he said, Tehuti, hey brother, you need to go online to teach people, because the masses are getting taught by nonsense teachers, just yelling, screaming, arguing, yelling and screaming, and not teaching the way you teach, vividly, with slides and shares and sources and languages, and breaking the matrix and showing magic and psyops and all of that. And I said, no, I'm not interested in going to the public. No, I just want to teach my goddesses, come home, train, be with my animals, teach my goddesses, come home, train, be with my animals. That's it. So eventually I said, okay, I'll come out. So I did an interview at a place called the Lions Den. It was a debate league. I think it still is, but debate league. And when I went there, I ended up getting challenged by the champion there to a debate. I didn't go there for that. They told me I was there for an interview. So I went there, got challenged by the champion. I was like, I've never had an online debate. I debate on the streets and in front of 500 people. I don't debate online. What's that? I don't know what that is. So eventually I took him up. I said, okay, I'll try it out. And they stacked the judges up against me. It was four Bible believers and one person into Kemet, and it was called the Bible versus Ma'at. And anyways, I won the debate. The brother in Judah Nazareth ran off saying it was rigged. This is rigged. And I'm wondering who could have rigged it, because everybody here is Hebrew. So did I rig it? Anyway, so he said it was rigged. He ran off, and then anyways, I ended up debating in that league. I ended up becoming the debate league champion. They kept bringing me different guys, different names, saying this is a big name, this is a big name. And I said, sure, I'll take this. I'll talk to anybody. So we set up debates, and I just kept winning. And I was the first person to ever go from that league and go on Sonnetter and win debate. They brought me Jabari, Zion Lex, Unquest, won, kept winning. And then eventually I left that league because it was definitely a lot of craziness and chaos, and the people that were actually running the league were actually against me, of course, because they were Hebrews. They were confused. Why is there a person that represents Kemet and Ma'at? He's our champion. There's posters and things made about him, and I'm sitting there with the Unk, with the Uwajit, with all this Kemetic stuff, and it's a Hebrew league, so they wanted to get rid of me. So they were making the half owners of the league were making posts about me on the channel, and I was like, how could I be a champion of the league? And the channel itself is making posts against strangely enough, against spiders. I've never heard. Have you all heard of Hebrews talking against spiders in your entire life? All of a sudden, there's posts up against spiders and snakes and everything that I have. And I said, okay, it's time for me to get out of here. So I left the chaos. I left that chaos, and I continued on. I went on to Sonnetter before that, and then I went on to do another interview. I just went on to do an interview, and then in the middle of the interview, a brother named Jabari challenged me to a debate, and I'm like, who's Jabari? And everybody's like, yo, that's the Floyd Mayweather, the Floyd, the Mayweathers of the Floyds. And I'm like, I said, I don't even know what Floyd Mayweather is. I've lived my life in the forest and the fields, and I'm into jiu-jitsu. What's Floyd Mayweather? Can he beat Royce Gracie? I don't know what that is. He's the number one boxer, and this man. And I said, okay, sure, I'll debate you too. Okay. They gave me 3 hours to prepare for the Floyd Mayweather. Went and debated him, beat him, and then immediately Zion Lex, beat him, and anyways went on to beat Vocab Malone and everybody that they threw at me, and Sonnetter beat everybody that they threw at me. And I said, this is just from, I'm just teaching. I'm a teacher. I'm not a debater. And that's what gets a lot of the people upset, is because I'm actually not claiming to be a debater. I'm not claiming to be that. I'm just a teacher. When you throw me into a thing called a debate where I get to teach for 15 minutes straight, yes, I'm probably going to win the debate. So I used each debate as a teaching moment, and then I went to Killer Priest, did an interview there. Killer Priest wanted to interview with me there, did an interview there, and Killer Priest's partner challenged me to a debate there. I thought, okay, all right. So I ended up debating him, beat him, and then ended up teaching on Killer Priest for almost a year. And that is what led to this right here, the Tehuti pod class, because people started realizing that I was back on the scene. Students were coming from 25 years ago, 10 years ago. Brothers came wanting to do one-on-ones with me, and I do one-on-ones because I am a paid teacher that does one-on-one sessions, but it was taking me away from my family. I'm all about the family, and it was taking me away from spending time with the family, so I couldn't do the one-on-ones anymore. It was too much time. Even though the money was good, people were paying me 40, 50, 80. Some were paying me 200 for one-on-ones, but I couldn't do it so many a day, and it was taken up. So I announced on the Killer Priest Podcraft that, hey, here we are. I said, I'm going to do a Tehuti pod class where everybody can come in for free, but we have a reciprocity. That means I'm a teacher that people see the difference in quality, and I get paid for my teaching. This is what I do for a living, like the scribes in Kemet. So I said, you can come in for free, but we're going to have a reciprocity system. Oh, what's that? Oh, what is that? Well, that is when you walk into a bar and you walk into a bar or the club or the restaurant, and when you order the poison food, the oiled up lasagna and the greased up lobster tail and the greased up bacon and eggs and shrimp and everything that you're putting in your system to kill you. And then when you make the order, and then the waiter comes and he walks 25 feet like this, is all he does. He walks and he drops the food in front of you like this. And you're in front of your girl, you want to impress her, or you just are hypnotized thinking you have to big tip. Boom, here's a 20. Boom, here's a 25. Boom, here's a 10. Here's a 50. And the waiter gets a tip for walking 10 feet, 25 feet from the kitchen to you, and gives you the food that you already paid for. That is called reciprocity. So I developed this system where I'm giving you more than just walking your greasy food to you. What I'm doing is I'm opening your eyes and actually teaching you step by step. When you send in a question to the Tehuti Pod class, if it comes in at the end of the class or whenever, and I get to it, I answer the question as if I wrote a book for you, which is actually what it looks like. When you actually, the new people that are in here, when you see how I answer these questions, it's in movie form, it's in visual format with all the sources on the screen, glowing neon writing and everything, hours and hours of information put into about 40 minutes to 20 minutes or so. So because of that, people understood the quality of what I do, and they developed a reciprocity system. So I realized that you can actually send in Cash Apps and PayPal, and you can actually write at the bottom. That gave me the idea of, hey, you can write your question at the bottom or write in support at the bottom, and I'll actually be able to blast it on the screen like this. For example, this is Heke Kepera, who gave $25.72 for support. This is Owen Hythe, who should be in the room as a Scary. And see, you can type at the bottom of the Cash App, and it says Anunnaki versus Reptilian, your thoughts. That's $32.72. As you can see, this is done on no other YouTube channel. You will never see large supports and donations like this given for support and questions on the other YouTube channels. And that is because the people appreciate what I am different from the other screaming, yelling, so-called teachers. Here is Kamit, who's in the room right here, who's one of the biggest supporters, 7572, and he sent his question in an email. And here is Robert E. Williams, who's also should be in the room, and he says that his brother said to him, if there's no Jesus, there's no family. And everybody who remembers that breakdown, that was a beautiful breakdown that we're actually going to be talking about today, how Jesus and Christianity is actually what supported the destruction of the Black family, according to Jesus' commandments himself. Owen Hythe again, are the Anunnaki Black, 4372 sent in, and that is how the Cash Apps work. Cash Apps work like that. Heke Kepera sent this beautiful question in for genetic memory. And then I realized that, hey, the PayPal, you can actually type in more. So this is an example of the PayPal. This is Rigo. Rigo is top donator, top consistent supporter. He's probably in the room right now. Top, and I'm going to give a shout out to all those big donators in a moment, but Rigo is definitely the top consistent, biggest donator of the Tehuti Pod class. He sends in 2177. Peace to Tehuti, and to the pod class, could you get into ITI? For those of you who remember that class, we got into the invented telescope that was able to see high dimensional spiritual beings that are actually viewing and observing us. That was an awesome class. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That was beautiful. Rigo actually sends in more for donations than he does for his questions. He'll send in $20 for a question, and oh, he sends in 100 for the questions too. Sorry, Rigo, you send in everything. Rigo is the top. Rigo is awesome. And then we have people like Beged Leisure, who actually takes up all the space in his writing. This is full paragraphs here. He sends in $50 and writes all of this. So you see, you can write down several things when it comes to the PayPal. There's no actual there is a limit, but there should be no limit to you being able to ask a question. Okay, so these are the donators and supporters that ask questions. Of course, there's Black Alucard, who's him and E-Manifesto are like back to back with the big donations. They're like the twin donators. So Black Alucard, shout out to you. E-Manifesto, I don't have any of yours in front of me here, but shout out to Black Alucard, $50 just for thanks for the knowledge. And that's what people do because they are actually thankful. Even people in Islam. Tamir Al-Mallah, $10. Thanks for the knowledge. You can be a Muslim, you can be a Christian, you can be a Hebrew. When you start to see the way that I answer questions, your religion is pushed to the side and you automatically understand the appreciation and start to give, whether you are a Muslim, Christian. This brother Owen Hythe, he's a Freemason. He sent in his Nicene Council question, 4372. Boom. And that answer, if you think you know about the Nicene Council, go back to that class where I broke down the Nicene Council's origin with the woman's placenta and the Ankh, how the Ankh in actuality was the Nicene Council's origin with the placenta. That was a deep one. Okay, everybody, so there you go. That is the Tehuti Pod class. That is how it goes. Shout out to everybody. So now people are wondering, well, how do you send in the support? How do you send it in? If you look at the bottom there, you will see the PayPal is Rocky, is at Rocky SV, and the Cash App is TT Amoon. PayPal is Rocky at Rocky SV, and the Cash App is TT Amoon. If you appreciate me, this is what usually happens every class. The new people are like, okay, I'll see what this is. Once I start answering questions, all I see is donations from the new people, because you start to see this is nothing like I've ever been before. Speaking of moderators, this is my AI moderator right there, and she says, support with Cash App. Question, TT Amoon. There she is with the big natural. Represent, sister. Represent. All right. Pull the glasses down and point up. That's right. To the TT Amoon. Also, other ways that you can support is you can inquire how to get books, PDF books like Melanin Dark Consciousness, Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can get all of those. You can email me directly at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, or the brothers in the room, the sisters, will put in the link to our awesome website, which the brothers will come on after I answer the first question, where you can order directly from the website. Okay, let us get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I'm about to get rid of a lot of these screens, so when I answer, the room will not freeze up on me. I do not want the room freezing up. I just want to go and blast the answer. Once I start, it's gonna be on. I'm gonna check my my Gmail right now to see if anybody in the room has started to support, and that is gonna motivate me to just blast off. And I see quite a bit. I see quite a bit. I see Africa Just Love. I see CJ3. I see Ahati's in here. I see Stephen Escal. I see everybody. Sash Wallace. I see a lot of people. Those who did PayPal. I can't see your name until I click on it, which I'll get to. I see Angela Gates. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Everybody, people are supporting. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so let me go ahead and get started, everybody, with the Tehuti podcast. We're going to close down. I'm going to close down a lot of these screens so that it will not slow down my face on the screen or the audio. Let me close this out. Hey, what is this? Close program. One moment, everybody. My computer's doing something strange. One moment. Let me cancel this. Okay, cancel that. Cancel this. No, I don't want to save that. Cancel that picture. Cancel that picture. Cancel that picture. Okay, we're almost here. Let me go ahead and pull up the first questions in. Let me go ahead and pull up the first. What is it? The third. Let's go ahead and do this like Brutus, because we always knew this. Haha. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Shout out to all the sisters that have friend requested me ever since I did the Black Woman class, showing everybody that it's only light-skinned sisters, light-skinned sisters, Mexican, Latino. Shout out to my Latino, Puerto Rican crew that have been actually supporting the Tehuti pod class. I did a whole class on the spell on the matrix of the dark-skinned woman, dark-skinned man. Ever since I did that class, every day is like 4 new friend requests from the darkest, most beautiful sisters ever. I don't know what's happened. Ever since I did that class, it's friend requests from sisters and posing on the shores, meditating, all type of beautifulness I'm seeing now. Wonderful sisters, wake up, come on through, and let's get this going. I'm glad that could have that kind of impact. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Let me check the room. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at, does anybody else see a blurry screen? My screen looks clear on my side. How does the screen look on every Comedic Metergy? My screen looks clear on my side. How does it look on your side? I can't really fix. No problem at all, Comedic Metergy. You asked a beautiful question, which of course I'm going to have to get to next week. Like I said, I did get your email of the other side of the debate. That was great, but I only got 6 pages of one side, so of course I couldn't have time to do it. Let me see why that is. I don't want to. I'm gonna Is it the internet? Maybe the internet can go up there. I'm not sure what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and Let me do this. I'm gonna it looks so clear on my side. I don't know. Nothing I can really do, unfortunately. Let me do this. Take it off of this. Let me see how does it look? I don't know. Maybe I can I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure what to do about that. That happens every once in a while. It could be the internet connection. Maybe too many things are connected to the internet. I'll take my phone off of it. But yeah, thank you. But it's super, super duper duper crystal clear on my side. And that's just how it will be until it fixes itself. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is Bastet's segment, The Anaconda. Hope you're pregnant. I hope you're pregnant. Okay, whichever one of you gets pregnant first, whichever one of Osiris's mates get pregnant first, you get the name Heru. We're waiting. I hope you got babies in here. They're mating every day, sexing every day. You better be pregnant, having all that sex every day with Osiris. But whichever one of you get pregnant first, you get your new name added on. So this is my anaconda. On my hat is all the way. She's all the way from South America. All the way from South Africa is Neith. That is Neith, the huge spider tarantula from Zimbabwe. She is a unicorn. She represents quantum string theory, the weaving together of forces. That's why when you look up knitting, it doesn't mean string. It means bringing forces together. That's the definition. All right. And Nit comes from Nit. That was the goddess's name. Her name was Nit or Niet. All right, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. We got everybody here. Press a 1 if you can hear me, because we're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Let me wipe this and see. The internet restarted, right? Our internet, right? Maybe I could switch to this. I don't know. Okay. Okay, but I don't think I've used it since. Okay, how do I look, everybody? It looks so clear on my end. It's clear now? Oh, it's clear, but my screen's not on. That is interesting. Am I on? Let me see how it looks. That's strange. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try one thing, everybody. I'm going to come off of this internet. It looks all right. It looks all right, everybody. That's what I can do. We'll see if it corrects itself as time goes on. All right. Actually, let me do this. Let me come off of. Okay, let me come off of this internet and go into this other one, because I want to make sure my screen share is clear. That needs to be clear. So I'm going to go mobile. I'm going to come off of this. Is this the internet right here? I'm going to come off of Verizon and go to this one. Do I look any different? Am I on? I'm off the screen. Okay, let me see when I should be on now. Press 1 if you can see me and hear me. Actually switch the I switched the internet service. It looks clear. It's all right. That's what it'll have to be. We got to get class on. It's 7:14. Let's go. I got classes in the morning. Okay, 1 if you can. Wonderful. I'm better. All right, there it is. Bam. This is a dope jam. Here we go. Rebel Minded. Speaking of Rebel Minded, I have to give a shout out to Let me do this before I even start. Before I even start, where is the? Let me do this. Shout out those moderators. Go ahead and put the emergency support in the room. Those who know that situation is trying to take me away from you all, take me out of the Tehuti pod class, and I am having some donations and support for those who are helping me out of a particular situation that the government has either made a mistake or doing purposely to get me out of here. I had the meeting. I just got back word today actually on the situation. It looks like it is going good. It looks like it is definitely solvable. And with y'all's help, it will be solvable. I got word back and they're working on something. And hopefully by Monday, I should hear how long the extension is. Should be an extension. So I'm not out of here on the 23rd of last month. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to those who did support. And here it is right here. For those heavy hitters that are supporting the Tehuti situation. Tua, for your support. These are the heavy hitters, the large and consistent donators to the Tehuti Emergency Fund. And they are Hika Kepara, Nito Campbell, Rigo, Kamit 101, Askari 21, Menchu Ara Marie Ma'at, Terry Patty T-Dog, aka T-Dog, Rebel Minded, Siddiqui Rebel Minded, Raphael Gary, Lisa Marie, Ahati Ma'at, Scribe, Arcad Infinite, Mr. Come Join Us, Trenton Donaldson, aka Atum, Netter Unk Hotep L, Vinny Black Lodge, Jonathan Hacker, aka Starfeather, Jonathan Hacker, aka Starfeather. Woo! Bella tonight went with we got the double support from her. Bella, Boss Fee, aka Black Alucard, who is a monster. Black Alucard is a monster. Amun Ma'at Ra, who's, I don't know where the brother came from, but he came out just blasting the donations. Super supporter. Stephen E, who's also Stephen Escalar. Shout out to you, my good brother, first brother to get the one-on-one class after the Killer Priest show. Anthony Drain, he donates before the class starts and always gives a shout out to one of the goddesses. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. Netter Unk Hotep L, who I believe is the same. He's already in here. Netter Unk Hotep L. Anthony Pete, also known as Cash Pete, and I haven't seen him in a while. Anybody seen Cash Pete in a while? But shout out to you. I hope he's safe. E Manifesto, Stranger, who named the moderators. Stranger's the one who named the moderators. Robert E. Williams, who asked the Jesus question. Robert E. Williams Jr., who asked the Jesus question. Vortex Ninja, the mysterious one who pops up, always gives $25 every class, pops up like a ninja. Antu, who sent a donation. They sent a donation together. They always send a donation together all the time. Antu, shout out to you. Their names sound the same. One just has a T in it. Antu, shout out to you. Mushman, shout out to Mushman. I don't know if it's Lemon Tea or Lamonti Wilson, shout out to you. R.A. Minerals, shout out to you. Shimbo Shane, who has also disappeared. Anybody seen the two Hebrew brothers who were Hebrew? Tehuti Mos and his younger brother Shimbo Shane, who has disappeared as well. I don't know what's happening. Lisa Soares came out of nowhere with the big support. Lisa Soares. Angie Martinez, shout out to Angie Martinez, Bev, and Michael Godfrey, and there probably some more that's not showing up on the screen. Couldn't fit on the screen. I gotta shrink it down to put more names. Shout out to Lisa Soares. Shout out to Angie Martinez. I think it's Angie Martinez. Bev, her name's not up here. Off of memory, she's a great supporter. Bev, Michael, Shimbo Shane, everybody, Vortex, everybody, large and consistent donators to the Tehuti Emergency Fund. Tua for your support. Thank you all. You all are wonderful. And do I have this man's name up there? I don't know. There's so many names. I gotta add this name up here. At one time, this man here was held the title for the largest donator ever in the Tehuti pod class. If his name isn't up there, I'm going to add it in there. Shout out to you, Kinetic Energy. Shout out to you. He's one of the great donators as well. All right. Divine Isis, press a 1. She says she can hear me. All right. Everybody, let's get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. Let me pull it up. Let me shrink these screens. Let me get this down, this down, this down, this down, this. We're shrinking everything down so you all will get no interruptions, okay? All righty. Let me go ahead and get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. After the first question, we're going to be ringing off about 12 donations that were sent. Then we're going to get to the next question, then another 12 donations, and keep doing it like that. So what is the first question here of the Tehuti pod class? Oh, look at this. Okay. First question is on one of the goddesses, Inanna. This whole class is on the goddesses. It's going to be this question, and the next question is sperm affecting the woman? Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Let me get into this one. Let me switch the titles. Let me switch the number order. We're going to go that one to is Golden One in the house? Is Golden One in the house? I wanted him to actually be here. He had his question from last week. Actually, both were from last week. That's where we're doing this. They came in right before I had time to answer them. So is Golden One in the room? And is let me check the room. Golden One. And who asked this question here? This question came in from, who's this from? Oh, the monster. That's why I had to do this one first. The monster, the new brother, Siddiqui. I didn't even know who this brother was till I tuned in to the Sunday class that my students have. And I saw this brother named Siddiqui saying, the Saba, giving all this props to me. And I was like, who's this brother? And I found out he's actually rebel-minded. Look what rebel-minded did, everybody. Woo, I wish I could put up the horns. And we already gave horns and stuff for this, but look at this. Let's start off the class right with super duper duper donation. This is a donation for many things at once, actually. Let me get rid of that. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. This is a multiple donations. I'm just gonna go big screen. 1 second, everybody. I gotta go big screen to put everything on the screen. 1 moment. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a second, and then I'm gonna go big screen so everybody can see everything. We got 83 people. It's all about women tonight. All the questions so far about women tonight. And then at the end, it's gonna be, we'll see. Okay. Right. I will. Love you, my dear. You be safe. You'll be in the back. See you, my dear. Be safe out there. We're seeing one of the goddesses off. She's going to go take care of something. Peace to the net turrets. Peace. Love you too. Let's go. All right, everybody. Let's go to this first question. It's already on a female goddess, Inanna. And actually, let me go ahead and do a full screen share. Here we go. We're going to do entire screen. Are you ready? 1 moment, everybody. Hold on 1 moment, everybody. Okay, 1 moment. Bear with. Bear with me, everybody. Let me just do something. Hold on. Bear with me. It's going to be a crazy. This class is going to be. Whew. A second. Okay, here we go. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Let me do this. More goddesses are reaching out to me. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. We're going to do a big screen share. And look at this, everybody. Look at this. Woo! Precious Warrant B, which is the mate of the of Rebel Minded, sent multiple donations in at once. $100. $100. That's from last week. We already gave big explosions and bombs and such. $100 for Saba support. So that is support for the emergency situation I am in, plus a combination of the Metanetter class, which you all can join. The Metanetter class, inquire about that. If you can't join, you can send funds in and it will be sent to you. It's just more pod class, more personal. So support, Metanetter class, and then a question. And the question is, look at the diversity of questions, everybody. Most people have no idea what this is even talking about because, I mean, look at this question. Between Niti and Inanna, Niti said, "Why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns?" Imagine walking into one of these other YouTube channels and say, "Hey, I have a question. There was a conversation between Niti and Inanna, and Niti said, why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns?" What did Niti mean by this statement, Saba? Thank you, my good brother. Just to show the diversity, variety of questions you can send me. Who even knows about this? What is this question even talking about? Who is Niti? Who is Inanna? Of course, this goes back to ancient tablets in Iraq, or anciently known as Uruk. And the question that I'm going to specifically answer is, why did he say this? I'm not going to get into a big breakdown of who Niti is and who exactly Inanna is, but I deal with specific questions. So why did he say this? Why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns? Whew, I wouldn't want to be on that road. What a road to be on. A road with no traveler returns. You're going to be on that road. That's not a road you want to be on. But we're going to get into it and explain. Let me go ahead and fix my wait a minute, fix the settings real quick. I gotta do this every once in a while. There it is, much better. Okay, there it is, much better. Okay, there. Okay, good. So why was this said is the question. What an interesting question. So there was an ancient goddess named Inanna, who was, as most of you know, one of the beings called the Anunnaki, actually the most popular of all the females of the ancient Akkadian, Arikian goddesses, who was Inanna. We're about to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Just to show the new people that you can send in the most random questions as long as they are clear. So here we go. We're going to do a screen share, and let's get into the question. Here it is. Boom. Boom. Press 1 if you can hear me again, because once I start, I'm just going to get it in. Let me check the room. T-Bull with the battle raps. T-Bull. Okay, good. All right, everybody. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me clearly. We're about to get into this question. Africa Brown presses a 1. Big Vape presses a 1. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here it is. Here is how Tehuti answers questions. Boom. So a question is asked. Support Saba Monday class in question in the dialogue between Niti and Inanna. Niti said, "Why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns?" New people that are here, watch how I answer questions and you'll understand the quality. Here we go. Okay, let me go ahead and put the timer on so I can keep track. Boom. Okay, so here we go. So to answer this question first, I want to say where this is actually coming from. What is this story? Is this a biblical story? So before I answer, let me establish where this ancient story is archaeologically sourced from. Okay, are you ready, Bastet? We're going to answer it for them. Let's go. So where's this archaeologically sourced from? Where's this story even coming from? And for that, we have to go into the British Museum to look at the root of where the story is coming from this ancient goddess of what they call Babylon. Okay, so we have tablet object type. It's in museum number K, 162. And it's in the series library of Arish Benapal. Arish Benapal is the reason why there's so many stories that survived about the Anunnaki and the so-called ancient Sumerians, which they never were called that, but the ancient Kiingi people from the library of Ashur Benapal, which Alexander the Great had access to. And that is why you have your Bible today, because the stories copied from the over 40,000 tablets that were found by Austin Henley Layard and R. Calloway afterwards, that actually became your Bible today. This and the Kemetic papyruses. All right, so the description is clay tablet, and the European likes to say mythological. He loves putting that word in your mind. I want everybody to know the word myth is from the word mitten, mit, which is a word that the Greeks originally got from kemet, that meant a true story. It's from the word met and ma'at. It's myth, and that created the word myth, and eventually mythological. Then over time, due to Christianity, mythological became a word that meant something that is not real, but eventually it originally meant something that is true, from the word ma'at, or mit, or mut. All right, so clay, mythological descent of Ishtar into the netherworld. Very interesting. On both sides, some pieces are broken into Neo-Assyrian. Neo-Assyrian, this product date back to 7th century BC. That's around 800 7th century BC, around 800 BC, and it's found in East Iraq, which was known as Uruk. All right, and what is that tablet? It is this tablet right here. This is the Ishtar tablet, the more popular one, but we're going to get into where this tablet was actually copied from. All right, so here's how it begins. This is Ishtar's descent, and it begins by saying, to the land of no return. So it begins off saying what the question is all about. To the land of no return, the region, and there's damage here. Ishtar, who's also known as Astarte, daughter of Sin. That's where you get your word sin from. Directed her thought. The daughter of Sin directed her thought. That means put in her intention, because that's what the ancient ones were all about. Directing intentions into physical matter and affecting things through thought frequency. So, to the house of darkness, or Kala's dwelling place. To the house from which he who enters never returns. So the actual very beginning of this ancient tablet that you see right here begins off describing where she's putting her intent to go to some area where nobody returns from, into an area that is darkness, the region where no one returns from. Notice it says Ishtar's descent to Hades. Keep note of that word Hades, where it's going to pop up very shortly. Here we go. So here is the depiction of Ishtar, also known as Inanna Sin, who is also the daughter of Sin. And here is Ishtar on the ancient clay tablets. This is Ishtar right here. Let me blow it up. Okay. If I was one of those other conscious black teachers, I would focus right. This would be a perfect opportunity now to say, look at her thick lips, look at her thick nose, right? But that's obvious. So I don't talk about people's lips and nose anymore. We all know the ancient people were melanated, and that's what it is, and that's how it always was. No need to keep putting attention on that. We already know that. Let's get into what those ancient people with thick lips and thick nose and thin lips and thin nose, because we carried all of that. What did they actually teach other than their physical description? So we see in Ishtar's descent, the first line explains that she is preparing to go to a realm of darkness of no return. But before I elaborate, I'd like to let you know that this old 600, 700 year BC tablet is actually a copy of an even earlier, more detailed one. And that is the one I will be using, because at the Tehuti pod class, we love detail. Because in the more detailed original, it attests towards which it says to the word which opens up the true understanding of what this realm of no return actually was. So we're going to go back to the one that's even older, around 2100 BC. So the copied one around 800 BC, 6 to 800 BC, is Ishtar's descent. But prior to that is the descent of Inanna. That's what the oldest one was called, the older original. Because we know the scribes of Kemet, the scribes of Uruk, their job was to constantly copy their own stories. But the first one is actually of more detail. And because they were written on stone, both existed. Okay, here we go. I like to show you the tablets themselves so you can see this is not what we have in the Bible where it's just on paper. We actually have the tablets in the museums in the museum number. Okay. NE 4569. Okay, let's go. So now, here is the descent of Inanna. Inanna's descent. Okay. So that is the older one. So there's the descent of Ishtar, the descent of Ishtar, Ishtar's descent to Hades. Then there's the descent of Inanna. And that one is more detailed. And here we're going to go ahead and read. It says, from the great above, she opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, the goddess opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, Inanna opened her ear to the great below. My lady abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. Inanna abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. In Uruk, known today as Iraq, in Uruk, she abandoned her temple to descend to the underworld. In Bati Bira, she abandoned her temple. Look at how dedicated she was to get to this underworld realm. Why was she going there? In Bati Bira, she abandoned her temple to descend to the underworld. In Zabalam, she abandoned her temple to descend to the underworld. In Adab, she abandoned her temple to ascend to the underworld. In Nippur, she abandoned her temple to descend to the underworld. In Kish, the real ancient Kish that everybody thinks is Cush, and everybody says Cush is the mother of Kemet. And the ancient Cushites were there before Kemet. No, they weren't. You're mistakenly talking about Kish. So in Kish, she abandoned her temple to the descent of the underworld. In Akkad, which is known as Acadia today, in Acadia, she abandoned her temple to descend to the underworld. She gathered together 7 me. If everybody remembers my class on the nuclear war on Mars and the Anunnaki-Nibiru connection, the nuclear war, I break down that the me was something that she would design in order to go into different realms. One me looked like a outfit that looked like a astronaut suit, but she designed these things called me, which I can break down if somebody asks me a question. But she designed these things called me so that she could travel to different vibrations of existence. We'll say that for now because I don't want to get into too deep right here. But she gathered together the 7 me. She took them in her hands. So she was very serious about where she was going. Okay. Nin Shubor, her faithful servant, went with her. Inanna spoke to her, saying, Nin Shubor, my constant support, my Sakal, who gives me wise advice, my warrior who fights side by side. I am descending to Kur, to the underworld. If I do not return, set up lament for me by the ruins. Beat the drum for me in assembly places. Circle the houses of the gods. Tear at your eyes, at your mouth, at your thighs. Dress yourself in a single garment like a beggar. So it seems that Ishtar was about to go to a realm where possibly she may not make it back. She may not return. And she's talking to her faithful servant. And I want to let you know something here. How the ancient people thought. Today's servant is associated with a slave or some type of subordinate. I want you to know that in ancient times, a servant was somebody who was dedicated to you, like we should be with each other in relationships. We see servant and we think of a subordinate. But look what it says here. She spoke to her servant. Inanna spoke to her servant saying, Nin Shubar, my constant supporter, my Sukal, who gives me wise advice. You see, this is the concept of the Saba. The Saba in ancient times was the teacher and the student. That means you can switch places, but in order to do that, you have to drop your ego completely. We'll get into that when we get into the relationship conversation. We have to drop your ego completely, where your servant can be your greatest advisor. And your servant can serve you dedicated, and you serve the servant. That's why the Greeks were so confused and had to create Christianity when they came into our ancient Nile Valley culture, because they saw us serving the gods and the gods serving us, and everybody was confused. This can't be. This can't be. How can you be a servant of God and then the God is serving you in the afterlife? What is happening? But we'll get into that later. All right, so she talks to her servant, who is also gives her wise advice and who's a warrior by the side. So the servant is a supporter, also the advisor of her master, and is also a warrior who fights by the side. That's a great relationship. And these are two women. All right, anyway, let me not get carried off of that. Here we go. All right, let's move on. Let's go on. So she's getting ready, telling the servant that, hey, if this happens, make sure you prepare, do your ritual, do your drums, prepare, let people know, do the dance for me, put on your garb, dress as a beggar, do all of that. So what is this realm in the so-called Sumerian tablets called Ker, that Inanna Ishtar Astarte is wanting to go to, and why? Wait, what have I taught you about Ker before? Has anyone here ever heard of that word? Anybody here? Type in the room. Has anybody here ever heard of Ker before? Let me look in the room and see my students. Anybody ever heard of the word Ker? Have they heard Tehuti teaching about this word called Ker? Because now this word called Ker is in the so-called Sumerian tablets that Ishtar is trying to descend to. Anybody heard of this word Ker? Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. All right. So, what have I taught you about Ker before? Has anyone ever heard of that word? Whenever they translate the title of Ishtar Astarte's journey, we always see the word descent, which means to go down, like an underground area. What if I told you this was a Medu Neter concept? This was a Medu concept, but it had a deeper meaning than just an underground cavern. So what if I told you this word here in the so-called cuneiform, as they call it, Emgi language, is here in the Medu Neter as Ker and Kurt. Don't get confused with the Q and the K. They're both the exact same thing in ancient languages. It is KR or KRT, and it's hollow cavern. So we understand that it's dealing with something that's within or underneath something. It's in the Medu Neter as a hollow cavern. Okay, that makes sense so far. It says she's descending. Then we have Karut, Shatuat, hidden circles. Then we have Kurt, which is hole in the ground. So a cavern, a hole in the ground. That seems to coincide. It seems like the Medu Neter, where Ker, Kuri, Kurt, comports with the cuneiform Ker, which is something that's under or underground. But what if it had a deeper meaning than that? Hole, cavern, grotto, circle in the Tuat. What's the Tuat, everyone? What is the Twat? What's the Twat? The Twat is not just an underground hole, but it's speaking about the realm of the deceased, the realm of the out of body, the Tuat, the realm of light. That's why it's called Tua. The T at the end means growth and femininity. Tua is the first word in the Purim Haru, and it is a star from the word T or Te, where you get Queen Tai from, fire, fire, Queen Tai, which is from T and eventually developed the word into Tuat, and Tia, which created the word Dia, and Dios, which eventually created the word deity. and developed from Zeus, or Deus, which was light. But it's a realm of light that the deceased go into, the subatomic realm of light. The sub means under. So it's not an underground cavern, but a realm of the deceased. In the Medunetter, in Kemet, is it the same in the Sumerian writings, as they call it? Page 774 to 775, if you want to go look up Ker yourself. Okay? Okay, let's keep going, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here's how I answer questions. Here's how questions should be answered. Here is Ker again. Now, Ker, under, just to let you know, see how Ker is under, and it's Kher. And we have here Ker, they have here Q. See, it's hole in the ground. You see, under something like a hole in the ground, just to let you know that the Q and the K and the KH and the C, don't get confused. Those are all the same. The glyphs just look different, but it's about the sound. So Ker here is under, having possession of something, subservient, a person or thing that is under, the lower part of something, downwards, under. Okay, this is the dimension under within this physical. These more refined states of consciousness compose of vibration, sound, and light. It's known as sub, or underneath this physical. Under is also the word enter. Enter is also the word within. So enter, in, and under are all the same. And how is this so? Because if you have a fist right here, if I stick my finger in the fist, I'm under the fist. Here's the surface of the fist. I'm under it, but I'm also entering it. So enter and under are the same word. It means within something. So you have your atom, and then you have your, let me hit this. Hear that sound? That's the electron on the outer part of the atom that you hear rebelling against my finger. Within the electron, underneath the electron, get that off the screen. Trump's on the screen. Underneath the electron, within the atom, are subatomic particles that are within it, underneath it. That means that they're within the physical world, under the physical world, which is where the concept that when you die, you go to hell, which they started saying is under the actual ground. It is just the realm, the vibrational frequency realm, underneath this physical realm, of which you can go to while you're alive by performing certain rituals. But when you go to that realm, beings are there and you could fight in that realm and be killed there. That's another topic. But it can be a dangerous place to go to. Oh, but let's go on. I don't want to go ahead of myself. So here is Ker, the underneath dimensional realm, the Ker. Okay. So what does Ker develop into? How we know it's the underneath dimensional realm of sound, vibrational sound. So boom, but wait, why would a Medunetter concept be in a quote unquote Sumerian tablet? We will get into that shortly. You know that I like suspense. Why would a Medunetter concept and a Sumerian concept be the same in this case when it's supposed to be two different languages? Oh, remember they call the story the descent of Ishtar to Hades. Where have you heard of that before? The word Hades. Here it is. Look at it. The descent of Ishtar to Hades. Let me shrink it down a little bit. Where have you heard of this before? Where have you heard of Hades before? We'll get into it. On page 106 of the Per Emharu, 1250 BC, of the Scribe of Ani. Let me blow it up a little bit. And what does it say here? The Book of the Dead, as they call it, because Europeans like calling things dead and false. And this is the false door. This is the Book of the Dead. This is the cartouche, the gun cartridge. All things dealing with violence, when in actuality, these titles were words of life. So it says, not violence done to me liveth for thy father, O son Nut. I am Nook, remember Nook Punuk? I am thy son, eldest, Ma'ah, in the thy hidden things. Right? So this is somebody in the realm of within the hidden things, the underneath realm the neter, the gods. I do not die a second time in what? What is this word right here? I do not die a second time in the neter kurt. There's that word kurt, the nether world. You see that? The nether world. Chapter of not decaying in the nether world. The second time. See the second time? They copied that into the book of Revelations. When you go to Hades, you see that Revelations 20:14, the death and Hades. Wait a minute, up here. Ishtar. Ishtar's descent to where? Hades. So Ishtar's descent to Hades. And in the Per Em Haru, you can die a second time, which means that you're not safe in that realm either. The realm of the Kur, you can die there too. So you can die in the physical realm. You can go to this realm of Kur, and you can also be killed there too. All of a sudden, Christians have, this is 110 AD. 110 AD. 110 AD. The Book of the Dead, 1250 BC. This is almost 1,400 years later. Here comes a Christian with, then death and Hades were thrown in the lake of fire is of the second death. Revelations 2:10. Do not be afraid of what you are about to suffer. I tell you, the devil will put some of you in prison to test you, and will suffer persecution for 10 days. Be faithful, even to the point of death, and I will give you life as your victor crown. Whoever has ears, let them hear what the Spirit says to the churches. One who is victorious will not be hurt at all by the second death. See the second death? Copied from the concept in the Per Em Haru, going down to the Neter Kurt, which became Hades. Hades was a Greek god, saying, I do not want to die a second time. There's your second death. So you can die in this in that realm too. Here is the term Neter Kurt. See? Necropolis, they have it as Kur. See the word Kur there in the Medu Neter? The under realm. Here's Revelation 26. Blessed and holy are those that share in the first resurrection. The second death has no power over them, but they will be priests of God in Christ and will reign with him for 1,000 years. Dang, after 1,000 years, it's over. That's horrible. But okay, here's the Neter Kurt. You see that? Where you could die, you can go there and not come back. You could die in the physical, go to this realm, and die a second death. That's a Kemetic concept. But this is a concept of the Neter in Kemet. There's no way Inanna, Ishtar, Ashtaroth, Astarte, and Akkadian, Sumerian, Anunnaki would be using the word Kur in the context of the Kemetic realm, of the double etheric realm of the deceased, right? Those are supposed to be two different cultures. Well, let me take you back to the tablet of Ishtar to hear why she said she was seeking to go to Kur in the first place. Why did Ishtar say that? We know in Kemet, it deals with the realm of the dead. But why was Ishtar saying that she's going to go to Kur? Let's see. Here it is right here. Descent of Ishtar to Hades. Ishtar's descent to Hades. Inanna answered. What does it say here, everybody? Because of my elder sister Arishkagal, her husband Gugalana, the bull of heaven, has died. I have come to witness funeral rites. Let the beer of this funeral rites be poured onto the cup. Let it be done. What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Boom. She's seeking this realm called Kur because someone has deceased. She wants to perform rituals to interact with the echoed world of the deceased. So it seems like the Kemetic concept of Kur, the underworld of the deceased, the Neter Kurt, is also mentioned by the Anunnaki and in the Akkadian tablets as a place called Kur that she wants to go to because somebody has deceased. Seems like the concepts are the same. And what have I taught you This realm of Kur is the vibrational realm of refined echoed spirit Ka and Ba entities that, yes, you can interact with and visit in an out of body. I teach this as the ancient ones did, that it appears as a shadow echoed version of this world. So that realm called the Netzer Kurt, or the real time zone as it's called in today's out of body, the first realm is an echoed shadowy realm because it's a copy of what's happening in this realm. Here we are in plate 7 in the beginning of praises and glorification of coming out and going into the Netzer Kurt. See the Netzer Kurt right there? Where you become a Ku. See the word Ku, the Tehuti bird, which is conscious light. You come forth as conscious light. The Netzer Kurt, glorious in the hidden realm. Amentet. Amentet means the realm that is hidden. You can't see this world. Okay? Why? Because it's subatomic. It's beneath the atoms. It's not on top of the physical realm. The beautiful coming out by day, per M Heru, in forms of existence which you please. That means you can shapeshift, take form there based on your conscious thoughts. Okay, so you take forms of any existence you please, playing drought, sitting in the hall, coming forth as a soul of the living. So this realm is called the real time zone. Let me go ahead and go over here. Okay, hold on, Bastet segment. Hold on. Okay, so this we call the real time zone. Out of body practitioners today call this the real time zone. How do they describe it? How is it described? The real time zone overlays and permeates the entire physical universe and contains a perfect reflection of reality within it. Everything happens in real time as reality actually happens. Hence its name. Projectors travel within the real time zone and remaining stable and unaffected by reality fluctuations, perceive themselves to be following an following the actual spatial contours and geographic shape of the physical universe. They thus appear to be existing inside a direct, non-physical reflection of reality as it happens. So it's an echo of this world, and it's a shadowy form of this realm. Because why? Because usually when people have out-of-body experience, what time of day is it? What time of day is it? It's usually nighttime when you're going to sleep. So thus there's not much light. So because it's an echoed version of this realm, the real time zone, the first stage of astral projection, as they call it, the first stage of out-of-body travel, it's an echo of this, but just like it's dark outside in your real life, when you come out of your body, it's also shadowy in that realm. So I teach that the Kur realm is a shadowy, darkened realm because people mainly visit it at nighttime. That's when you have most of your out of body. So it's a shadowy echo of this realm. Guess what Wikipedia says about the Kur? The Sumerian Kur. Look what Wikipedia says. Hold on. I went to Sumerian version of the Kur, and guess what it says? Is Tehuti off? It says, in Sumerian religion, the Kur was conceived as a dark, dreary cavern located deep underground. Life there was envisioned as a shadowy version of life on earth. Isn't that what I teach? Isn't that what is taught? It appears to be somewhere underneath this realm. It's dark, and it's a shadowy version that looks just like life on earth, but it's the echoed version. That's what Wikipedia says about the word Kur. That is what I teach. And also people that teach out of body teach that it is an echoed version. It looks just like this. So when you come out of your body, if your computer is in the living room, you will see the computer in your living room. You'll look back and see yourself laying on the bed. Well, what does World History Encyclopedia say about the Kur? Here we are in World History Encyclopedia. What does it say? The Netherworld. Wait a minute, the Netherworld. This is talking about the ancient Mesopotamia, and it's using the Netherworld. Where have we seen the Netherworld? Where do we see the Netherworld? Right here in the Per M Haru. That's the realm you go to after death. But wait a minute, the ancient Sumerians didn't teach about life after death. Well, here is the Neter Kur, the nether world. And we go down here to the World Encyclopedia. What does it say about Kur? Kur is under the section called the netherworld. And what does it say? Ancient Mesopotamians, ancient Mesopotamians, the netherworld. Ancient Mesopotamians conceptualize the netherworld as the cosmic opposite of the heaven and as a shadowy version as a shadowy version of life on earth metaphysically. It's a shadowy version of this world. It's some other dimension that you go to, but it looks just like this world right here, and it's literally right in front of you. Wikipedia is saying that's the Kur, is a shadowy echoed version of this world. That's what they're saying. The Sumerians say the Kur is. The World History Encyclopedia is saying the Mesopotamians say that it's a shadowy version of this life on earth. And the Per Emharu calls it the double world, the world that's the echo of this. So boom, the netherworld. Okay, so boom. And guess what section in the encyclopedia? What section is it in the World Encyclopedia that we read about the Kur? Ancient Mesopotamian beliefs in the afterlife. The Neter Kurt. They shared the concept. The Anunnaki, the people of Sumer, as they call it, and the people of Kemet both knew about this realm called Kur, and both associated with the afterlife. And Ishtar is trying to make a connection to this realm. Why? Because her sister's husband, Erishkigal, died, so she wants to make a connection and go there to that realm called the Kur. Same realm the Medu Neter and the Kemetians talk about. All of the ancient ones were teaching about this realm called the Kur, the echoed realm within this realm that looks just like this realm. Now people will say, how? What? So people will say, wow, but wait, was there any interaction between the Neter and the Anunnaki? How would Ishtar, Inanna, Astarte, or Anunnaki know about Kur, or vice versa? How do they both know about this? There's no connection between Inanna, Astarte, and anyone in Kemet who believed in the Kur, right? There's no connection between that. Did the Anunnaki and the Neteru ever interact or connect in the stories? No. According to the people that teach on Kemet, no. The Sumerians had their culture. The people of the Nile Valley had their culture. There was no interaction between the two. There's no gods mentioned in the same stories. No. But here we have Inanna going to a place called Kur in the section in the encyclopedia called the section of the afterlife. She's going there because somebody died. And the same word Kur is the Neter Kur that you go, and that is the afterlife realm, the real time zone. So what we're going to do is let me take you to the papyrus of the contendings of Heru and Set of 1160 BC. What is that papyrus? Here it is right here, because I'm going to show you the actual papyrus, 8 recto sheets. On one side there's the actual papyrus of the contendings of Heru and Set. And on the other side, 9 verso sheets over here. Let me shrink it down. So you can see this 11, this is about 1200 BC papyri, something that religious people can't show you. The papyrus, religious people don't have any texts that go back to the time of the people they claim believed in those teachings. But in 1200 BC, we have Ramesses, who believes in the teachings of Ma'at. So of course we have papyruses that match the teachings of the time and dates that the people lived in. But in the Bible, we don't have that. We have the book of Revelations talking about Jesus, who was in 33 AD, but the book of Revelations is 110 AD, some 70 years after his death. Interesting. Okay, let's go. So in reality, you're going to have papyrus writings that exist at the same time with the people that claim the belief system. This is what I always go to. It's one of my techniques because of the fact that I teach what I believe in. I teach and I live this. I always go to the sources anyways to teach my goddesses and the children. So it's very easy. And that's why the debates are, when I have debates, I win them, because going to the source is easy for me. This is what we read. I read this on a regular. So it's very easy. Whereas people debate going to commentaries. Here's the actual source of the teachings of Heru and Set. The story of Heru and Set. So this is, we're going to blow this up. This is about 1200 BC, or they have 1160 BC. And it's the contendings of Heru and Set. And where is it? Actomium of Ramesses. Right? A papyrus of the time of Ramesses. That's the time of the Ramesses exists. Okay? So, what does it say here? It says, the king of upper and... Oh, no. What in the world? What? Activate. Sorry. The king of upper and lower Kemet, Ra Atum, beloved of Tehuti, lord of the two lands of Ani, or they say, or Heliopolis, solar disk that illuminates the two lands with its sheen. The Nile, mighty in flooding, Ra Harakuti, while Neith, there's Neith the great, the gods, the Netter's mother, who illuminates the first face, is alive, healthy, and rejuvenated. Living, the living manifestation of the universal Lord, the bull of Heliopolis, Ani, being the good king of Kemet, to wit, I, your humble servant, spend all night on Osiris's behalf, inquiring about the two lands each day, while Sobek endures forever. What are we going to do with these two individuals? This is the Netter talking. What are we going to do with these two individuals, Heru and Set? What are we going to do with them? For 80 years now, they've been in court. People say the Natiru were principles. Okay, what's the principle of 80 years? What does that mean? What's the principle of Heru and Set in court for 80 years? Is that some principle I can use in my life? Okay, so they were battling, and they were battling for 80 years now, and the Natiru are frustrated. They've been in court, but no one has been able to judge between the two. Please write us, what should we do? Then Neith the Great, the Netter's mother, sent a letter to the Ennead, which is the 9, saying, award the office of Osiris to his son Heru. Don't commit such blatant acts of injustice which are improper, or I shall become furious with the sky touches the ground. And let the universal Lord, the bull, rise in Heliopolis, be told, enrich Seth. What do they give? What are they giving to Seth here? So they're going to give Heru the office, and what are they going to give Seth? Anybody know what they're going to give Seth? They're going to offer him 2 women, 2 goddesses. The Natiru are going to offer Set 2 goddesses to be his mates. Who are these 2 goddesses, though? Let's go and see. Okay, and let the universal Lord, the bull, who rides Heliopolis, Anu, be told, enrich Set in his possessions, give him Anath and Astarte. What? What's going on, my Kemetic brothers? Brother, what's going on here? Anath, that's an Anunnaki. Anath is a very popular Anunnaki in the Anunnaki story. Astarte is the same goddess we've been talking about. Astarte Inanna. Astarte, also called Ishtar or Astarte. Why is Set in the story being given 2 Anunnaki? Where would they even get the power to offer a Natiru 2 Anunnaki? And what are these 2 Anunnakis called? Your 2 daughters. Uh-oh. Somebody in Kemet Studies explain this to us. What are 2 Anunnaki doing being given to Set, called the 2 daughters, Anath and Astarte, 2 clear Anunnaki? Clear. There's no Kemetic story about Astarte or Anath. Nope. These are directly Anunnaki. But here's Astarte. Here's Astarte. Here's Ishtar right here. Here she is in direct contact with the Natiru. Your two daughters install Heru in the position of his father. So give him the office. Calm Set down. Give him two women. Give him two goddesses. Set was angry at this. But the point is that Astarte, the same goddess we've been talking about, that the question's being asked about, is here in interaction with the Natiru. What principle is this? Is it the principle of being half Sumerian, half Natiru? And what do I learn off this principle? If somebody does something wrong like Set, go after them two women from Iraq? What's the principle here? No, it's not a principle. This is a story. This is a story of the Natiru and there's two Anunnaki, and there she is right there with the Natiru in the story of, guess what? The story is about the repercussions of the death of Asar, the Neter who was killed and went to the Kur, the realm of no return. Because you don't come back from this realm. You don't come back when you physically die. Even if you reincarnate, you, as who you were before the reincarnation, does not come back. You come back as looking like someone else. But once you die, you don't come back in the physical form. So this is the realm of no return, which Ishtar is trying to get to because somebody has died or deceased called the Kur and Meduneter, the Neter Kurt. And where is Ishtar mentioned? Not only is Ishtar mentioned in connection and communication with the Neter, so they're sharing ideas and knowledge back and forth, but she's directly involved in the exact story of Asar who died, who went to the Kur. That's what that's what this whole story is about. It's about a man who went to the Kur, who was killed by Set, and Neith and the other Natiru are arguing over what should we do with Heru, what should we do with Set? Well, here we'll connect Set with Astarte. So Astarte is right there in the circle. Astarte is right there being communicated with to even be able to go up to her and say, would you like to be the wife of Set? Come and be the wife of Set. And for what? For what? Oh, because Asar has died and went to the Kur. So they're communicating. Thus, Astarte knows about the Kur because she's right here in the 80-year war that's going on about the Kur. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. If you are getting this from other teachers, please put the link in the room and I will go visit their class. So remember, I don't know, man. Okay, let's continue. Here we go. Remember, Astarte Inanna held all of these titles. Remember how the story began? Look at all these titles that she gives up on her quest to be able to make connection with this Kur. She gives up the temple in Uruk. She abandons the temple in Uruk as a priestess there, abandons Bati Bari in the temple there. She abandoned Zebulon in her temple. Look how many temples she had to abandon because she was so dedicated to travel and go to wherever this opening vortex, wherever she had to do, whatever test she had to pass, whoever she had to learn from, because it's a long story. She had to strip her clothes down. She had to do all these things in the story to be able to be qualified to shift dimensions to go into this Kur. The story is completely very long. She gave up her temple in Adab. She gave up her temple in Nippur. She gave up her temple, abandoned it in Kish, Akkad. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 temple positions she had as the goddess. She gave that up. Who knows she gave that up? Only her. And the people that went to the temple afterwards. She did not announce this to anybody. She just brought her one servant and said, if she dies, go prepare for me. But she abandoned. Abandon doesn't mean you didn't make a declaration saying, okay, listen, I'm the priestess here. I'm going to go leave for a while. So the second priestess in charge, you take over the temple for me. No, when you abandon, you leave. You don't tell it you're gone. That means the other Anunnaki don't know what's going on. The other Anunnaki don't know what's going on. So if you owe rent and you abandon your apartment, the The landlord doesn't know what's going on. He's still knocking on the door. Anybody here till they have to bust in with the sheriff? Oh, the person actually left. And you're looking for rent, and they abandoned. So she abandoned this. That means this leads to why Neti said what he said. The other Anunnaki did not know what was going on. So she abandoned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 temples, and all her responsibility just boop, left it to try to go qualify to get to this Neterkur. So therefore it confused Neti to see Inanna on this path, a woman of such stature who would have to give up all those positions and completely focus on the mission. So to answer the question, he simply asks her, Neti, the chief gatekeeper of Kur, asked, "Who are you? Who are you? Why? Why did they ask, who are you?" Let me go ahead and explain something. So you're gonna find that Ishtar, that Aset, when they would go on these missions, they would camouflage themselves. Remember, she said to her servant, "If I die, go and dress as a beggar." Amongst the Anunnaki and the Netiru, especially the women, they would camouflage themselves. They would not be known even to the other goddesses. And then they would reveal themselves afterward. The whole 80-year war that took place in the contendings of Set and Heru, 1/4 of the story is about Asar changing her look and putting on different clothes to confuse Set and the other people around. So Neti says, "Who are you? Who are you?" She answered, "I am Inanna, the queen of heaven, on my way to the east." What does Neti say? If you are truly Inanna, let's stop right there. That means that Neti knew exactly who Inanna is, but whoever walked up to this person doesn't look like Inanna. There's none of the Anunnaki who doesn't know who the daughter of Sin is. She's literally the most popular female Anunnaki there is. She is the queen of the heavens. She occupied and was the priest of 7 temples. All the Anunnaki knows who she is. But on her journey, wherever she had to go and go through, she's dressing up. She's not taking that form anymore. She abandons all those positions and comes in different forms to go through this mission and walks through where Neti, one of the Anunnaki, says, "Who are you?" And she says, "I am Inanna." Being that he knows exactly who Inanna is, he never said, "Inanna, who's Inanna?" Because if he didn't know who Inanna was, he would say, "Who are you, Inanna? Who's that?" He said, "If you are truly Inanna." That means the Inanna he knows doesn't look like this woman who's in disguise. The Inanna he knows is outrunning 7 temples. She's the queen, the highest of the Anunnaki women. She is the highest, the priestess, the goddess of sex, fertility. She's the healer. She has so many titles, so many responsibilities. What are you doing over here in this area here, dressed like this? So if you're truly Inanna, queen of the heaven, if that's really you and you're on your way to the east, then he asked the question, why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns? If you are true, if you're Inanna, who has all this wealth, all these positions, all these servants, all these warriors, all these temples, they worship you, why are you risking coming this way to go through whatever ritual practice to enter to a realm that is possibly, while you're in that realm, you could experience a second death? You're not supposed to be doing this. You're Inanna. What are you doing here looking like someone else? Okay. And she simply answered the question. Because of my older sister, Erishkigal, her husband, Gugalana, Bull of Heaven, has died. And she wanted to perform rituals and connect with that realm. There you have it. There is the answer to the question. Because remember, everybody, the question was simply, why did Neti say this to Inanna? Now you know why. Because he is like, who is this woman coming here? You're Inanna coming here? Why would you come here and risk your life? And she answered him, because I want to connect with the Netta realm because somebody that I loved died. Boom! That's my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I hope you appreciate it. If the brother who asked the question, rebel-minded, Siddiqui is in the room. If you've heard the answer, I hope you appreciate it. And even those who did not ask the question, I hope you appreciated. That is how I, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, answer a question that's never been asked, I think, in history. Has that been asked before? I don't know. But that is how I answer a question. And that is why Neti said, why has your heart led you here? Why are you traveling this way? This is a dangerous path. If you go through that realm, most don't return. You got everything. You're going to risk it all? Like they say in 2002, she's going to risk it all. You're going to risk it all? Yes. And if you read that story, you'll see how many tests and questions she has to go through before she's permitted to even do whatever ritual she has to do to transform from this realm and connect to see what's going on in the realm of the Kur. Boom. There's my answer. All right, everybody, let me check the room to see who heard the answer, what you all thought of it. And then I'm going to put the brothers in the room. I'll put the link for the brothers to step in the room because as soon as I check this, I'm going to let the brothers come in and we're going to do some shout outs to the donators. But let me check the room to see if you all heard the answer and if you all liked the answer. Once again, I say to everybody, if you are getting these type of answers in other YouTubes, if you can send in a question like that and get that type of answer, like as if a book was written for you with all those sources and the actual answer, if you're getting that in other rooms, please put the link in the chat so I can take all my students there. If not, please appreciate that me, your Saba, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, is giving you something that is unique, that has worth. And if you have reciprocity for this, please support what it is that I'm doing, because this is what I do and all that I do for a living. At the bottom, you can see the Cash App and you can see the PayPal. If you respect what I'm doing more than your waiter bringing you a steak, anybody ever tipped a waiter? I should give this up. Hey, Menku or Ra, I should give this up and become a waiter. I hear they make like $400 a night.
No.
Yeah, I could give this up because the people, they have more respect for the fried steak. I could just bring you your Bacardi and do that all night, back and forth all night, and get $20 tips and go home with $300 a night, right? But if you respect this as much as you respected the waiter you tipped, please support. Please support. And what is the support? The support is at the bottom. There's my AI moderator saying support with Cash App TT Amoon. If you respect me more than your waiter. If not, I'll try to do better. All right, let me go ahead and check the room and see who saw this and appreciated it. So we start off the first question already with female energy. This whole 4 hours is going to be about female energy, relationships. It's going to be deep, especially when we get into that sperm one. All right, let me check the room and see if anybody appreciated this knowledge or liked it, or maybe I should do better. I don't know. Let me check it out. We got, so first of all, is the brother that asked the question even in the room? I don't know. Let me check and see. Hey, Cash Peden is here. Peace. Okay, good. I like this name. Dulcinea Hadassah Ora. Like that name. All right. Let's see who liked the answer. All right. We got Shannon putting up fire. Yep. Okay. Thank you. This is Sumer Sacred Text. That's right. Big Vase put, I don't know if that's a goat or a cow. I'm not sure. All right, we got Big Vase put fire. Shannon put so good. Everybody's putting up beer. All right, tip your waiter then. Tip your waiter. I'm giving you your beer, right? So that's what they fed off of in Kemet, right? All right, Higa Kepara put fire, fire. Fire, 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 fire. Oh, here's the person who asked the question. What'd you think of it, Rebel Minded? You can feel free to jump on too and tell everybody what you thought of the answer. Oh, he put Saba, you're the truth. Okay. Saba, you're the truth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please go to the other rooms, my brother. You know what I want you all to do, especially you, Rebel Minded? Just go to the other rooms. You know, I'm not even going to say the YouTube channels. Go to all the popular rooms and just throw them that question and see what happens. Oh, brother, you're into the Sumerian mythology. Pseudo. You're pseudo. You're pseudo. Forget about that. That's a pseudo. Pseudo and pseudos. That's their answer for everything. Pseudos is more pseudos than kudos. All right, so shout out to you, Reminder, for appreciating that answer. And what is Kamit 101, who always has the best comments to the answers? He says that was equivalent of nuclear knowledge. That was the equivalent of nuclear knowledge drop. Dream. I don't know what that is. Dream equals Tehuti rules. That's funny. Stream equals Tehuti rules everything around me. That's like the Wu-Tang song, right? Shout out to you. Robert Reyes put rainbow, fire, rainbow. Thank you, thank you. Okay, good. And Zep Tepi Slim put vintage, teach Saba, teach. Naya put Naya Ninti was actually named after one of the Anunnaki. Put plug smoke. I don't know. It must mean something good. Okay, everybody. Support the Tutti podcast. I'm going to take a break. Let the brothers break down what they're going to break down. Then I'm going to come back, give shout outs to some of the donators, then get into the next question. And I'm going to tease you right now with the next question. Let me close this down. The next question coming up that you all can prepare for is, oh my gosh, is going to be about this. Is it pulling up? Uh-oh. Did I lose it? Uh-oh. It's not pulling up. It's not pulling up. Okay, I'll give it time. Sperm's effect, because when the brother asked a question, he asked, do I acknowledge that sperm has an effect on women? And he says, based on that answer, he's going to send in the question. So I'm bringing it back to the base of what he asked. Does the male sperm has an effect on women? And then when I answer that for him privately, then he wants to know if it went the other way around, and do women affect men sexually? Woo-wee. We're going to get from that. And the next question, then go into the relationships. Okay, everybody. Gentlemen, you all take it over. Let them know what you thought about the answer. Let them know about Tom, teachings of Ma'at. Let them know. Oh, she explained it. She said, you plugged us into the higher levels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chris Harris says, donation complete. Like, I don't know, those Power Rangers. Donation complete. Thank you, Chris Harris. Appreciate it. I will check it out. Give you a shout out. And the person who, Rigo said, not Rigo, Eric G said, dope breakdown. And Robert Williams put, whoa, with fire. Oh, Rebel Minded, the person asked the question, says, Saba Tuti is giving life-changing teachings. Thank you. And he also said, Saba, I would be wasting my time. Ain't nobody dropping gems like this. Thank you, brother. Okay, I'm going to step out now. Brothers, take over. Scribe, Arcad, the Protector of Ma'at, Ahati, and Mr. Come Join Us. And Menku Ara is Mr. Come Join Us, who is Arcad, and Menku Ara. Okay, take it over, brothers. I'm out of here.
Peace and love, Hotep to the chat. Hotep brothers. Hotep Scribe, Menku Ara. Good brother Ahati.
Hotep, my brother. Peace.
Hotep, peace, brother. Hotep. Hey, I see it say my duty is to defend what I've been taught. I didn't know what I was going to say when I got up here, brother, but I was going to say that. Yes, sir, man. Listen, if we don't start defending what we've been taught, which is the truth, then what are we defending? Are we defending the lie? I'm with you, Rebel Minded. I can't stomach it no more. Stomach, y'all know what I'm talking about. Those of you that have been a part of these teachings, man, I can't stomach that. It's fat no more. I just can't, man. And if we are not
respecting what is real and the truth, then what are we respecting? What are we giving our attention to out there? I mean, honestly, we have children that we have to defend. We have the truth that we must protect. It is my responsibility. This is what that segment behind me represents. That represents the first warrior that I ever knew, which was my mother. Which was my mother, not my father. Go figure. Right? That's why I'm up here, because I understand that I have a duty and I have a responsibility to defend the truth and to respect it. And it was my mother who taught me what that was and what that looked like. And when she was teaching it to me, it was strange. It seemed strange at first. Now I understand it. Peace and love to my Saba, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, who taught me what Ma'at is. And I appreciate you, Saba, and I just want to say that to you because when I watch you on those other channels, the emotional intelligence that you display is it is something to behold in real time, because once upon a time this segment behind me, it represented, for me, I didn't know, but that aggression was geared toward the wrong thing. And now I have children, and now I understand what my mission is and what I'm here to do. And I understand what the Netter have been trying to teach me all this time. So I appreciate you, Saba, and I appreciate you, Ahati, and you, Minku Arai, and you, my good brother Scribe. Because if we are not doing this and protecting the truth and defending Ma'at for our children, then we are lost. We are lost. And it's a shame, because the only reason why I went to that other channel was because Saba told me to. Other than that, I wouldn't even have been there. And, and that's because I can't even imagine how I was even able to sift through all the foolishness to even recognize the truth. That's how lost I knew I was. I didn't even know I was lost, really. At that time, I didn't even understand it because I was right there, just absorbing all that isfet. And I can't do it no more. So I'm going to continue to defend what I've been taught, which is the truth, and which is Ma'at, and that segment behind me. And my ancestors, I'm going to make them proud. And I'm going to continue to defend the truth, and I'm going to represent my ancestors and make sure that their passing and transition wasn't in vain. My daughter is in the other room sleep. She tried to stay up as she always do, but she couldn't. But this is for all the children out there. Man, as men, we have to step up to the plate, because we're not defending the children. We're not defending the truth. We're not protecting our women. So I'm looking forward to this breakdown that Saba's going to do later on at the end. I'm really, really, really looking forward to this, because I'm a soldier and I represent the truth and I represent Ma'at, and I love the truth and I love Ma'at. And I'm not going to continue to talk. I'm going to let you brothers get up there. teachersofma'at.org. Go to the website. Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at.
Go ahead, good brother Minku Ara.
I don't have much to say except thank you, Arcad. That was amazing. I feel your energy. I'm loving the frequency and vibration that you're in. Saba said something recently. He was like, imagine talking to Asar about the Knicks game. And he was like, Asar would probably slap you. And so that has helped me a lot this week. I echo what you're saying, Arcad, and I want to just say peace to you brothers and much respect and love to you brothers. This week, repeatedly, I've been watching Ahati's video on Heka, and at the end of the video, he talked about the vibration that we're tapped into, and that really helps me a lot. And so Saba is tapped in. We already knowing that. All you brothers are tapped in. And so it's a pleasure and it's an honor to watch the movement grow, and what an amazing job you guys are doing, you brothers are doing. And all we can do is continue to make a contribution and lead and fight for our people. And hopefully, do all that we can and allow people to embrace and invite those frequency and vibrations into their life. And I will pass.
Hotep Ma'at to everybody, peace and love. It's always great to see these great brothers on the panel every Friday. Absolutely love the breakdown. Show your support if you haven't. Show your support. Show your love and your reciprocity to our great Saba, who continuously and consistently brings the highest level of information, knowledge, and understanding to us every single week. And multiple times if you're in the Medu Netra Monday class, that's a whole nother pod class by itself, as he said, more personal. So, get in that Medu Netra Monday class. If you can't make it, still reach out and you can still send in your reciprocity and you'll get the video emailed to you. And it's powerful, powerful information. And I definitely implore every single person, all 86 people here in this chat, to reach out for this information, because it won't be here forever. So I want my people to take advantage of the opportunity that Saba Tehuti has presented for us to be able to learn up under him. So Tua to you, great Saba. I'm always grateful, and I always give adoration to you for what you do for us. It cannot go unsaid, and it won't go unsaid. And the brothers here on the panel, the sisters who support, will always echo your name and make sure that you and your teachings continue to live on, and they will be protected. That's a fire background, Ahati. I love it. This is beautiful. So just shout out to everybody. Peace and love to all the great brothers and sisters in the chat. So I posted the website in the chat, theteachingsofma'at.org. This is where you can go to find all the information regarding what we're doing and Saba Tehuti and the pod class. We have a weekly newsletter that we send out every Sunday, and it's packed full of information, and it's beautiful. So it's real easy to sign up for the newsletter. I'll show you guys real quick, so just so you can have a visual representation. So once you go to the website, all you do is you just scroll directly to the bottom. All right, so this is the home page for all the new people who are not aware of the teachingsofma'at.org website. This is the home hub of all things Ma'at. All right, so once you get here, you just go directly to the bottom, and you'll come to this section right here with the Netert Ma'at, and you'll see subscribe. So all you do is just type in your email address right here, and that'll add you to the list. So when we send out our newsletter, you'll receive that. All right, and it's packed full of all the information that you need to know. Any questions that you may have that you want to ask regarding just the organization itself, how to join in with us. We're always consistently, actively looking for members, active members, non-active members, those who want to stand with Ma'at, those who want to build on Ma'at, and those who want to spread Saba Tehuti's teachings, those who want to protect the teachings, those who want to implement the teachings, those who want to walk in Ma'at. This is why we created this, and it's a powerful thing. So, and we're on a trajectory of going places that haven't been traveled before. So what we're doing here is something that's never been done before. So if you want to be part of history, then now would be the time to join in with us and walk with us. And that's what I'll say. I'll say that. So all you have to do is just reach out. Here's a button down here at the bottom right. You can message us and at any time, and we'll get back to you. So I'll stop sharing with that. So yes, we're definitely expanding and growing. I want to give a shout out to all the supporters of Saba Tehuti, all the supporters of the teachings of my organization, the non-active members and the active members. And I want to give a shout out to Bella, who's our latest active member. All right, so shout out to you for becoming an active member and taking that step. All right, so with that being said, I'll just say peace and love, Tua, and blessings to everybody in the chat room. And I'll let the great brother Ahati Ma'at give out his vibration and his tone for us to gather. Need to hear your voice, my brother. Peace and love.
I promise I'll take it easy. I won't get another show shut down. I want to say peace to, first of all, I want to say hail to my leader, my teacher, my friend, Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. I want to hail the brothers on the panel for showing up and presenting every week, giving us your great thoughts and your great experiences. And then finally, I want to hail you in the chat, because without you, there really wouldn't be too much hailing going on. So I appreciate you too. The brother asked an excellent question. I love the Inanna or the Anunnaki stories. I love them because it shows two sides of us as a people. It shows the spiritual minded side of us, and then it shows the physical side of us too. And those were one of the first questions I was asking Saba when I first met him, was the Anunnaki questions, because there's a lot of lies that go on with them too that I didn't agree with. So I wanted to clarify with him if they were true or not. But I want to touch on what Menkara said, because it's very important. It's very important to me. It's very important to my Saba, and it's very important to the brothers on the panel. Is our frequency that we put out. Even when we're not together like this, even when we're alone in the bedroom or in the bathroom, whatever you're doing, because I can't emphasize enough the frequency, the thoughts that are constantly going through your mind throughout the course of your day are directing the life that you really want. And it took me a very, very long time to learn this. It took me meeting one of the greatest people in my lifetime to teach me more about this. And then something magical happened where virtually everything that was a roadblock or a barrier in my life began to dwindle and fall out of my perceptions. That's why one of the words for Ma'at is Ma, and one of the glyphs for the Ma is the noon or the water symbol, which symbolizes the wave function duality. And it's a very fascinating life that we want to lead and lead for our children, because it makes it easier on them if they know there's a way out to this hellish experience we're experiencing. Even when we think we're having a good time, it's still being controlled. And that's the big thing for me growing up, was I never wanted to be controlled. And I was. Everything and everyone was controlling me other than myself, because nobody was teaching me how to control myself, until I came across Saba and he began to teach me. And it all comes back to the frequency of Tehuti. And what I mean by that is it all comes back to your connection with this planet and with your ancestors frequency that was left behind for you on the tomb paintings, in the Kus or the pyramids, and in their writings. And there's something about their writings that create a beautiful story that you can actually live out yourself. And that was pointed out to me in the beginning too, was that our ancestors left their stories so that we didn't have to create anything new. All you gotta do is follow their instructions, implement it into your own life, and something great happens. Your life literally begins to change before your eyes. So you take a person that's fearful, timid, insecure, a punk, or a tough guy, and you take this person, you give them the instructions, and you can create a whole new person over here, if that person chooses to be that person. And that to me was definitely profound and life-changing. And it really gravitated me to do what had to be done to literally serve my master teacher. I never for once felt insecure about carrying his bags or doing what he told me to do, because I know he wasn't doing it out of a form of control. And if you get to know him personally one day too, you will understand that he's the last one to control anybody. If you are not taking consistent action, he will not prod or push you. Basically, you would just fall by the wayside, and that would be it. But so I learned a lot from those experiences in the beginning. And so when he talks about in the beginning, in the intro, when you watch these other sisters and brothers out here that have these big channels or these I call them entertainment shows, because that's what they really are. They're entertainment shows, because what we're doing, yes, it's entertaining to a degree, but we also know it takes a lot of action too. So there's sisters and brothers in the background that you've never even heard of that sometimes pop up in this chat that are putting forth great effort for this movement, that we never mention their names because at this point they want to remain anonymous. So I respect that more, and I know the brothers on the panel do, than any amount of talking you could do on a panel. Because again, that's what the Tammuz want. That's what our enemies want. They want you to just sit here and talk all day, and nothing gets done. So really, Saba's excuse me, I got tripped up. Saba's teachings taught me to make those first steps into actually practicing what he was trying to instruct me, or what the ancestors were instructing me to do. And I remember being homeless. I remember living out of a hospital. Living out of a hospital. Nobody knew I was living in a hospital, but I was living in a hospital. And if you meet me one day, I could tell you personally how exactly I did that. I don't want to share it here. But I was living out of this one hospital, and I can remember having my books there and outlining and calling him and asking him questions right there in the cafeteria while all the nurses and doctors were walking around. That's how much I wanted this. That's how much I really wanted this movement to take fruition. Because again, with me, it is all about the children. It's all about making their lives easier than mine was. And I'm not just talking about material items. I'm talking mentally. The mental anguish is worse than any material item that the Tammuz could bestow upon us. The mental anguish that we go through as children is a lot worse than any type of monetary value that could be given to us. I don't care what house you could get, car, any of that. You're still stuck with yourself at the end of the day, and you still have to deal with that mental pain. And Saba gave me the way out. Saba gave me the way out. When I met Saba, I was smoking cigarettes. I was smoking 9 blunts a day because I was in California, and I had to try out the Cali bud. And I got so high to a point that the thing what happened was I would smoke all day. I'd meet Saba, talk to him, and Saba seemed high to me. So I'm like, wait a second. So I'm spending all this money buying weed, and I'm not even getting high anymore because I'm smoking so much of it that I'm past the threshold. So I'm not even getting high anymore. So I'm already contemplating, like, this is a waste of money. And then Saba already seems like he's high. How's this guy stay, like, content? He's smiling all the time. How's he doing this? And I finally was like, yeah, it just isn't worth it. Let me try out what he's doing. Let me imitate what I want to become. And maybe it might work for me too. And it literally did. It literally did. A short while later, I dropped the cigarettes, I dropped the weed. Now, this is not to put anybody down. I'm not against you smoking weed or cigarettes and any of that. What you do in your own personal lifestyle is up to you. I'm just sharing my experience. This is what I needed to do. And yeah, it gets emotional because I don't see what I could give him back. I really don't like my biological father couldn't do this. My stepfather couldn't do this for me. My uncles, my actual blood brothers couldn't do this for me. But yet here's a man that I had to travel 3,000 miles across the continent off of a test to my own will and testament to break a fear that was inherent in me. So I had to break that fear in order to come all the way out here to meet this man that literally there's nothing he could not ask me to do that I would not be willing to do for him. And I am not apologetic about that one bit. I know there are those of you out there that say, wait a second, back up, hold up. Anything, and that's what this takes. It takes anything. And that's what most of us are not willing to do. Anything. Because think about this right at this moment. We are still in a system that locks up the majority of your children every single day. We are in a system that is continuously killing, right? A major news story, I'm not going to get into it, is in the news again. This is going to keep happening and happening and happening and happening and happening. And the genius about this is too, because when this happens, the majority of us focus on that energy instead of just focusing on the movement and what we have to do. And once we begin doing that, all these things will start to reverse. And I will see the sisters and brothers rejoicing, and it will be a beautiful experience. It's actually stuff that I actively meditate on, I guess you could say, or I do utterance on day in and day night actively. And it's a great dream of mine to see us all together one day without having to share any type of negative story or negative situation that deals with people we really don't want involved in our lives anyways. And this is coming from a guy that had Tom friends, had a Tom mother. And if she was alive today, because she was sort of intellectual, if she was alive today, I would still be the same man in front of her. Meaning I would still be honest with her, even though she's my own mother. Because that's how much I want this. That's how much I want Ma'at in my life. And it's just a beautiful experience. Everyone out there that's new, that's coming in, you're witnessing something that only you have to implement into your own life to experience what I'm feeling at this moment. I literally wake up today without any fear. Other than, the physical fears, you gotta, lock your doors and stuff like that, of course. But I mean, the fear that I used to conjure up that didn't exist before, like the fear of not having money, or having not enough money, or having too much money, or not having what they call success, or too much success. All that at the end of the day is irrelevant, at least in my experience. What's relevant is the brothers on this panel. Brothers like Men Kura, whose heart is pure, and again is somebody that I could say is willing to do whatever it takes now to support his Saba and to support the movement. Men like Arcad Infinite, who's up here day in and day out, every week me and him talk personally, and he has a lot going on in his life, but he's still dedicated. He's still a defender of Ma'at. Men like the Scribe, who is just doing so many things. Scribe is something very special. A lot of you know that already. But Scribe is somebody that I've actually never been able to do business with before. Because he's literally so in sync with me that he comes up with my ideas before me even have to tell him anything. So I just let the flow go with him. And he's cranking out all types of new innovative ideas. And it's a great thing. It shows that us as not only as brothers or men, but as sisters too. There's sisters that come here week in and week out during the week. And I know they've been in the Medu Netter class. I know that they spent over a year with Saba. And these sisters could literally start teaching themselves. I'm fully confident of that. Again, it's up to the sisters if they choose to do that. But we have sisters in here, if you're brand new, that I feel, now this is my opinion, that I feel that could go on Saw Netter and give people like, I don't even know their names, man. But give those guys, they could run those guys in circles. And the sisters are great because they could do it in two ways. And I'm going to let Saba speak on that. But the sisters are a powerful weapon that we have in our arsenal because they have the knowledge and they have the physical features. So this can be utilized too. The Tom who does this all the time. But we have something very, very unique, special, historic, and I would not be behind it and not so sure of myself if I didn't feel it was the way into the future. Because the sisters and brothers that I see that have been around for a while, they're still talking. And the people that are coming up are too prideful to ask us for help. They just throw out any type of information and they don't care if it's right or wrong. And we're not like that here. We're not like that here. So I want to do some shout outs here because I think Saba went down to the Nectar Kurt for a little while to chill with Asar. So I'm gonna let him do his thing. I want to shout out some people in the chat. Let me scroll up here. I want to shout out this special sister, Ka of Antu Anat. This is one of the sisters that are doing great work behind the scenes. I want to give a shout out to Rebel Minded, the warrior brother. This brother is something fierce, and he is coming up. He's coming up. Yes. Ma'at, daughter of Ray, peace to you. Kamit 101, another warrior brother. The warrior with weaponry. Robert Williams, peace to you. Kinetic Energy, peace to you, brother. I remember you were on with me earlier before all these other brothers were on the panel. And you're always welcome to join us on Sundays if you want to come over there too. And you come up on the panel. Africa Brown and Shannon, Darius. There's a lot of people here. But I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to let Arcad take over. Arcad has great words. I always love listening to Arcad speak. And he's a Techechiu, which means he's the backbone of the movement.
Peace and love, Hotep. Brother, you said do anything. The sad thing about it is that it's brothers out there that won't do nothing. Brothers nowadays ain't willing to do nothing for the truth. They don't do nothing. They don't respect the truth enough to do anything. Remember when we used to respect our elders? When we used to respect the truth? When we appreciated the truth? Man, I'd do anything too, brother. I echo your sentiment because I understand the truth and I appreciate that. And I value the truth. And I value everything that Saba teaches us because you know what? He taught me who I was for real. Because the Tamu told me to lie. And I fell for it. And I used my own energy against myself and against my people. And I'm so appreciative for Saba for teaching us the truth week after week, Monday after Monday. I got to get down on that Monday Metal Netta class. I missed it. I missed it this Monday, but I didn't. I just wasn't there live. But it was about excellence, man. And it was about crying as excellence. And excellence is our people don't even recognize excellence. How can you not recognize the truth as excellence? So you recognizing the lie as excellence? You recognizing this other foolishness that's going on? Is that excellence? Is that recognized as excellence? Well, if that is, then that shows you how lost we are. Peace and love, Saba.
Yes. I had to take care of some things, step into somewhere else and take care of some things. I am back. Brothers are great. It's about to be. Let me. So first off, Scribe, Mankor Ra, Ahati Ma'at, special brothers, Arcad. All of you are special. I'm listening to you in the background. I'm hearing the appreciation. I'm hearing your journeys, stories, some stories that I remember because Ahati's stories I was there for. Some stories I never heard about. But you all are beautiful and awesome. Appreciate you all. We are going to now get into, we got a lot to go over. It's already 9 o'clock. 12 o'clock is going to creep up on us. So we're going to go into some shout outs. of the supporters, and then we're going to get into the next question. But first, I want to know: is the brother Golden One in the room? Is Golden One CMOS in here?
Hey Saba, real quick, your mic, your voice sounds a little far away from the mic.
How about now?
Sounds a lot better. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, the mic was over there by something. The mic is over there by something. Okay, so let's go ahead and give the shout outs. And I want to give shout out new people in the room. We have Our Healing Village. Love seeing the support for you. Thank you. Our Healing Village. This is another goddess who knows and has witnessed me from 20 plus years ago, seeing transformations. And shout out to you, Our Healing Village. Lodi, shout out to you. Okay, let's go ahead and do some shout outs of the support, and then we're going to get into the next question. Woo-wee. The next question, the next one is going to lead into the relationship one. So let's go ahead and do this, everybody. We got all right off the bat. Here we go. Right off the bat, we have who is this? Bella. Is Bella the first one? Let me see. Oh, shout out to shout out to the people that gave support. Let me go ahead and do this. These are the people that gave support when I was on Sonnetter. Everybody can go and check out Tehuti versus they call him Vigil now. His name is Virgil, but they call him everybody's calling him Vigil now. That's like the candles you put up when somebody dies, but so it says Tehuti versus you know about that arc, the visuals, right? Tehuti versus Virgil, and then the next one is a little surprise. I actually came on the next day. Unannounced, when it was Morpheus versus Black Jesus Minister Buddha. I came on in the middle and I did something extremely magical that I have to explain to people if you watch it. I did something extremely magical, and I want you all to go and see when I popped on. I had a question for him, and nobody really, it was too much for people to comprehend what I actually did. I had a question for him from before the show started. When I asked him the question, I started off the question with him quoting my question live in the show. I don't know how to explain that, but I started off with him, a screen share of him talking in the live show, quoting my question. And then I asked the question, showing that I prepared this and showed the file that I had this prepared before the show. And the show is live, and it's him screen shared. I don't know how to explain it, but you all go back to that and you all see some magic performed in front of you. It went over everybody's head because it seemed too impossible. People thought that I wasn't even screen sharing because my screen was the actual live screen of them on it, but his talking changed. Anyways, go and check that out. Let me go ahead and do the shout out. So shout out to let me go ahead and do the screen share. We got a couple shout outs to do, and then we're going to definitely get into the next question. So let me go ahead and do the screen share here of several people that are giving support. So we're going to go to screen share windows, and can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to put this as one from Sonnetter. So a few people actually donated to me when I popped up on Sonnetter. Listen, everybody, tonight, fill up the room. Tonight is going to be crazy and special. Fill up the room tonight. I'm telling you all right now. Shout out to Stacy Evans, who's also Nebulard 323 for the knowledge you shared on Sonnetter. Okay, I'm just giving those who did that on Sonnetter a shout out today. Okay, you also see that on the screen.
Yes.
Shout out to this good brother here, who actually owns the largest comedic rooms on Facebook. Comedic Origins, and there's a couple other of them. His name is. Can you see that right there? His name is Obi Latiwa. Do you all see that on the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, 2 from Son Netter. Obi. Shout out to you, Obi. Obi, shout out to you, my good brother. Beautiful. Thank you very much. He literally has the largest Facebook rooms on all of Facebook. I don't know how he did it, but it's amazing. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to who's next? And then on to that's the Midnight Monday for Menkara. Shout out to Bella. Get the noises, everybody. Get the noises, everyone. Shout out to the lovely Bella. The Netta Tehuti. He put the Netta Tehuti, teacher with preciseness. Shout out to Bella. Let me go ahead and put 1 there. Shout out to Bella. Shout out to Bella. Bella. Okay, thank you. You guys gave her a noise already, right?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to Bella. There we go. Woo! Thank you, Miss Bella. The Netter. She put Netter in capital. The Netter. Tehuti, teacher with preciseness. Shout out to you, Bella. And then that went back to back with we got Anu and two. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Anu and 2. Right here, cool cat. Who says monthly appreciation from Anu and Antu. Tua Saba. That was Antu's voice. I don't think he sounds like that, but that was the female voice. But Tua to you too. $10 monthly appreciation. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and put that in the files. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna whiz through some of these here. Let's get to the next one. Oh, that was Comedic Energy from last week. Look who doubled up though. Look who doubled up. Bella again. Get the noises out, gentlemen. Get the noise out. Can you see that? From Ma'at Hotep, respect. I emailed the question. Do you all see that on the room?
Yes.
$50 from Bella. Give her a bomb. Give her a explosion. Shout out to Bella. She asked a question in the email. Woo! Let's go. She asked a question in the email, but we're going to turn that into something else because the question, we're going to change this donation. So her question is not going to be announced because we're changing that to something else. We already spoke about it, but shout out to Bella with the double donations, 30 and 30, 60 from Bella. If you're in the room, peace and love. Okay, now we got Supreme. Shout out to the Supreme who says, what did he say? $10 for knowledge. $10 for knowledge. Thank you. They're coming in. The support. Thank you. Supreme 4777. Shout out to you. Okay. Look who this is. Who's this? Who is this giving a support donation? I want to know who this person is right here. Tell me if you've seen this before. Who's this gentleman? Okay. Shout out to Ahati. You're in the room because I can't see the room. Is Ahati here?
He's off camera, but there he is.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm cooking chicken.
What? Okay.
I'm cooking my 4th meal. Come on.
Okay. All right. Hey, Ahati, we'll talk about this offline because I want to know if this is for someone else because I know you know the answer to this. I want it more specific.
Yeah, it's for the class.
Yeah, it's literally we're gonna specify this more to
Okay.
pinpoint on somebody who actually makes a specific claim, because there's literally hundreds of Anunnaki, hundred of Natiru, but there are particular Anunnaki that people say are Natiru. So I want it to be worded like that, because the answer to this question is no big breakdown. The answer to the question is are the Natiru and Anunnaki the same physical beings? The answer obviously is no. No, they're not in any way, shape, or form. But I want to get into specifics that I can present, and then I can show where the confusion of particular Anunnaki that are called Natiru come from. But the answer to the question is obviously no, but I want to answer deeper than that. So we'll talk about this offline. But shout out to you, Hati. Thank you for the 33. Appreciate that, my brother. We'll specify more off of here. Okay, shout out to Ahati. Did Ahati get his noise, his bombs? Oh, of course he gets the lion. Yeah. Wonderful. Shout out to Ahati. Next up is the God Spencer. The God Spencer, who actually contacted me for a diet plan. He's gonna set up a diet plan. He says Henu Saba. He saw my GMO. He discluded, or he discussed with me his weight, and he definitely wants to get on the diet plan. And he sent me this Henu Saba Amenhotep Ra. Shout out to you, the God Spencer, also known as SJ333. I believe that's the name I see him in here under. Give him his noise, gentlemen. Give him his noise. The God Spencer. All right, good. We're knocking some of these out. Who is this? Uh-oh. We have... Oh, what do we have here? I'm going to put Oh, we have Matt, daughter of Ra. Is that showing up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, for where did the concept of angels come from? And why did they say Anpu is the angel of death? Interesting. Great question. We'll put this in the row, and let me fix this up. We'll put this I'll put this in the order it came in. I'd love to answer this. We'll get to this. If we can't get to this tonight, of course, I don't think so, but we'll get to it first thing next week. But this is great. Let me go ahead and save this. It is February 3rd. From February 3rd. Matt Ray, who's trying to break out? Who's trying to break out? Who's trying to break out? What's that noise? Oh, wait. Oh. Hold on, everybody. One momentum. Hold on, everybody. I'll be right back. No. Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay, I had hold on. Let me get back on track. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Is that saved? Yeah, that's daughter of Ray. Okay. We're gonna get a couple more, and then we're gonna go to the next question, which is great. Okay, wonderful. Anaconda smashed 2 glass doors out of my aquarium. So last week, the aquarium exploded. I have another aquarium, and this week they smashed 2 glass doors out. Okay. Okay, we got Pharaoh Tut. Pharaoh Tut just joined me. Peace, Pharaoh Tut. Peace, Pharaoh Tut. Shout out to you. Watch and learn. And Matt Ray says, I have to re-ask questions from years ago, right? Shout out to you. Oh, these two sisters, look at it, back to back. Our Healing Village, and these two sisters have known me longer than anyone in the podcast. Shout out to the goddesses and the children. Shout out to the goddesses and the children. Okay, so that is Matt, daughter of Ray, asked that question. Let's get to the next shout out. Then we're going to get to the next question. Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, what does he do? Every week, Anthony Drain throws in a donation before the class starts, and he always gives a shout out to one of the goddesses. This is Goddess Night. This is Relationship Night, Female Energy Night. So, can you see that gentleman? Give him his noise. It says, shout out to the goddess Amunet. Shout out to the goddess Amunet. That is very interesting. Amunet was actually the name of one of my past goddesses some years ago. All right, shout out to Amunet. All right, next up, a couple more. Then we're gonna get into this awesome question. And who's this? Menko Ra? Menko Ra. Shout out to Menko Ra. I don't know if there's a question with us or just support. Do you see that, gentleman? 1111. The double 1111. The life and death number. Shout out to Menku Ra. Menku Ra with his new name. Shout out to you, brother. I'm going to save this.
Peace, Saba. That question goes with the meta netter question that I sent in Messenger.
Okay. You know what I want you to do? When this is over, resend a screenshot in one email with the question connected, because when they're separated like that, I get lost in there. Okay, you can do that. Shout out to Tracy Gooseby. And here's a question. I don't understand this question, but maybe Tracy, if she's in the room, I'll actually let her get on the panel and we have the discussion and she can elaborate on this question. Shout out, first of all, for the donation. Shout out to you, but it says, why does the so-called black man not understand that true equality, besides, then there's a comma, the so-called black woman equals collaboration and not competition? Maybe later on tonight, Tracy can get on and actually give some examples. I've actually, I know where the competition comes from in the relationship, but I've actually never seen, I personally, she could elaborate more on what she means by this, but I personally have never seen a black man seek equality, or a black man equivalent equality with competition. Or maybe she can elaborate on this. I don't know, but with the competitive nature between the black men and women, I can get into, but I want her to give an example of what she may be speaking of, so I like specifics, and then I can deal with that. But definitely in the relationship, what we're talking about later in the relationship, I'll put this in the relationship section. There definitely should be a collaboration, and there should be no competition. I personally have never seen a black man that I know or seen in a relationship where he was in competition with his black woman. So maybe she can elaborate more. But shout out to Tracy Gooseby, who sent 777. If she comes on the panel later and elaborates this question more, I would love to address it and get into why we are battling, maybe not competing, but why we are battling. That we're going to get into it anyways. We're going to answer this in that question section anyways, of where the battling comes from. But shout out to Tracy, appreciate that, my sister, and hopefully if you're on later, you can elaborate on an example, and then I would love to address specific examples. So boom, thank you, Tracy, appreciate that. If you're in the room, shout out to you. I'm not looking at the room, so I can't see, but shout out to you. We will get to it. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Amin Mat Ra, popping out of, I don't know where this good brother came from. He just came out of nowhere with nothing but huge donations. Get a look. Oh, let me fix this. Hold on. Oh, let me fix that. Did his name pop up on the screen, gentlemen, a second ago?
For a second, yes.
Okay, let me fix this. Shout out to the supreme donators and supporters. He says for a gift. Look at this, everybody. This is what happens in the Tehuti Paw class when you appreciate what it is that I'm doing, and I thank you for the appreciation. Amun Mat Ra. I'd love to see you on the screen one day. Shout out to you, my good brother. I'm going to put it as support Amun Mat Ra. Shout out to you, my good brother. We'll do 2 more, and then we'll get right into the questions. Whoa. Okay, shout out to the good brother Daryl, who's going to tell us the mystery of this $5.08 donation he gives every week. It's always this number, and he's going to tell us the significance of it one day. Shout out to Daryl. Thank you, my good brethren. Thank you. Tua. One more, and then we're going to get into the next crazy question, the beautiful question. This is from Kamit. This is a long one. I don't know if this is a part of. Oh, okay. This is a part of the class. Okay, shout out to Kamit who sent this email. I'm going to go ahead and read it. And it says, everybody can see this here. It says, Grand Riding. I know I meant to say rising. Grand Rising Tehuti. Recently, while going over one of your pod classes that featured the King Solomon ritual for the original woman marrying the white man, my 12-year-old daughter, Aset, her real name, had an interesting question. She wanted to submit. Beautiful. First of all, shout out to the father who is influencing his daughter, who has a Kemetic name, to submit a question. Shout out to you. All right. So she had an interesting question she wanted to submit. What is it called when black men date and marry white women? Aset mentioned she sees far more black men with white women. She will watch later for the answer. She actually also wanted me to let you know she is a dark skin young lady that supports the pod class. Okay, awesome. So she sent her own money. Give her a bomb for that, gentlemen. She sent her at 12 years old. She sent her own money. Shout out. We're gonna see the money too. She sent her own money via Cash App. Just for your information, she's soaking up the information from your pod classes and challenging her teachers, which is making for some good conversation with her teachers. Haha. Peace of mind to Tehuti and to the pod class. Cash App will follow. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the file for I'll put this in the relationship question section. When we do the relationship section, Kamit, remind me of this. We'll go over this, or maybe Kamit, you can jump in the room, or your daughter can jump on, and we'll go over that. So I'm going to put this as 7. Whoop, no, sorry. 8. 8 is already taken. 9. Relationship. Okay, good. Beautiful question. And of course, he said it was followed up by a Cash App. And boom, here is the Cash App. The 12-year-old young lady sends her own money. Gentlemen, hold on a second. Let me fix this. Send her noise bombs. This is officially the youngest donator to the Tehuti pod class. Shout out to Aset. Give her bombs. Give her everything.
That is fire.
Okay, good. The youngest donator. I'm gonna put 9 relationship question, Cash App. Beautiful. 2. And I will tell her right now, just a little bit if she's there. Just a little bit. If you're even there, Kamit 101. I don't know if Kamit 101 is even here, but just a little bit. I will say, the psychology of the black man going for the white woman in abundance comes from several things. One of the things is he was taught that the white woman is the best looking woman on the planet during slavery. His woman was spending his time, our women were spending our time trying to look like Europeans. We'll get into the matrix later of how that is. But he was never allowed to touch her. And when he did touch her, like I explained in one of my classes, he would be castrated, killed, even if he was found with her walking down the street in the 1800s, 1600s, he would be killed and castrated. Once they had the so-called slave abolition, the fake slave abolition act, the black man was ever so happy to do what he always wanted to do for 400 years of that which he wasn't allowed to do. And there was a rampage of white women allowed to touch black men and black men allowed to touch white women because it wasn't allowed. It was a taboo. Once it became permitted, there was a fiesta of it. That we'll just say that for now. We'll get into more detail later. But there was a fiesta of it when you're forbidden to do something taboo for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years while being told that cookie tastes better than this cookie. That food is better than the food you make. This is the best food, but if you touch it, you're dead. If you touch it, you die. We'll cut your balls off. But this food is the best food. And then after 400 years, you're allowed to eat the food, or you're going to banquet. You're going to town. Okay, so we'll get into more of that later. But shout out to the young lady who asked that question. But it is definitely the matrix. We'll get into it a little more later. Okay, that is the last of the donations that we're going to save for this section. We have more donations to say. I'm sure Rigo's somewhere in here and Nito Campbell's, all the regulars somewhere in here, but we're going to get into that a little later. We're going to get into the answer, the next question that was asked. I see everybody. I see Stephen E. I see Heka Kepara. I see Angela Gates. I see everybody in here. Beautiful. I can't wait to shout you out. Let's get into the next question here for the Tehuti pod class. Gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back to the chat for now until we come back in so there won't be any lags. And oh, she's in bed. I don't know what. Oh, her bedtime. Okay, so she can watch it back later, or if you're still up, remind me and we'll get into it. All right, everybody, press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can see me, because we're gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Let's break it down. Bastet Sekmet, are you ready? Are you ready? We're gonna get into it. All right. Is Neith on the hat? Neith on the hat. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're gonna get into the next question. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Let me put up that 1. Let me put up that 1. Matt Daughter of Ray says that's amazing. I'm not sure for what, because my comments are lagged, so I see comments after the fact. But something was amazing. Okay. Wonderful. Let's get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. We are on deck. We are ready. Oh, why did it reset? Okay, hold on. Something reset. Something reset. This is about next question is about images and dreams, serpents and dreams, and female energy connection to serpents and dreams. Yeah. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Let me pull this up. Somehow it reset. I don't know why, but let me go ahead and pull this up. And then afterwards, we're getting to Golden Sea Moss's question with the sperm and sexuality effect on the woman and vice versa. And that will be a perfect segue into the relationship section. Here we go. So this is from, let me go ahead and blow this up. Okay, it's taking a while to load. Something is slowing down things. One moment. If you all can still see me and hear me, press a 1. Okay, let me try to get back to the. Okay, there we go. We are here. We are here. We are here. So let me go ahead and blow this up so you all can see the question. And this is how I answer questions on the Tehuti pod class. If you appreciate what you are seeing, then show support, please, which you all are doing greatly. Okay, let's see how clear this looks. Let me see how clear this looks. I want you to have the best clarity. Why is it not moving? Okay. This is clear. This is good. Nice. Okay, good. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to blow up the question. Everybody can hear me and see me. This is from Tamika Wagner. Tamika Wagner. Shout out to Tamika Wagner. Put this in the room here. I'm blowing up really big so you can see it. Shout out to Tamika Wagner. Shout out for the support. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share so everybody can see our healing village. Awesome. Daughter of Ray. Good. Everybody can see me. And we're going to go like this. Entire screen. Here we go, everybody. This is the next question in the Tehuti pod class. Once again, back to female energy. This one's about dreams coming from a female. Can everybody see that? It says, shout out to Tamika Wagner. I think that's a new person. I've never really seen that name much or at all. Thank you for your teachings, Tehuti. I wanted to know, what is the significance of the snake? What's the significance of you? What's significance? What is the significance of the snake? So thank you for your teachings, Tehuti. I wanted to know, what is the significance of the snake? I had a dream about lying in the bed with many snakes. I was not afraid, but the snakes made me feel peaceful. What does this mean? So what's the significance of the snake? And how does this tie into why people... I'm going to tell you that there is an unlimited amount of people that come to me and tell me they see snakes in their dreams and they want to know why. Why is there a subconscious? Even one of my goddesses recently saw snakes in the dreams. And why that animal? Why not an abundance of like skunks, raccoons? Why is it snakes in the dreams? We're going to get into it. I'm going to break down how the subconscious works, what the snake imagery, we're going to break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, where you can ask a diversity of questions, and this is how I ask questions, answer questions for you. So shout out to Tamika Wagner. Thank you for your teachings, Tehuti. I wanted to know, what is the significance of the snake? I had a dream about lying in bed with many snakes. I was not afraid, but the snakes made me feel peaceful. Wonderful. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's break it down. Are you all ready? Is Tamika in the room? If she's not, watch it back on the playback. Let's go, everybody. This is how you answer a question. Boom. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we are. So, let me shrink this down a little bit so you can see the whole thing. Seeing serpents in your sleep that are benevolent. So a lot of people, when they think of serpents, they always think of danger, something harmful, but seeing serpents in your sleep that are benevolent. What is this? Let me explain. There is a beautiful phenomenon that happens in the transitional stage of awake to sleep and possible out of body. There's a transition that actually takes place, and you can actually hear the transition. It's called energetic conflict. But here's what happens in this transition. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. So first we're going to get into the section, one of the aspects of the body in Kemet called the Ka. And what is the Ka? Let me blow this up a little bit. So the Ka is the expanded energetic aspect. It occurs when the physical body falls asleep or enters the trance state. The substance of pure energetic aspect of the etheric body becomes energetically excited and begins to expand outward. One moment, hold on. Let me turn this down so it doesn't interfere. Boom, 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 and reset, resume. Okay, so the pure energetic aspect of the body becomes energetically excited and begins to expand outward. This allows the pure energetic aspect of the etheric body to function independently from the physical body without disturbing it. This transition also includes what's called a sleep paralysis, which is when you wake up in the middle of the night and you start screaming, but there's no sound coming out of your mouth, or you find that you can't move. and that is called sleep paralysis, and that is because one of the energetic bodies of the bioenergetic template energetically projected or echoed itself up, and the actual you that the consciousness transferred to is actually above the physical body, and that's the one that's moving, while your other body that's laying in the bed is actually paralyzed, and that's a form of protection so that you don't act out your dreams and eventually kill or hurt yourself. We'll get into that in a moment. So it can move independently without disturbing it while it sleeps. Holding the mind awake during the trance state creates a wide range of energetic conflicts. These conflicts can cause some very peculiar sensations, such as the feeling of expansion, often perceived as a sensation of shrinking or falling inward. The degree of etheric body expansion possibly depends greatly on the level of sleep or trance attained. So what happens? This happens right here. So what are you seeing right here? You're seeing the physical body right above the real-time body because it's echoing out, and then the consciousness has to shift and go into more refined states, and then the consciousness exists in that echoed body. Now what happens is, because the body actually because physical matter, once again, you hear that? That is the electrons. Electrons actually what's causing the sound of things touching. That's what causes things to be physical. Once you remove the electrons, things can now pass through each other, like what happens in the subatomic or the quantum realm, where electrons are not there and things can now pass through each other. So what happens as you have a projection, or what it actually is happening is you're having an echoing outward. Your senses are still within the physical body. So the senses are still within the physical body. All the nerves are touching the bed. And then the body that the consciousness shifts upwards to, in the echoed body, that body feels like it's expanding or shrinking. Why? Because there's no sensation of you touching anything. So it feels like you're falling, expanding, or shrinking because you don't have a physical grip sensation of the reality, because you're used to touching something. When you're sitting in a chair, you can tell the size of the chair. You can tell where the reclining seat is. You can tell where your feet hit the ground. You feel stable and comfortable. When you're not touching something, the only thing you can associate with that with is a sense of falling out of a plane, or falling off a cliff, or diving off a diving board, and you're not touching anything. So it feels like you're falling, or it could feel like you're expanding because you don't feel yourself touching your own skin. So it feels like an expanding, shrinking, and that is happening in the transitional stage of energetic conflict. Okay, let's go. So it starts off like this, and it also looks like this. This looks like Most Def. So it starts like this, and then each body is now echoing out another body. I explain this to people because I tell people that they should never be afraid of having an out-of-body experience, because you're never really having a full out-of-body. You're having an echoed body transition, which we're about to get into. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. So yes, the Ka, the energetic template, generates echoed, refined bodies that are able to interact with vibration of that dimension. So each one has a refined state that interacts with a particular dimension that it is now going to. That one has to send out another projected body, because that one can't go into the next dimension. It has to make a more refined state that vibrates on the vibration of that particular dimension, thus causing continuous echoing out. Each body is having an out of body, while the other body, which is your physical body, is paralyzed on the bed, not being distracted by the energetic conflict of all these experiences. So during this transition, let me blow this up a little bit. During this transition, the Ba does not ever fully disconnect from the body. There is a constant partition connecting each echoed body back to the one that is before it, and eventually back to the physical body. This is because the Ka and the bioenergetic template are fueling each one of those bodies like a generator. So what we call the Ka in out-of-body language, called the bioenergetic template, it's actually fueling all the bodies. So your physical body, which is holding the Ka, is echoing itself out. Each echo becomes a Ba, and your body becomes a generator, sending energy to each of the other bodies. And we start to call that an out-of-body experience. Okay, so where is this first mentioned? In 1250 BC, the papyrus of Ani and the oldest spiritual language on the planet, known as Merunetter, on page 90 and on plate 15 of the Purim Haru that Europeans call the Book of the Dead. It says, Imba, in the presence of the keeper of the scales, thou art, let me blow this up a little bit, thou art my Ka. What is the Ka? The double. It's the double body that we just explained in the past class when we explained that the real time zone, or the first stage of astral projection, as they call it, is the double of this realm. So, of course, the energetic consciousness that goes into that realm has to be the double of your physical body, because this is the echoed realm of the physical realm. So the Ka is also associated with the double. The double is within the body, and it's the energy that actually forms and makes the limbs. So this Ka energy that's inside of your body is actually the energy that forms and makes your limbs strong. May thou come forth, Pernek Bu, may you come forth to the place of happiness in which we advance there. Don't make my name stink in the Shenet, which is the everlasting realm. And the Ka is what makes men stable. So it makes people, it gives them their stability in that realm. Why? Because you want stability in that realm, because you want to be one conscious being. Instability would be the energies of the Ka going in multiple directions, and thus you're not one sentient conscious being. You're actually scattered, which is one of the Kemettians' worst nightmares, to be a scattered being in that realm. So here's the chapter to remember Sekau. The name in the Netter Kurt, there's a Netter Kurt again, may be given to me my name in the great double house, because that is the echoed astral realm of this realm called the double. So the ancient Kemettians called it Pa-Or, which is the realm of the Or, and they put two symbols of a house there because it was the double house, 1, 2. It was the echoed realm of this realm. May I remember my name, so may you have consciousness of your vibrations, because that's what name is in the Merunetter. It is the mouth symbol, which is sound, and it is the vibrational symbol. So may you remember your sound vibration in the house of light. Okay, now let's get into it. How does this all tie into snakes? You shall see. Here we go. So yes, the Ka is generating all of these echoed bodies in your physical body, and that is why the University of California found what's called the phantom effect. So what is the phantom effect? Here's the phantom effect right here in the UCLA, University of California. So the phantom effect, what you're looking at is you're looking at a leaf through Kirlian photography, which is 100 to 200,000 oscillations per second. And they did this Kirlian photography, which showed the light energy that surrounds a physical object. But when the University of California, when they saw this, they cut a piece of the leaf off. And when they cut the piece of the leaf off, they saw what they labeled the phantom effect. It was the shape of the leaf's Ka was still there after it was physically removed. So here's the piece right here. This is cut off, but the shape of the Ka that's forming the leaf is still there, which means your energetic template is actually what's forming the shape of your body. And even when that piece of the body is cut off, the energetic template is still there forming the shape, because the Ka is the generator. Whew, okay, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Let's go. So boom, let us continue. Here it is. So when people say, that's pseudo, that's spooky, Tehuti, spooky, the pseudo budo, yeah. So go yell at the University of California. Just jump in there with your atheist self and jump in the University of California and start yelling down the hallways, this is pseudo. Just start saying that and tell me when the police come for you. So the University of California proved that the Ka, it's reproving it, because the ancient Kemetti and Nile Valley people knew this and were teaching this in 1250 BC. But scientists today are just catching up with ancient knowledge. So now the University of California proved that there's an energetic template within the physical matter, and that energetic template is actually what's forming the physical matter. Thus, you can cut off the physical matter, and the energetic template that is forming it is still there. Very similar to your light bulb connected to the socket, and your light bulb can go out, but the electricity that's generating it, that's still there flowing through the wires. But your light bulb can go out, because the energy is not coming from the light bulb, it's coming from the source, which is the electricity giving you the light. Think of that as the Ka. Boom. Okay, here we go, everybody. Back to the Perm M. Haru, 1250 BC, page 4, Book of the Dead, plate 1. and it says the Abtu fish in the season of the ant fish. These are all aspects of consciousness, which I've broken down. Ant is another word for brain, but we'll get to that another time. So the ant boat, in its pool, may I see Heru, guardian of the rudder. Tehuti and Ma'at are at each side, grasp the bows of the Sektet boat, the stern, the Antet boat, which is your consciousness, may grant a view of the disk and the sight of the moon god, which is Yah, the original Yah, not the Hebrew Yah, without ceasing. Then it says, and coming forth my soul. So now when the generator generates the Ba, which is now shown as an energy forth with wings, because it is what can fly out or leave the physical body. So it's shown as a man's head or woman's head with bird wings. It comes forth and it walks. Here's the word for walk, everybody, in the Meta Netter, with this, which is setut. Now remember, I just taught that the way that you have an out-of-body experience is you actually have echoes. Each body echoes itself into another refined state. Well, here's a 1250 BC papyrus, which has the word walk. When you come out of your body, you walk about in every place, and they use the word satut. Let's see. What is that word? So, oh, Tehuti, you are making that up. The people of Kemet didn't teach that the Ba leaving the body was an echoed copy. It just leaves. That's what my Kemetic teacher told me. Okay, what is the word describing the process for walking out of the body? It is satut or seta. And let's look it up. Here it is, satut. And what does it mean? Satut, to make a copy of something. So the word that the Kemetians use for walking out of the body, right over here in the Purim Haru in 1250 BC, satut right here, which is walking out of the body. They put walk in English, but it's actually not walking. It's moving out of the body, satut, moving. But how is it moving? Well, Tehuti teaches that you echo out of your body and create copies. Well, when we look up the word in the Medu Netter for walking out of the body, it is boom, to make a copy. So no, I did not make this up. This is what the ancient people of the Nile Valley were teaching as far back as 3,000 years ago. Boom. So how was the connective partition described? Here we go. There's a connective partition that connects each of the bodies, right? How was it described? How was it described? Well, let's look up how the most popular New Age spiritualist Tamahu prophet describes it. That's right, Edgar Cayce. Let me go in the room. Who here has heard of Edgar Cayce? Because if you don't believe dark-skinned African-looking Tehuti, we can all go to Edgar Cayce and see what he says, not knowing that Edgar Cayce, Madame Blavatsky, all your theosophists and occultists and all those people actually study the Medu Netter writings, and I've proved it many times. All of your popes, all of them. I used to have high preachers come to my class telling me that I can't come to their church because then the preachers, your preachers will come to my class, get the information, or they said that I can't come to their church because their flock would figure out what the sources of what they're teaching is from. All right, Edgar Cayce, everybody heard of him? Edgar Cayce, the Golden Dawn Crew. There we go. The Golden Dawn Crew. Okay. The Golden Dawn Crew. Anybody heard of Edgar Cayce? All right, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Let me go back to, I'm still screen sharing, so here we go. All right, so back here to Edgar Cayce. What is Edgar Cayce? How does Edgar Cayce describe the partition? Here he is. Edgar Cayce's encounter with the angel of death, which leads into Matt Ray's question. The angel of death, all right? While preparing to undergo one of the otherworldly journeys, out-of-body journeys, otherworldly, netherworlds, Netterkurt, had lost consciousness and had a dream. Usually, he would travel through a tunnel towards the light. But in this instance, he met the angel of death and learned about the silver cord. Following his experience described in his own words, as I went out, I realized that I had contacted death as a personality and an individual, or as a being. Realizing this, I remarked to death, you are not as ordinarily pictured with a black mask or a hood as a skeleton, or like Father Time with a sickle. Instead, you are fair, rosy cheeked. In other words, you're a white man like me, robust. You have a pair of shears or scissors. In fact, I had to look twice at the feet or limbs, or even at the body to see it take shape. The angel of death replied, yes, death is not what many seem to think. It is not horror. It's not the horrible thing, which is often pictured. Just a change, just a visit. The shears or scissors are indeed implements, most representative of life and death to man. These indeed unite by dividing and divide by uniting. The cord does not usually, as usually taught, extends from the center, but is broken from the head, the forehead that is soft, that the soft portion we see pulsates in the infant. Thus we see old people, unbeknown to themselves, gain strength from youth by kissing there, and the youth gains wisdom by such kisses. Indeed, the vibrations may be raised at such an extent as to rekindle or connect the cord, even as the master did with the son of the widow of Nean. For he did not take him by the hand, which was bound to the body, as was the custom of the day, but rather stroked him on the head, and the body took life of life itself. You see, the silver cord may be broken, but the vibration. So he's associating the partition with a cord. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. All right. A cord, the connective life force partition, is described as something that resembles a snake. We'll remember the Medu word for the process of leaving the body was satut, which was copy, right? Guess what else the root of the word means? Sorry for the overlapping. I don't know why it overlapped like that. That is very interesting. But remember satut, which is you leaving the body or echoing, and there's a partition connecting each of the bodies from the generator. Guess what else satut or sati means, everybody? Sati, thread, string, cord. So the same word sati, satut, set, all these are the same words, and it's leaving the body, making an echo, but connected with a string, or something is connecting it that would appear as a string, and Edgar Cayce calls it the silver cord. Boom, a cord. And a cord looks like a snake, right? Well, guess what else that word means, everybody? Guess what else it means? Seti her, serpent god. Uh-oh. The same word here, walking out of the body, the root of it, setut, seti. Walking is to echo, make echoed copies, but there's a partition, a segue connecting each of the copies. Modern day out of body people call it the silver cord. We called it the setut, which was to walk, but there was a connection that is seti, which means cord, and seti her, serpent god. Oh, what's this? Seti, to light, fire, something that is fiery, something that is composed of a light energy that looks like a serpent. It's a flame, not just any flame, but seti tet is what? Divine fire. Reproducing from a generator. Why? Do you see the penis ejaculating? Do you see that? Do you see the penis ejaculating in the word right there? As a generator, producing something. Why is there a penis in the word for divine fire? a flame, divine fire. Do you see that? Seti, the serpent, a serpent that is a light energy serpent that looks like a cord that connects each of the bodies of the serpent god in the Tuat. What was the Tuat that I explained earlier? The Tuat was the realm you go to after you pass the Netzer Kurtz, where you're connected by the serpent energy that connects as a cord from each body to each body. Boom. The same word is fiery serpent. Yes. The divine light energy that looks like a serpent, this quote unquote cord serpent, is what fuels the other bodies, thus giving you eternal life if the process continues. Guess what the glyph is in the word and what else it means? Let's go back. Remember that word seti, setut, set, all the same word. Guess what the glyph is? Let's go back. Divine fire, flame. What does it say here? The fiery serpent. You see that here? And there's the glyph with the penis in it. You see that? There's the light, the sun with the rays shining down, and there's the reproductive erected penis, the divine fire, because it is the generator that echoes out and it connects each body to each body. Everlasting fire, because of course, if you're continuously connecting each body and going to higher refined stages, then of course it would be everlasting. Yes, the penis, reproduction. And what does reproduction mean? Reproduction literally means to copy. That's why it has the word re, to produce, but reproduce, which is copy. Not just produce, but which is to do again, which is copy, or to echo something with sound vibration. And that's where the Masons got the word re from, because re is the first word in the Purim Haru that means a chapter or an utterance, and it's the shape of a mouth, which is uttering sound vibration, re-echoing something. So they put the word re in front of things that are echoed. Rewind, reproduce. Let me get a retake from the Kemetic word re, which is to echo something in sound vibration. And you become seti, which is everlasting. This is the serpent energy that is showing going up and down the spine before it expands. Before it echoes, they always show you images that look like this. Doesn't this look familiar? They always show you this image, and whenever they show you this image, it always looks like a serpent going up the spine. I explained in many classes before that the word for spine was the jed and pesjet, which means light spine, a light energy, and this is what it looks like. Because why? Because the energy comes out and then it's brought back in by nodal points, causing what looks like a serpent type energy going up the spine, and then that energy echoes out, continues the serpent cord, and echoes energy generating from the ka, from each body to each body to each body, creating a long looking serpent type energy connecting the bodies, which to us, when we see it in our dream state, looks like cords or serpents. Woo! And in the wild, when an Araret serpent flares up, it looks like this. Here's an Araret, which people now call a cobra. Today they call it a cobra because cobra is the Latin word that means hooded serpent. It flares up. The head flares up. And when it flares up, it's depicted in Kemet like this. We can clearly see the back is narrow, like a snake, and then it expands like the body that a cobra does with the expansion of consciousness. Do you see that? That same hooded serpent that you see there that people call Cobra, which just means hooded serpent, that's the back and front of the pharaoh head, which means to expand. It's something in the brain or consciousness that is expanding from something thin, and then it expands outward, consciousness expanding like a cobra does. What does this mean? So what is the word for cobra? What does it even mean? Because there's no ancient Kemetic word for cobra. Here it is right here again. This is the Egyptian hooded snake. They called it an araret, which means to raise up. So it represents something that raises up and expands, because isn't exactly what your body is doing in an out-of-body experience? Your soul energy, your ba, is expanding and it's raising up, echoing out. but it's passing consciousness up from one level to the next. So that's the expansion deals with your mind and your brain and the body, the part of the body that's the head. So that's the Kemetians would symbolize that by a cobra, because in the wild, that's the only animal whose head expands. Woo! We clearly see the back is narrow again, and there it is. These are different species of cobra, but there's many different species in Kemet of snakes, hooded serpent called the araret that expand. Now this is called the namuz. When you actually look up the namiz is the name of the helmet that the pharaoh is wearing that looks like the serpent. Why do they call it the namiz? It represents the serpent cord energy reaching the crown, and the out of body reaching the heights, expanding past the peripheral like a serpent, expanding and moving as a connective cord, as you see here in the Pur Em Haru, or the first book on the planet to talk about the etheric body expanding outside. And what does it say here? There's your word Ra right there, Ra. There's the mouth, possession of the things of Osiris and the Tuat. He has spoken. Look at the word for spoken in the Medu Neter and our ancient language. Look at the word for spoken. It is a hooded raised serpent, because the concept of vibrational energy in the word is teched, the same word for the spine. Tet and teched, it means also to echo. And there is your serpent there. You see it right there with my mouse. There's the serpent because it expands. It's expanding, and it means everlasting sound vibration, which is exactly what everything is made up of, sound vibration. And thus when you speak, you are expanding your consciousness out into your surroundings. So I'm sitting here on a chair. One of my goddesses can be 20 feet away. When I speak, it's my consciousness expanding sound vibration. So she now hears it 25 feet away because it's expanding. But what is it expanding? My thoughts. My thoughts are coming out as vibration. She hears the expansion of the thoughts way over there in the kitchen, and now she comprehends what was in my brain. But if I didn't talk it, she may have never heard it. So that's the Kemetians were so deep that the same word for spoken and talking was the word for the expanded serpent cobra. And that's why you see a cobra there, which is the word for spoken, which is techet, the same word for the expanded spine, the dejed. When you look up spine of Osiris, you'll see dejed, and it's the same word here, which means to speak, expand, sound, vibration. The serpent, this is what happens as you're going into an out of body or you're in a dream state. This is what the subconscious is seeing while you're going through the energetic conflict. It is seeing all these things. Woo! So here we go right here. We're going to go down. And it says, here it is, the house of Nemez. See the Nemez, the word for crown? Let me blow it up there in the corner. See there, that's the serpent sideways. That's the crown sideways. And it is the word Nemez, which is the word for crown. M-N-E-M-M-E-Z or E-S. It is Nemez. You see the word Nemez there? That's the word for the expanded serpent. But what does the word Nemez mean? What does it mean? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's see why the Kemetians called their crown a Nemez. Why did the pharaohs call their crown a Nemez? What does Nemez mean? We're going to go to Egyptian Reading Budge Book for Beginners and Egyptian Reading Book for Beginners. And we're going to go right here to page 89. And what does Nemez mean? The cobra head, the expanded serpent head. What does it mean? To enlighten, which means to gain consciousness, because that is exactly what you're doing in the dream state, especially the lucid dream and in the out of body. Your objective is to gain consciousness, to stay awake. That's why the word for sleep is res. But the word for sleep in Kemet, which is res, means to be awake, because the goal of the Kemetians was to go to sleep, but their consciousness stays awake. And that's why you see an open eye here. Why is there an open eye there in the word Nemez? Because it means to be awakened, to still be conscious. You can still see because you're having an out of body that is projected from the generator of the bioenergetic template called the Ka, bioenergetically projecting each body echo itself connected by an etheric cord, which looks like a serpent, that you're seeing all this in your subconscious as you're sleeping. You're seeing all of this. There's the Nemez, which is the cobra's crown, and it means to enlighten. That is on page 89, an Egyptian reading book for beginners. So we see that the serpent's head means enlightened. Why? Because as you're enlightened, your consciousness begins to expand. That's why the head of the crown is represented by the head of the cobra head, because it's the only type of snake whose head expands when he's excited. Only when he's excited does he do this. Boom. Okay. Woo. To enlighten. I'm gonna stop right here. Hold on. I'm gonna stop right here. I may do a little treat for everybody. I'm gonna stop right here. See this cobra right here? You see this cobra right here? Do you see it? Let me go in the room a second. Let me look in the room and see what's going on here. Does everybody see that cobra? You see this brown cobra right here? That's a particular species. This is another species. These are two different species, but they're both cobras. Everybody see that? Let me go in the room and check. Press a 1 if you see that. Woo! If you're getting this from the other channels, please put the link in the room. You all see that? You see that, Rigo? Rigo? Let me do something for you. I teach with the serpent. Do you notice that, everybody? I teach with the serpent. I debate with the serpent in my hand. Right? Right, Bastet? Sekhmet? Huh? What's up? I always have the anaconda or some other serpent, but usually the anaconda, because I have a few of them, and I teach with the serpent. Right now I'm teaching about the expanded cobra head serpent. I'm going to check my cash apps. Have you all ever seen one for real? Have you all ever seen one? Huh? The Kemetian pharaohs always had a cobra with them. Hey, Tehuti, you have all these kind of snakes, man. You have all these snakes. You say it represents Kemet, which it does, because of different snakes that represent Kemet. Has anybody here ever seen a cobra? I'm going to check my cash app for those who want me to pull out the cobra. Go ahead and throw a little donation in the cash app. And when this lesson is over, I'll the same cobra you see in the picture, I'm going to pull it out right here in the class. Special for you all in the Tehuti pod class. I will check my cash apps. Let's get back to class. That's just a little bonus there. I show you a picture of a cobra. I'm breaking down the Nemez. And if I see a donation or whatnot, I'll go grab a cobra for you and put it in the screen. All right, everybody, let's get back. Only here. If this happens on other channels, go ahead and put the link in the room. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's get back to the class. You want to see a real cobra? Okay, I'll check my just if you send a cash app or a donation, just put cobra, and I'll see if I can pull one out of the ethers here. An actual living cobra in my hand. Venomous too. All right, everybody, let's go. Here we go. Welcome to Tutti Pod Class. Let's get back to this awesomeness. Here we go, everybody. So it is called the Nemez, and it represents the serpent cord energy reaching the crown. Whew. And the out of body reaching the heights of heaven, as seen here in the Per Am Haru. Here it is right here. Per Am Haru. Let me go ahead and blow this up. Boom, 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 boom. Take possessions of the things. Oh, Nemez, we read that already. We read this. Let's go back over here. Oh, I brought it back here so I can show you the cobra. This exact cobra right here that you see in the picture, we never called it a cobra in Kemet. We called it an araret. An araret, which meant to rise because it represented the deceased rising with the consciousness expanding. We never called it cobra. Cobra became a Latin word because cobra just meant any serpent that had a hood is called a cobra. We called it araret and renunet. This exact cobra picture that you see right here, if you want me to pull this exact picture out in real life here in the pod class, go ahead and send a tip or donation. I'll pull this one right here. This species right here. Here we go. Let's go back to class. Time is going. Okay, remember, satut, seta, all those words relate to walking, echoing out of body, the serpent cord up the spine, and serving as a partition for energy, fire, light, to the echoed bodies, eventually having you born again into an everlasting existence. With that in mind, let me take you to plate 27 of the Per M Haru and look at the word for serpent, who is reborn continuously. This is literally my Per M Haru. I took a picture for everybody. Here's a picture. Those are my two fingers. This is the Per M Haru. It's my personal one, which is why it has so many notes in it, etches and scratches. Okay, here it is. So here we are in plate plate 27. Let me blow this up a little bit. We see right here, it begins off making. See the word making there? This is conscious making. Aret. That's why there's an I there. So in Kemet, making something wasn't just physically with your hands. Making something dealt with consciousness, which is why you see an I and the loaf of bread, which is the birth symbol, consciously birthing things. So making, transforming into seta. See the seta right there again, right here? The seta, the serpent, the setu, the fiery serpent, the walking out of the body, which is really setut, which is echoing, bioenergetic template, echoing out each ba into each of its refined state. So that says you rise up like a serpent, you're called seta, because that's literally what you're doing. You're echoing out as the setut. So you are the seta, which is the serpent. See the serpent there? Into the seta. Woo, triumphant. I am Seta. There's the serpent. I am Seta. Remember I said the Namuz meant expansion, because you're constantly elevating, expanding in the out of body, going to different dimensions. So it says Seta, extended. Extended means expansion. Extended for years, Renpet, which means there's no end to this travel, this journey of immortality. When you come out of your body or when you're deceased and you think that you're dead, you actually can travel eternally. There's no more sun for you. There's no more planets rotating. There's no more aging in that realm. You can keep on going. So you're the Seta that's extended. You have extended years. You lay down like a serpent, but you're born every day. What does that mean? You're laying down like a serpent because serpents are always laying down, but you're born every day. Woo, what does it mean? Let's go back to it here. Nook, Sienta or Seta again, right? In the limits of the earth, I lie down. I am born. I renew myself. I become young every day. The serpent becomes young every day because continuously rebirthing into different dimensions. There's no end to it. So every rebirth is a birth. And when you're born, you're young, right? So every time you have an out of body, that's a birth. You're young again. And then when that one has an out of body, echoes into a more refined state, you're reborn, you're born again, you're young again. So it's a continuous rebirth of immortality. So that's why you're the serpent being reborn again. But what does the serpent have to do with being reborn again? How does that tie into being reborn again? Let's check it out, everybody. So, woo! Remember, the Setut, Seta, all those words relate to walking, echoing out of the body, the serpent cord up the spine, and serving as a partition for energy, fire, light to the echoed bodies, eventually having you born again into everlasting existence. With that in mind, let me take you to plate 27, the Per M Haru, born again, renewed. So now I'm going to take you to the continuously echoing, being renewed, which is you rising as a snake. Thus you see in the image both the snake equaling the Seta, walking and echoing, Setut. You see in the Budge Per M Haru, all you see is pictures, right? I mean, all you see is letters. But in the actual Per M Haru, there's images. Here's the image that goes with it. What do you see there, everybody? Do you see a serpent now standing up, rising, resurrecting? He's standing up like the hooded serpent with his neck bent. That forms the letter S, which is rebirth. The letter S, that's why S represents women. That's why they put a letter S at the end of every English word. The Freemasons did that because the letter S is the serpent. That's how you say female in Medunetter. You add it's the letter S, and that forms a serpent. So that's an actor feminine becomes an actress. A Mr. Feminine becomes a mistress. And you always put S at the end of the words to make it feminine, because the S is the feminine, and only the feminine can rebirth you. So there's the cobra, there is the araret, and you're being reborn as a serpent, and now depicted as a serpent with legs. Being renewed. Here's the image that goes with it. Being renewed, leaving, being you're renewed, leaving behind the past echoed spirit. What color are spirits and ghosts usually depicted, everybody? What color are spirits and ghosts usually depicted? Are they purple? Do they have shows and stories where spirits are purple? Spirits are usually depicted as what? A grayish whitish. Isn't that correct? Whew. Grayish whitish. So grayish white. And how deep were the followers of Ma'at? How did leaving behind the echoed body relate to a snake being renewed? Because remember, you have the physical body laying down the bioenergetic template, which echoes out. So that consciousness leaves that body behind. And then that one echoes out to another one. So that spirit is left behind. Then that one echoes out another one. So that spirit is left behind, and the new one is renewed, reborn. And that one echoes out another one, and that spirit. So it's a bunch of spirits. They call it the silver cord. Silver was a word that was associated with something gray or whitish. Why is it a silver cord? Why do they depict spirits as gray and white? How is it associated with a snake? Because when the snake is reborn and sheds one time a month, it leaves behind a gray and white serpent, which looks exactly like itself, except for it's gray and white, and it leaves that one behind, and the new one comes out renewed. That's how deep the people in Kemet were, everybody. Ooh, that's why I was around animals much more than people. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Thus, we see Asar on the ascended pyramid. And what do we see on top with him and his two goddesses? What do we see? How do they show him ascending? Boom, he's on top of a serpent. Page 25 of the Per Emharu. There he is on top of the serpent. And the oldest writings of leaving the body are what? In this pyramid right here, the Aku right here. Okay, interesting, right? What do these look like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 steps. Okay, there's the first so-called tomb that describes what happens in the afterlife on the planet. Oh, by the way, what do they call this Aku pyramid based on the shape? Yes, a step pyramid. Step, walking, echoed out, satut, boom. The very first, oh man, if y'all get this anywhere else, just put the link in, man. Just put the link in. Go ahead, please. Please put the link in the room. I need to see this, but it's called the step pyramid, depicted as a Sar in the afterlife with a serpent, 7 steps. This is the step pyramid because it's the very first tomb on the planet Earth that has within it the instructions to the afterlife. And what are you doing in the afterlife? You're making steps, walking, statut, echoed body, making steps inside the tomb, which is shaped as steps. And yes, because the serpent represents the cord partition and your consciousness rising for rebirth, then of course the serpent energy was female. Only the female energy can give birth. So the serpent energy was depicted as female because only the female energy can give birth. So when you look up the serpent god, it is female, called Ren. Renunet, do you see her? What is Ren? Ren is the same word for name, sound, vibration that you're trying to raise up. the vibrational consciousness. So that's the goddess that is responsible and associated with it is called Renunet. And look at her as the hooded serpent. Like I said, if y'all want to see me pull this serpent out, I'll check my Cash App and PayPal. But there's Renunet. She's the serpent goddess because you can't have rebirth without a woman. Every class tonight, woman is the theme. And if you were to focus on this when you saw women, yes, you'd have a better relationship. I'm teaching you all about relationships without even teaching you about relationships. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. This is on page 426. This is the Renunet. And we look up Renunet. And what is it? The name of the Araret. They put in Greek Ureus. See the serpent? On the royal crown. That's why you see the serpent, the so-called Cobra, the hooded serpent, on the royal crown, goddess of the 8th month of the Egyptian year. Woo! Do you know what 8 is, everybody? Do you know what 8 is? Do you know that 8 was originally the flax that made that swirl that formed the number 8, which developed the word he, which meant eternity, and it was the number. It was depicted as what is an 8 today, eternity, something that is constantly producing and making itself and making itself and making itself. Right? Because you are on a mission. You're on a mission to get to the afterlife, to continue to echo and echo and echo and echo. And when you see a woman, you say, man, she looks good. How come? She has a figure 8 shape. She has a figure 8 shape. Man, those are the best women. We want a woman that looks like an 8, a figure 8 shape, right? And when you lay that woman down, you can continuously reproduce with that woman, that woman, that woman, and lay the woman down and then reproduce the child. And then when that man meets another woman and lays the 8 down, that woman reproduces another child. And when that woman gets laid down, that's why of all the sexual positions, that's why all the sexual positions, the main one that is focused on, that is the word used for having sex with somebody, is the word laid. I got laid. I laid her down. I'm going to lay you down, girl. It's always laid down because you take the figure 8 shape that you're attracted to, lay it down, and then it constantly produces infinity, right? All right, so there's your infinity symbol. There's the number 8, and there's Renunet, the goddess of the 8th month. Let's go! Okay, Renunet, who's a symbol of the Ureus, which is the original name of the Cobra. Woo! Okay, here it is. And we see Reheti, right? The 2 women. You see the 2 women, the ones that fought for Heru and Asar? And what are they symbolized as? The Cobra. See it? The hooded serpent, Aset and Nebtet. Their name is the 2 Cobras. You see it? That's their name. That's how you write their name, 2 Cobras. So the female was always associated with the Cobra. So when I show you the Amduat of Henutawi, you will see the eye raising up. Because remember, the serpents are on top of the Namuz. There we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. You see the eye raising up from between the mountains, but a closer examination of the papyri, you will see something amazing that you will only see now once having the Tehuti pod class. You see there, everybody? See that eye, the same eye of consciousness called the Uwajit, the eye of birth, the eye of consciousness. Notice it's in between 2 mountains because it represents the sun and Kemet seen coming up above 2 mountains. Resurrection, which is why the eye is within a circle right there, representing the sun. This is the papyrus of Henutawi that all the Comedian brothers try to deny, because this is the same papyrus that shows the infamous image of Geb with an erected penis going towards his mouth. It's from this papyri. So I've heard brothers give all kind of excuses. That's the foreigners' papyri. That's that nasty stuff that was brought in. Nope. It's the papyrus of Henutawi and Ramesses in the Ramesses era. Here it is. Here's Henutawi right here. There's the eye. And look at the beautiful sister Henutawi. Look at her right there. You see her? No, she doesn't look like Miley Cyrus. Okay, so here is the papyrus of Henutawi. Here it is right here. See this right here? You can't see it right here, but see these little red circles? Those are fire circles on top of two serpents. I'm going to blow it up for you. Don't worry. There's the serpent with the legs walking. There's all the Natiru on the boat moving on top of the serpent in the afterlife. There is the serpent right there on top of the boat. This whole thing is serpent energy representing resurrection, which is what serpent energy represented, even in the papyrus of Henutawi, which people try to ignore because it has that Jeb image in it. And the eye you see on top of the head, see this image? I blew it up. Here it is right here. There's the two women right there, the two serpents, and there is the two serpents holding up the sun. What is the sun? The circle ball of consciousness. Do you know sun is a Medunetta word? S-U-N? S-U-N is an ancient Nile Valley word going back 4,000 years ago. S-U-N. We call it sun up in the sky, and the Medunetter, S-U-N, means enlightened, wise person. That's what sun means. You see the sun in the middle with the two serpents raising it up, because the serpent Cobra energy raises up, goes through the back of the spine, and then echoes out the body, up into the third eye, up into the consciousness, and then echoes out and expands. Notice the two women are pointing to their head. Do you see the two women there? They're sitting on a seat, but there's no seat. Get a good look, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Imagine if men and women spent their time doing this. You think there'd be arguments in relationships? Imagine if every day men and women spent their time doing this, and whoever didn't do this, they'd stand out in the family. So here we go. You see the two women? It looks like they're sitting down on something invisible. Notice they're connected. Their feet are connected to the serpents. Do you see that? They're one image. There's no separation between the two women pointing to their third eye and the serpent raising up, the Seta raising up with the ball of light in between the sun, the S-U-N, to be wise and enlightened like the Namuz, which is what happens when you're in a sleep state and you expand in an out-of-body experience. Your consciousness expands. You get energy, information from that realm and bring it back. Okay, so they're sitting on something invisible. What are they sitting on? Absolutely nothing. They're sitting on nothing. They're shaped like this for a particular reason. Let me show you the microcosm and macrocosm of how deep the Kemetians are. Let's go, man. Let's go. Put the link in the room. Put the link in the room of the other classes like this. Go ahead. Here we go. So we see two women pointing towards their forehead with the serpent raising up the flame sun. The people of Ma'at were wise in our symbolism. Let's superimpose this over the pharaoh's skull, who's wearing the Namuz, the expanded serpent, the Cobra expanding consciousness. Let's overlap these two women, which are there to protect the pharaoh, the two wives of Osiris who protect Osiris. They're pointing to the third eye, the two cobras with the two cobras in front of them with the eye in the middle, the resurrection of consciousness. We're going to superimpose this over the pharaoh's skull, who is wearing the Uwajit, the eye, the same eye that we see right here. The same eye up here. Each pharaoh is wearing that. They wear that. That is on their head. So we're going to superimpose this image here of them sitting on something invisible and put that over the Namuz. And what do we see, everybody? What do we see? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. What do we see when we superimpose it? Boom! The exact perfect symmetry of the Namuz with the perfect symmetry of the cheekbones aligned with the knees and the waist and the hips of the woman. That's why she's sitting on nothing, because it's not really forming a woman sitting on something. It's forming the two symmetrical sides of the face of the conscious being when the consciousness expands, and going right up to where the third eye is, superimposed is exactly where the light and the circle, the red sun, is, because sun means wise, enlightened being. Right there is exactly where the third eye is, and he's wearing the serpents, and he has the serpent head, and their bodies superimpose a perfect symmetry of the skull of a pharaoh when he is reborn and enlightened. Put the link in the room. Go ahead and put the link in the room. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Here we go. Let me shrink this down. That is how deep we were. Let me shrink it all down so you can see it all together. Okay, here we go. So, there it is right there. Boom. They're sitting on nothing because they're actually forming the shape of the head with the serpent image around the head, with the cobra right here on the third eye, and right there is exactly where it lands in the perfect symmetry of the third eye. So just as this whole class started, during this transition, the ba does not ever fully disconnect from the body. There is a constant partition connecting each echoed body back to the one before it and eventually back to the body. This is because the ka is the bioenergetic template fueling every body like a generator. It takes place in reverse when your consciousness now reintegrates back into the body, bringing the images that it picked up, superimposed images that it picked up subconsciously of all the serpents back with it in the transition, which are snake-looking vortexes and snake-looking strings and chords, connective strings. The mind retells this to the conscious in the dream interpretative state or awakened state as something in the physical world it can compare it to, and boom, just as the ancient people, because their memory is still within us, we tell it back as we saw serpents in our dreams. We weren't afraid of them. They actually relaxed us and calmed us down. Boom, I'm done. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Let me go ahead and check the room, and I'm going to check the Cash App and see if anybody wants me to pull out the Kemetic serpent from Kemet. This one right here, from Kemet. That's how serious I am about this. Then I can pull. I pull out this one too. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna go check the chat and see how everybody appreciated it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. There it is, superimposed, sister. That is why most people have subconscious images of serpents in their dreams, and it calms them and makes them peaceful, and they're not afraid of them, because this has been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. I'm done. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and check the chat and see. I know there's a bunch of links in here from 1,000 other brothers teaching. I know you all have learned this before from all the other YouTube channels. I should see a bunch of links in here of where you all have learned this before. If not, please be respectful and support what you're seeing here, which is something completely unique to your existence. And if it's helping you understand, I'm sure many people in this room have had dreams of serpents and wanted to know why. People said, I've somebody in the Sun Ender chat said, you're a whole grown man walking around with a serpent. I don't know what this word whole is. It's some matrix word. I don't know if there's half of a man. I got a whole family. I got a whole daughter. Man, that's awesome. I only have half a daughter at home. So all these matrix confusion, but yes, I'm a grown man, and so are all the pharaohs with serpents on their head. I just carry them live because I grew up with them since a child. All right, let me go ahead and check the room and see what everybody thought of the answer. Let's go ahead and see, and I hope the person who asked the question is in the room. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? Let me go inside. See. Thank you, Tehuti. Okay, good. Good. I'm on a mission. That's right. I'm on a mission. The most popular position of sex that humans do. When you lay the 8 down and she constantly reproduces. What's that position called? All right, welcome to the pod class. We got boom. Okay, there we go. We got Cisa's putting in fire. Matt, daughter of Ray, puts in powerful knowledge. Okay, good. This must be before I started teaching. Mahadi said, pay close attention. This will be great. Thank you. Lay the 8 down and create infinity. That's right. That mission, airy position. All right, here we go, everybody. Keparat put fire, 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 fire. Shannon put perfect symmetry. Camille put magma knowledge in full effect. Okay, good. We got Matt Daughter Ray says, we got to get you to commit, Saba. Yeah. Spitting hot fire. Okay. Everybody, okay, good. You all liked it. Spitting hot fire. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. You all liked it. How about LC put fire, fire, fire. I mean, I actually believe if Tehuti goes to commit, supernatural things will occur. Hey, 88 people watching and only a dozen in the chat. 88 people watching, only a dozen in the chat. The rest will be taking notes. Yep. Our healing village, but the whole tribe is here now. The whole tribe. All right. Peace, tribe. Peace to the tribe. All right. Yep. RCAT put missionary. That's right. Okay. Cash Peden put bombs. Fire, fire. Bombs, a face. Fire, fire. Okay. Good. I, mind, heart opening info. Ascari put, this is why other teachers won't debate you. All right, everybody. Boom. You all like the answer. Let me go ahead and check the Cash App, though. Let me check the Cash App. Let me check the PayPal. I don't know. Is Tehuti going to pull out the Cobra from... I don't know. Let me go and check the Cash App. I don't know. I'm going to refresh this. There's a lot of supporters, donators. Shout out to you all. We got another question to answer. We got oh man, what does it say? Emmanuel Rodriguez. Shout out to Jason Kirkland. Shout out to what do we got here, everybody? What do we got here, everybody? What is this? Let me do a screen share. Let me do a screen share. Let me see if there's anybody else. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Let me do a screen share. What does this say? Scribe says, bring out the Cobra. Tua. Bring out the Cobra. They're calling my bluff. I don't know. Oh, man. I didn't think you guys were going to actually ask me. Wait a minute. Hold on. You guys weren't actually supposed to fall for that. You're supposed to say, move on to the next question. Oh, this is going to be a great class. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti pod class. Scribe says, bring out the Cobra. Tua. Okay. Oh, my goodness, man. Let me go ahead and save this as unread. Scribe says, bring out the Cobra. Let me go ahead and do the... let me go ahead and go back to the screen share. Wait a minute. Hold on. Does it matter if it's rubber? Rubber is okay too. A rubber one. Did I tell you it was rubber? Let me go ahead and do a screen share, everybody. I am screen sharing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop screen. Start screen, and the browser's gonna jump on. Then we're gonna get into the next question. Then go into the relationship breakdowns. Okay, hold on. Screen share. Screen share entire tab, entire thing. Wait a minute. Hold on, everybody. Heavy hitters. Oh, I closed it out. Okay, let me pull it back up. Oh, let me stretch out. Okay, so here it is right here. You want me to pull out a Cobra? Does that count? This one right here. Let's pull it up and see. Oh, hold on, everybody. Hold on. I don't like that. I want to really make sure my Microsoft Word. Okay, Bill Gates. Help me out, Bill Gates. Help me out, Bill Gates. It's gonna be a fun class. We're gonna go to like 1:30 tonight. Today, here it is. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Do you all see that on the screen? Press 1. Am I screen sharing? I don't know if it's screen sharing. I think the Saba has more than a hole. Look deeper. Okay, am I screen sharing that? Press the 1 if you can see that. I don't know if I'm screen sharing though. Am I screen sharing? Oh my god, what am I sitting on? Am I screen sharing? Oh. Let me look in the room. Something is. Okay, you all were seeing the picture of the Cobra? Okay, thank you. Because for some reason on my end, it wasn't showing it. Hey man, you're warm. You're warm. Bastet Sec. Man, we gotta get into more questions, man. Bastet Sec Met. Hold on, come over here. You're getting. Hold on, 1 second, everybody. Bastet Sec Met, go over here a minute, man. Just for a minute, man. I know you're not a minute, man. I'll go over there for a minute, man. Okay, good. Okay, I can move my hand. Thank you, Bastet. You're being great. You are being great, 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 great. Stay warm. Okay, whoo. Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, boom. Awesome. What is that? That is the Egyptian Kemetic Cobra. That's what that is, right? That is the Egyptian Kemetic Cobra. All right. Oh man, I'm full of dirt. That's off my hand. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let me get this off the screen share. Okay, there. You know what it looks like. Okay. Okay, there it is. That's a particular species. It's the brown species. Some cobras are black. This particular cobra is a smaller species and it's brown. Okay, we're going to take it off of screen share so that I can have myself on the screen. Scribe sent in, it is dangerous. They're poisonous. Yes, they are. All right. And the cobra is called the Namez. Hey, everybody. Never showed everybody this. This is my little baby. Just a little baby. This is Namez. Hey, Namez, show them what you look like. There's Namez. Namez is an Egyptian araret, or cobra. It's okay. I know you don't like the light that much, even though you like 115 degrees. But there it is, everybody. There it is. People are saying, hey, Tehuti, make it flare up. No, no, no. When they flare up, that's when they're angry. That's when the bite comes out. You like cobras when they are not flared up. Okay, so step number 1. If you have a cobra, try for it not to flare up. There it is right there. That is Namez. His full name is Namez King Tut. And then I have Araret. He's in the tank with him. There it is, everybody. Take a look. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Is that venomous? Yes, yes. Yes, it's venomous. Yes. Yes, yes. It has fangs and poison and all of that. And there it is. Namez, come on in the screen. They want to see you. You ever seen that in real life? There it is. You're seeing an Egyptian araret. That is of the smaller species. It's not the king cobra. I wouldn't think I'd bring that out. But this is the baby adolescent of the lesser cobras. This is a smaller one. Check out his head, eh? Looks nice, huh? There it is, everybody. You send the donation, I teach, and I pull out. Beautiful, huh? You've never seen this is not at Petco. No, you're not going to see nothing like this at PetSmart. Nope. Right, Namez? That is Namez. Sometimes he goes in his tank, and when the heat is on, because he likes 115 degrees, because that's the temperature in Kemet. They like 100 degrees to 130 sometimes. And he sits, and then for some reason he'll come up, and then he'll flare out a little bit, and he'll rock back and forth in the heat. Rock back and forth, flare it out. Hey, Scribe, sorry, and Arcad, when you all come up, you'll get to see this in person. No, everybody has not seen all of my serpents. I have several of them. I saved some for surprises, but that is A baby comedic RRS. Cobra. Just not flared out. We don't want you to flare out, right? No, don't flare out, man. Stay calm. Okay, there it is. Boom. All right, Nemez. His name is Nemez King Tut. Just a little guy. They get about 6 feet. King Cobras get almost 15 feet. Okay, but there you are. Okay, boom. That's how serious I am. I teach on it. And yes, I have it. All right, Nemez, King Tut, you're going to go back here. Got a lot of dirt everywhere. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to get into some shout outs and get right into the next question and then get into the relationship section. All right, you go over there. Go over there for now. Oh, I got all this dirt everywhere. Oh, okay. They like sand and dirt. They're arid. They like it hot, hot, hot. Okay, everybody. Boom. Yep, that is Nemez King Tut. Probably the first time in your life you've seen anyone you know with a cobra in their hand. Boom. All right, boom. Here we go, everybody. And there's Tut right here, right? All right, everybody. Boom. There you go. Rigo says, wow. Wow. You never thought you'd call a cobra cute, right? It's a baby now. when they get big, then everybody's afraid of them. They're cute little babies. Little baby cobra. Nice. All right. Okay, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room. Brothers, jump in. Tell everybody what you thought. We're going to get into the next question, and then we're going to get into the open panel discussion on the breakdown of relationships. Okay, here we go. There's a link in the room. Jump in, gentlemen. I got to get all this dirt off of me, and I'll keep Nemez out for a little bit longer, but he has to get back in his 115 degrees. Jump on in. And Kamit says, I would love to see a Eupodophus snake in my dreams tonight. Oh, man. Hope you do, my brother. Hope you do. Jump on, gentlemen. Mark Dog says, nice. All right, there you go, everybody. A little treat from Tehuti. You get to see a live cobra after I teach on cobras. All right, everybody. So jump in, gentlemen. I'm going to step away for just a moment. This is about maybe 6 minutes or so, and then we're going to come back, do some shout outs, do one more. We're going to start getting into the relationship section. The next question is leading into the relationship section and actually how a male changes a female through invisible force. And we're going to, from there, we'll go into the segue of a live conversation. Go ahead and jump in, gentlemen. Where is the team? Where are they? Where is the team? Jump on in. Am I still here? Press a 1 if you can see me. I need to get this already 10:47. You know how we do. I got to get the next question done by like 11:15 and then get right into relationship. There we go. Arcad Infinite has came and joined us. Arcad, how you like the Cobra breakdown? Well, I'm gonna wait. What kind of teacher is this, man? Who are you following, Arcad? I'm a madman. I'm a crazy man. Those other guys don't bring out snakes and stuff. Why are you following a madman for? Come on, man. The atheists are waiting for you. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got Menku Ara, Mary Ma'at. I'm waiting for Scribe to come in so Scribe can actually let in other people. He has the code. After I come back and give the shout outs of a couple other donations, we're going to get right into the relationship section, which is going to be the invisible chemical connectivity between a male and a female, and then the open discussion. And I'm going to invite people in the discussion who have partners. I want to talk to you all. I want to know if your partner is right there with you watching the pod class. We're going to see if your partner is reading the books. We're going to see what's going on here in these great black relationships. Okay, Scribe must have stepped off for a second. I'm going to step out. Scribe, you see, well, there he is, right on time. All right, gentlemen, go ahead and do your thing. I got to take a break. When I come back, everybody, Get ready to jump in, because when I come back, we're getting right into chemical sex magic, and that's going to go right into relationships. We're going to get right into sperm wars. All right, everybody. Boom. I'll be back. Everybody, let me go check my Gmail after that question, because I hope you all are really supporting what it is that I'm doing. I don't send me to Applebee's to be a waiter. Those brothers brag all the time. Working at Red Lobster, I make $300 a night in tips. Don't let me go work at Red Lobster, y'all. We got Sarah Boomfield. Okay, walkout Ara. Okay, so I got 2 donations since I started that answer. Okay, all right, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and renew this, and then I'll be back. Let's go. Okay. I'll be back, everybody. The support is at the bottom. I'll be back. Peace. Talk to him, brethren.
Peace. Hotep mind. That was Scribe. You gonna bring out the snake like that? You just gonna do it like that, brother?
I had to bring out Sabra.
I love it.
He's getting ready to shed. But yes.
Hey,
absolutely love the breakdown of the Renunette and the Serpent.
How big is he? How big? How long?
I haven't measured him, but he is pretty long.
Yeah, he look huge. He wrapped around your arm, brother. Pretty tight there. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet, man. Y'all know what it is. Stop playing. Hell, our Saba, Tehuti, Hotep Ra. Hey, y'all know we coming, right? Y'all know we are coming. The teachingsofma'at.org. Go to the website. I know y'all see us out there sneak learning, running, running. Y'all not even running from the debate. Yeah, they was running from just a discussion. Like, let's just talk. Oh man, listen. I'm so grateful that I'm able to see through the foolishness now and to be able to recognize the truth, man. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my art. That's why I stay up. It is 1:51 where I'm at. I work the 12-hour shift. I work in the hospital. As y'all can hear, I'm not, my throat is sore a little bit, but I'm up for this truth because I remember staying up late to destroy myself and to destroy my people. And I made a decision that I'm not going to do that no more, that I'm going to stand on my art. My art is my foundation, and I'm going to celebrate the truth, and I'm going to celebrate our leaders, and I'm going to always represent our Saba, Tehuti, Hotep Ra. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet. Shout out to you brothers, Ahati Ma'at, the Hungry Lion. Shout out to Menku Ra. Shout out to my brother Scribe. I love your background too, brother. Scribe, you know I'll be watching you, brother. I see that back there. I love that. Listen, hey, we coming. Y'all know we coming. I'm telling y'all we coming. And when we come, it's going to seem like it's a storm because you ain't even going to see it coming. But you saw it coming, right? But you refused to recognize the truth when it was before you. You wanted the isfet. You wanted the foolishness. You wanted all the lies and all the confusion and all the upside down. And the crazy thing about it is that y'all know it's the lie. I hear a lot of you brothers out there talking, and I can hear the wisdom that you brothers be dropping. But the fact that y'all don't want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my art is very, very confusing for me. Because once I heard the truth, I recognized it. And I appreciate it, and I value my Saba, and I value the truth. It's like I value you brothers up here. And my duty is to defend what I've been taught, which is the truth. So I appreciate you putting that up there, Hati. That's some more synchronicity. Because me and Scribe, we was talking about that earlier, wasn't we, Scribe? Offline. Prior to that, we was talking about that same very thing that you put up there. So this is how I know it's a frequency that you have to be on. So without further ado, Saba say he gonna be off for 6 minutes. So I'm gonna let you brothers, represent. So shout out to everybody that represent the truth. Shout out to everybody that support the truth. And I'm so looking forward to this breakdown because we have to protect and defend our women, and we have to protect and defend the truth, and stop supporting the lie. Like, subscribe, and comment. teachingsofmyart.org. Peace and love.
Yeah, that teaching right there is absolutely beautiful. The satut, the walk and the echo is very, very important information to learn. And we were speaking about that too earlier as well, Arcad, with the OBEs and learning how to echo yourself, the ka, the double. And it's such a beautiful thing. And you know, with the rebirth of the serpent and having that understanding while performing this, it really takes your consciousness to the next level. And the most beautiful thing about it is it's you connect with what nature does naturally, but because in today's time we're so disconnected from nature and from the animal kingdom itself, this is why I'm so grateful. This is why I'm so grateful, because we can get rid of all the things that don't serve us. You know, if it doesn't serve you, let's get rid of it. And I'm glad that I can experience these things with a group of brothers and sisters, through this journey of learning and expanding and breaking these spells. It's such a beautiful, beautiful experience and journey. And, I'm just extremely grateful. This is a beautiful thing that we're doing. And the serpent, beautiful creature. In today's time, most people are afraid of a serpent. And like Saba said, or just looking at Kemet, I mean, they were surrounded by him. Absolutely, it was just encompassed in the life, and today we walk around scared. Everything today is fear-based. And I seen Kemet 101 put a message in the chat earlier about fear. And there's a such thing as a healthy fear, but the fears that we hold today are definitely unhealthy. They definitely do not assist us in any way. They hold us back. Yeah, I mean, definitely show your love to our great Saba. Join in with us, walk with us as we go through this journey and reconnect with what we're supposed to be connected with, what we've always been connected to. It's such a beautiful thing. So, with that, I'll pass it to the great brother Minku or Ahatimai, whichever.
Yo, it's so crazy. It's not crazy. It's a beautiful thing. Synchronicity. I sent a question for Saba for this Monday Meta class. And the question is, when one time I was asking Saba about when people are playing the flute and they call them snake charmers. And Saba says, that's not what's happening. And today I remembered him saying that to me because I was watching videos on YouTube of the Ararat. And so I sent him a question. I said, Saba, what's happening and what we are told about snake charmers? If we are the snake people, why don't we see our people interacting with the Ararat? So many times we see people from India, or we see people in Malaysia or the Philippines, or Asian people dealing with the Ararat. But we're the snake people, and you don't really see our people interacting. And so I'm looking forward to the Meta Monday. It's always amazing. Like Saba takes it to another level. So, we just have to We got to embrace the truth. We got to seek the truth. We got to learn the truth, man. We got to live the truth. So I'm looking forward to Saba breaking that down, because we already know how he represents the snake people, and it's just going to be a beautiful thing. So I'm really looking forward to his teachings. Like Friday, it's a beautiful thing to have the pod class. By Sunday, we have the book study and what you brothers are doing, and then Monday too, to have the Meta Netter Monday is sets me up to succeed for the rest of the week. So it's a beautiful thing. I'm looking forward to Saba answering that question for me. And I will pass.
Yeah, this Sunday I will be presenting. So head over there to our YouTube page, Teachings of Ma'at. It's our YouTube page, Teachings of Ma'at. Hit the subscribe button, the like button, and the notification bell, so you'll be notified. Because it's going to be a great breakdown that you can utilize immediately in your life. Yeah, once again, I was taught as a child to be afraid of snakes. And after owning a few, I love them. There's something about their energy that is protective, actually. And I like it. There's a certain frequency they're on, even though we can't communicate with English, of course. But they can sense your fear. They can sense your vibration. So if there's something in me that's causing a little stress, I could feel when all set, she'll tighten around my arm or my wrist. And when I'm absolutely relaxed and chill, she's relaxed and chilled. So it's almost like she's mimicking everything that I'm doing, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, I highly recommend getting snakes. Saba is a breeder, so he has snakes of his own. Or just get a snake in general. Just break that fear and try it out. Start with a baby one. They're harmless. But yes, the comedians, one of the main protective spirits that Saba shared was a Wadjet, or what's called the Uraeus. And I actually utilize that almost daily for the things that I do, because I understand that living within the protection of what's now being called a serpent is really living within the protection of the universe, or within the protection of Ma'at. So there's so much with the Meta Netter. It's really incomprehensible how much you can just keep breaking down the meanings of the different words that our ancestors spoke and taught about, and then how you can just implement it into your life for almost every little thing. Like, I'm still noticing things around my own place that I couldn't see before, which deals with the RE or the Aret. And it's interesting. There's so much that's open to us right now that we might not be able to see today. And then maybe a year from now, boom, you'll see the opportunity, or you'll see something that's been in front of you for the whole year, and you couldn't see it, but it's right in front of you. And then for some reason, your consciousness is ready to take in that new information, and it opens up. Like, literally, the place that I'm in currently is mathematically connected or in sync with the Natiru, or the number 9. Like, the literal address, the amount of words that are because I put my address into denominator, and I calculated to see what numbers would come up, and it literally came up with the number 9 as a prime number. And then just recently, after a year, I looked at it again, and there's 27 letters within my address. So we know that 27 is the number of Tehuti, 27 or 72. So it's very like, So that tells me I'm supposed to be where I'm at right now. That this is already pre-planned for me, and it's definitely a beautiful thing. It's like we have a blueprint now. We have a blueprint now to live by, and the blueprint is based off of factual evidence, and it's based off of what's now being called truth. And when you have that type of information with you on hand, it breeds a new type of confidence within you. So now when you go out speaking to people, you can literally help them by just speaking the truth, by just giving them facts and evidence. Say, hey, instead of me just going to a person and say, well, this worked for me, maybe it'll work for you. I don't do that. I don't do it anymore. I just present the truth. And remember, this was something I learned early on with Saba, because I used to phrase questions to him like, do you think? Do you think? And he'd always tell me, I don't think. Either I know or I say I don't know. And that really resonated with me because it took a whole lot of stress off of me trying to give people something I didn't have, to be honest. So why even try to attempt to give something you don't have in the beginning anyways? So I don't do that anymore either. Either I know or I don't, and either I have it or I don't. And it all comes back to this energy, this frequency that that birthed everything in our existence, that birthed me and you. And today, others call it, I've heard spookism, or they call it pseudo, and I just see fear. That's all that is. It's just fear. Because why would you not just hear somebody out? And even if they're, like for me, if somebody's wrong, I don't immediately cut them off and tell them they're wrong. And sometimes I won't tell them at all. It depends on the situation. But prior to investigation, I learned that through Saba that if I don't have the entire info, that person might be right and I might be wrong. And it's interesting because in the beginning, I used to debate. When I met Saba, I just started debating people in the streets. I used to call them pop-up debates. So me and this other brother would go around town debating Jehovah's Witnesses, Christians, all this stuff. And in the beginning, I remember that I didn't always have the information at hand and would get trapped talking to one of these Jehovah's Witnesses or Christians because somehow the way I worded what the question was, or I just didn't have all the information. Whereas today, I realize from the laws of Ma'at that a lot of times it's just better to be silent, even if you do have the information or answer. Just like we saw in the discussion with the Muslim brother, where Saba just asked questions and fell back, asked questions and fell back, threw a jab, fell back, threw a jab, fell back. And the person within the silence will basically expose themselves or confound themselves. And that's basically all we're doing right now, us as a group, as an organization, is we're giving you this information week after week, month after month, year after year, and letting all these other teachers from different channels, wherever they are in your life, you look at them and then you look at Saba, you look at us, and you can compare and contrast what we're giving you, and then you can go over to Inanna and compare over there. You can go over to wherever else you're going and comparing to see if it's matching up with what these people are actually showing you and teaching to you. And that's basically how we operate here. And it's actually a very easy and very simplistic, very easy and simplistic life to live in than having to sit back and try to make stuff up to sound good. And then let's say Menkara, he catches me on something, I get triggered off that, and I get angry, and then I say, oh, Menkara, your braids are funky, man. Your braids don't mean nothing to me. And I act like that. And then everybody loses. The audience loses the most because you're not getting something that could be vital. See, people don't realize that there's things that we don't even hear when we're speaking to you right now that might reach and touch you a year from now. They say, oh, I remember when Ahati said this. Oh, I remember when Saba said this. I remember when this person said this. And then you go and implement it in your life and it benefits you. So to me, this is very serious. Because I could be affecting somebody right now with something that I'm saying. And if I'm giving you false information, I'm leading you down a path or journey that's destructive. And this was known to the ancestors as Isfet, or what's now being called chaos. Because the worst thing that could happen with inside of this, our mind, is chaos. Because that means when I go out into the matrix, I could be pulled this way, I could be pulled that way. And that's I see it all the time. I see it around people. Oh man, it's bad. I live in Los Angeles. It's bad right now. It's really bad. I see people walking around with feces on them. Feces, like oblivious. I mean, even my snakes know. You know, they're not sliding all through their feces, and you have people walking around with it. So there's a big conscious spiritual dilemma going on, and we here feel like we are the progenitors of a new way of life, a new movement that can break the minds of Isfet that has a control over us and our children. And it's going to take a lot of sacrifice as an Arcad. It's going to take a lot of obedience as a Menkara. It's going to take a lot of strength and heart as the leadership here. So the mighty Haru, the great Saba is back, and the show must continue. Peace.
All right. Thank you. Okay, everybody. We are here. Somebody mute their mic. It's echoing. I'm gonna do a couple donations, and we're gonna get right into the female male effect class, and go right into the open question. Okay, here we go. So first, shout out to Stephen. Stephen Escalar. And let me go ahead and do the screen share. I'm going to do a couple of these and then go right into this question. I want to be done by 1. Present. Screen share. Screen. Window. Okay, do you all see that? Give this man his noise. Give him his bombs. Give him everything. Shout out Steven. Thank you, my good brother. $20.72. And he says support. Shout out to you, my good brother. He says support. So I'm putting that down as Steven is one of the best supporters, and I'm putting him down under support. At the end of all this, I'm going to look through everybody that supported and helped, and I'm going to make note of everyone. Okay, so shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate it. There's a lot of donations actually came in, a lot of support. RPM, are you here, RPM? RPM, shout out to you, RPM. You all see that on the screen?
Yes, we can see it, Saba.
Okay. All this 10. All that 10. Thank you, RPM. Appreciate it. He says, for RPM. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Awesome. The support is rolling in. Africa. Hey, Africa. I think this is the sister Africa in the room. Africa Brown to Just Love. Let's see. She's sending support saying Just Love. Shout out to you. Can you, brother, see that? Just Love.
Yes, we can see, Saba.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, my good sister. I believe that's Africa Brown. We got the monsters in the room. We got the giants in the room. We got Hika Kepara, who refuses to give any small donations. He refuses. Let me fix this here. Hika Kepara only gives large donations. Thank you, my good brother. And he's saying for support for the situation. If you all are sending funds in for the particular situation, you can just type in support. Thank you so much. See that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Thank you so much. This is Kepara. Thank you, my good brother. You are awesome. Appreciate you. And we have the beautiful, wonderful Angela Gates, straight out the gates. Angela Gates with the $15. Thank you so much, Angela. That's shown on the screen, gentlemen.
Yeah, we can see Saba.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Angela Gates, with the $15, who is actually the related to Hikakepara, which is wonderful. People are bringing in they're bringing in their families. Thank you so much, Hikakepara. You are awesome, both of you, Angela Gates and Hikakepara. Appreciate both of you. You are awesome. Okay, now we have we have Tracy Gospie sent in. Oh, that's the one who asked the first question. Shout out to Tracy Gospie. Give her a shout out. Can y'all see that on the screen? Give her some noise.
Yes, we can see it, Saba.
Okay, shout out to Tracy, who says, can you explain why it's important to acknowledge and honor, respect these copper-colored womb man whom helped raise humanity's vibration? My Empress grandmother Doris Kendall, Maya Angelou, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, Erica Badu, Lauren Hill, Renee Watson, Gwendolyn Brooks. Shout out to all those beautiful sisters who Tracy says helped raise humanity's vibration. Shout out to all of them. To do a breakdown on all of them and why they're important, that I would have to actually do a class breaking down and giving acknowledgement, which I think they deserve. I think this should be its own separate class where I can break down what each of these people brought. This would actually be a long breakdown because I want to give special respect to each of them. A lot of these sisters here, especially Frances Cress Welsing, I would say her out of everybody has a large effect on the conscious community with that book. Anybody heard of ISIS Papers?
Yes.
Yes, Saba.
Okay, good. And of course, I liked a lot of Lauryn Hill's music. And Erica Badu. We actually had a daughter of Matt Ray. Are you in the room, daughter of Matt Ray? Matt, daughter of Ray. Let me know, gentlemen, if she presses something and she's in the room. She may be asleep. But we did we actually had a meeting. I actually called a family meeting on Erica Badu. Erica Badu's album. She had a double album with her with an afro with all the symbolisms in her afro, to be the first sister to come out with a song. I believe it's called Twinkle, with a song that had Medu Netter in it. It was actually a song that had Medu Netter in it, and that was awesome. And I actually called my goddesses at the time to have we had a meeting on Erica Badu, going through the album, breaking it down. So I think Erica Badu, I'm gonna make this into its own answer instead of just briefing through it right here, because there's so many women she mentioned. Definitely Tracy Gospie, thank you for the support. The 20, I will put something together to honor each of these women, because each of them needs their own specific answer instead of just a summarization. There's no way to summarize this in one quick conversation. Especially, we got Renee Watson, we got Frances Cress Welsing, who's done great work and affected most people in general, understanding the symbolisms. That's why I love Frances Cress Welsing, because she addresses the subliminal effects of sex magic. She's the only sister I know that really focuses on the subliminal sex magic symbolism that is intertwined with racism. I actually want to go over some of the things that she presented. So Tracy, I'm going to do a breakdown for this, a dedicated breakdown instead of just talking about it briefly right now. Shout out to you, Tracy. We'll get to this question. I will definitely break it down and give them all their due respect. Shout out to Tracy for honoring.
My daughter of Ray, she is here. She says, "Yes, I remember."
Yeah, Matt, daughter Ray, remember we called the meeting. Let me see if I saved already. Okay, so Tracy, this is put in a save, and so that we can get to this as its own unique breakdown. Absolutely, all these sisters deserve a section, a class breaking it down. So thank you, Tracy, for your support. For the first question, which I want a little clarity on. If you're in the room, you could definitely come to the front. And this one here, I will definitely give a class on. Shout out to Sarah Broomfield. We got a lot of sisters donating. Sarah Broomfield, shout out to you. Can you all see that in the room? Sarah Broomfield, $5.55.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna call that 13. I like that question, Tracy. I like that. We're gonna definitely break down, especially Frances Cress Welsing. I really want to bring Frances Cress Welsing kind of went out of she went out of popularity when this new YouTube phase came in. She kind of faded out. She was very, very popular, her and Queen Afua and Jewel Pookrum. And then when the YouTube phase came in, Frances Cress Welsing's there was not much focus on her. I want to bring focus back to what that great sister did bring. Thank you so much for bringing her. Oh, Sarah again. Is this another one? Gratitude TIP. Okay. Yeah, two of them. So reciprocity and then back to back with do you all see that on the screen? Gratitude pound tip.
Yes.
Gratuity. Oh, the tip, like a waiter. Haha. Thank you, sir. I get it. Gratuity. That's what they call a tip. I got you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. That's cute. That's nice. Thank you. I like little message in there. Nice. Okay, thank you. We got people listening and sending donations based on what I'm speaking on in real time. Sarah again, brothers, give her some noise or something. She keeps going. Sarah Broomfield again for Majesty. Thank you so much, Sarah. I'm gonna put you. Sarah's doing the cash peas back to back donations. Thank you, Sarah. That is unique. I'm gonna actually put your name. I'm gonna attach your name to the donation so I can put these together in a special file. I like it when people do creative things like this. Thank you. Shout out to Sosh Wallace, the dedicated, the loyal Sosh Wallace. Thank you, brother. Sosh Wallace, give him a hand, gentlemen. $20. Thank you so much, Sosh Wallace. Give him a clap. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sosh Wallace. Thank you. We got Damon Williams. These are some new names, people. New names giving support. Thank you. Damon Williams with a 2223. Give him a hand, gentlemen. Give him a hand. Thank you, Damon Williams. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. All these are adding up. I don't see any big monster donations like the big ones, but these ones are definitely adding up. I appreciate them very, very much. Hey, Rue. Kamid Hero Hancock. Shout out to you, my brother, Kamid Hero Hancock. Thank you very much. He comes in with a $10. Appreciate that. Thank you. You are wonderful. Appreciate that, my good brother. Shout out to you. We'll do a couple more. Africa Brown says, I adore and appreciate you. Oh, this is okay. Oh, she would like to get booked, so I'm gonna send her Africa Brown, if you're listening. I don't know if you're in the room. I will contact you directly because you say you want to get books, but you also have some other things written in here, so I'm gonna deal with you directly. I'll contact you, Africa Brown, tomorrow. Okay, Nito Campbell with the $18. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Thank you, Nito Campbell. For $18. Appreciate it. We'll call it 19. Okay, everybody ready? We're going to get into the next question. And for all those who I didn't say their name, let me go ahead and give you. There's quite a few of you. I see Lisa Marie. I see Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. Let me just go ahead and put him because he donated this he tried to donate this last week. So shout out to Chris Harris. Let me fix this up here. Hold on. Shout out to Chris Harris. Oh, sorry, gentlemen. Hold on. What's glitching? What's happening? Okay, let me see if I can. There we go. Okay, tell me when you guys can see this on the screen and staying on the screen. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to Chris Harris. Good debater. Good he has much respect for me. A lot of respect for me. A lot of respect for me. Shout out to Jermaine. Oh, shout out to Arcad Infinite with the $20. Give him a hand, gentlemen. Give him a hand. Who put support? Shout out to Arcad support. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Arcad, and the beautiful, awesome. Thank you, Arcad. Appreciate it. Thank you, brother. Give this awesome woman a hand. This woman here is constantly posting me on Facebook, constantly reaching out. She got a new brother to come friend request me to come get knowledge from me. Lisa Marie, if you're in the room, much love to you, Lisa Marie. Much love to you. Thank you. Okay, let's get into the next question, everybody. Support, sup, S-U-P-P. Support. What's going on? Support. Lisa Marie. That's right, Lisa. Lisa is constantly putting messages of me on Facebook. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, everybody. And then we have, of course, Owen Hythe. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Is this Arcad again, or is this a double? Arcad, did you send me two?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Arcad. I'm just saying the names. Okay, thank you. I'm just saying the names so people know in case they fall asleep that I am shouting out. Shout out to Emmanuel Rodriguez. We're gonna see you after the breakdown. Marvin Mazongo, Scribe, of course, that bring out the Cobra. Sarah again. Sarah Broomfield again. We're gonna get to Sarah is. Who is Sarah? I want to know who Sarah is. Who is Sarah? She's being very creative with the donations. Sarah Broomfield. Christopher Caboveras with the big donation. I never heard of this name before. Shout out to you, Christopher. We're gonna put them all on the screen. Don't worry. But right now, why do they keep doing that? We're gonna get into the next questions. I want to do this in an hour and a half breakdown here. Let's get into Bev. Shout out to Bev. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why do you keep doing that? Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Why is it doing that? Mark is unread. So what's the first one? Oh, Sarah. Okay. Mark is unread. Jason Kirkland. Okay, good. Owen Hythe, we're going to give you guys all your shout outs afterwards. Let's get into the next question, everybody, in the Tehuti pod class. This is it. Let me take Shannon off the screen. Don't forget Queen Nzinga and Dongo Matamba. Okay. Awesome. Let's get this off the screen. All right, everybody. Are you ready? We are about to get into a question that was asked that I'm going to answer, which is a part of the relationship section. And then we're going to bring in Scribe and some others. Arcad as a family. We're going to bring in some family people. We're going to talk about what is going on in these relationships, what's happening subconsciously, what's happening with the psyops. This may be a two-part series. I think this will be a two-part series because we got a lot to talk about. Scribe's going to have some, I guess, specific questions. So I can't just start talking about relationships. I want to know specific things that which will open up and kick me off. So we're going to get into the first section of the relationship section, which is going to be my breakdown of the effect of intimacy, sexual intimacy, on the female that the man has invisibly that most people may not know about. From there, that will answer a lot of questions about relationships, and then we're going to bring back on Scribe, and he's going to go into what he wants to know about. Okay, so let me get this off the screen. Let me get this answer off the screen. Let me go backwards here, and put this up on the screen. Boom, that's good. Open this. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Get ready. We're about to break it down. Let me expand this so it pops up properly on the screen. My computer is working in slow-mo. Slow-mo mode. What's happening here? Okay, it's working very slow. Let's see how fast this moves. Okay, it moves fast now. Okay, good. Okay. All right, everybody, we are about to get into the first section. So, brothers, we're going to put you in the chat so I can smoothly get into this. And then, Scribe, I'm going to bring you back on. We may bring on some other family people. We're going to actually have an open talk about relationships. I'm going to break down the subconscious effects, get into what was discussed here. If everybody looks, you can see this is a polygamy conference, a polygamy panel live, not on the internet, but live with me in the middle there. My goddesses were there, and we discussed relationships and what the European calls polygamy. That's what he calls it. We don't call it that, but he calls it that. Okay, somebody texts me. Wow, my beautiful, you are a masterpiece. Your masterpiece are awesome. Okay, thank you. The goddesses are sending support. Thank you. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. She says, I am the one. Yep, we're going to get into all that. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. We see it start off as like 90, 100 people. I told you have to wait till the end to get to this section here. Here we are. And there's only 71 people left. This is only made for a few ears. No problem at all. Give me hand sanitizer. Here we go, everybody. We're going to do a presentation. I'm going to get into the question here, which is going to get into the relationship section. Here it is. And it was Everything CMOS who sent the first section in for the relationship section. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Let me wipe it down with this. Here. Okay. Thank you, nannies. Okay. All right. So it was a question. It was a couple part question. And I'm going to see if I have the, if I actually have the, oh, here's the capture. Here we go. So can everybody see this on the screen? Oh, press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Please. Because once I go, I want to go. So he asked me first question, which was off this conversation. He asked me, does the male semen, do I agree the male semen affects the female? So I want to put that answer in this part as well, because a lot of people don't understand why they're being affected by their mate in the relationship, and they don't comprehend certain things. We're going to get into it. So he continued saying, since the male semen can affect a female mentally and spiritually, which I'm sure a lot of people have never heard of before, and spiritually, does she also the male? Does she affect the male in the same way? Remember, I answer questions very specifically. So does she affect him in the same way? If so, what happens if the female is using contraceptive? Would the male feel spiritually weak since she's killing his semen? So first we have to establish for the people, the male semen affecting the female. Once we establish that, then we could see if the female could possibly affect the male in the same way. If she affects him in the same way, then is using a contraceptive affecting the male. But we have to establish first if she even affects him in the same way. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. I'm going to come back to the screen and see if everybody's pressing a 1. We are in the relationship section, the connectivity section. I'm going to break it down, then we're going to open up for the panel. So we got Healing Village says, looking good. Okay. Oh, I'm looking good. Thank you. I'm looking good in the white thing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. All right, Shannon, Heka Kepara, Rigo. Okay, here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome to the... Shannon says 2. You can't hear me anymore? Can you hear me and see me? Press A1. Shannon, press a 2. Can you see me and hear me? Press A1. There's only 3 people that can see me and hear me. That's not good. Anybody that can see me and hear me, press A1. Okay, good. Here we go. It's rolling in. Shannon, press a 1 again. Rebel Minded, press a 1 again. Okay, let's go, everybody. My daughter of Ray pressed a 1 again. Let's get into the effect of relationships with the part of the relationship that people don't really think about. Master K, press a 1. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Shannon says typo. Cannabis Spa. You're going to like this section. Cannabis Spa. I am Kudzani. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me. Scribe, press 1. Mad Daughter of Ray, press 1. And Healing Village. Is the village still there watching? The village? Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. And again, the question was first, does the male semen affect the female? I answered that off air. And once that was established, since the male semen can affect the female mentally and spiritually, does she also have the same? Does she also affect the male in the same way? If so, what happens if the female uses contraceptive? Would the male feel spiritually weak since she is killing his semen? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Let's get into the answer. Everybody can see. Let me check the room one more time and let's get into the answer. Here we go. You ready, Rebel Minded? Ready, everybody? Everybody ready? Cannabis Spa says she's all ears. Africa Brown, are you here? Shout out to the Tracy sister. I don't know if you're here too. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sarah. Very creative. Rigo says, dang. I didn't even start yet, Rigo, and you saying dang. Okay, let's go, Rigo. Let's go. Here we go. Everybody ready? Here we are. So can a man's sperm affect a woman, and does it work the other way around? The first thing to understand is what the female actually is. The woman is a physical incarnation of absorption, transformative conversion energy, whose inner workings are like that of a step-up transformer. Okay? So again, to understand what the female is and her working inner energies, the woman is a physical incarnation because the energy that I'm going to describe exists outside the physical first, before women even existed. But she's the physical incarnation, manifestation of absorption, transformation, conversion energy, whose inner workings are like that of a step-up transformer. What is that? All right, here's a step-up transformer. In a step-up transformer, the numbers turn in a secondary coil NS is greater than that of the primary coil NP. The primary coil is made up of thick insulated copper wire, while secondary coil of thin insulated wire, of thin insulated wire converts low voltage at high current into high voltage at low current. A step-up transformer is a converter that takes low voltage at a high current and puts high voltage into a low current. It's an expansive energy transformer tool, because you have a step down transformer that does the opposite. So the female, what we're calling the goddess energy, is the only form of existence that can absorb this. Let me shrink it down. That means they haven't found a way to scientifically duplicate this. They found nothing else in existence, no other manifestation in existence that can absorb this. What is this? This is a zygote. This is a sperm head, 5.1 mm. That's a micrometer by 3.1 mm, and the tail is about 50 mm micrometers long. A micrometer is 1/1000th of a millimeter, or 0.001. So here it is. That's how small this is. Can be seen only through a microscope. So she's the only form of existence manifested on this planet that can transform this. Through this process, we see the goddess, we see the female right here. She takes it and transforms it from this process and converts it into this, into a 7-8 pound being. Okay, so this sperm right here, you can only put this inside of this entity, and only when it gets within this entity can it transform it from a 5.1 micrometer into a 7-8 pound baby. This is also a tadpole. A tadpole can exist in a pond without the female's body and transform from the tadpole into a frog without going into this. But this must go into this to convert this into this. That means if this semen falls anywhere else, nothing happens. This is the only manifestation that can transform this into this little cute guy. It looks like a baby Muhammad Ali. Okay, so it does, right? So that is a female step-up transformer, while simultaneously doing something at the same time. So while simultaneously converting this micrometer, 5.1 micrometer, into this, simultaneously something else is going on. While simultaneously taking the Ka and the Ku, a bioenergetic template light being, and slowing down its frequency, converting it into a Kat, a physical body, the illusion of diametric opposites, thus the comparison to a step-up transformer. Why again? Because a step-up transformer does both things that seem to be diametric opposites. What does it do? It converts low voltage into high current and high current into low voltage. While expanding something, it's also slowing something down. So when this sperm goes into this woman, it expands the physical while simultaneously slowing down the Ka into a physical being, speeding up the growth of this one, slowing down the vibration of the Ka into a physical being, which appears to be diametric opposites, or the illusion of diametric opposites, which is duality opposing itself, taking place in one being, being its own polar opposite, slowing down an etheric being, turning him into or her into a physical, and expanding the physical, growing and slowing down at the same time. This is why within the female, we have words in the Masonic English language that describe a female that also describes her own opposite, or it's one word that describes an opposite. Because within the woman, diametric opposites take place with the growth of a physical body and the slowing down of an etheric body. And that's why some people, even some people that may be watching this class right now, are witnesses to say that I watched my parents have sex and then I came down into them. But obviously they weren't a physical being watching. There was something else of a sped up vibration and then slowed down into a physical, which is the same mathematics as E equals MC squared. So it slows down into a physical. So the diametric opposite takes place inside of the woman, of course, originally the black woman, and this doesn't happen anywhere else in existence. So the word for a woman's vagina is shed, S-H-E-D, and it means shed, which is where life comes from. But the word shed also is an ancient word that means a destroyer. So the same word that means life coming from something is the same word that means a destroyer, because the female inside of her body, she is the creator and the destroyer at the same time, also seen through the Hindu god Kali. Now we take the word shed, and the Masons took this concept and created the word shedding blood, which is what the female does in order to create this baby. She first, when she becomes mature, has to get to the age of shedding blood, which means to give off blood, right? But the word shed also means it's opposite, which means to take away. So the word shed, which is the word for vagina, the Masons took this word, made it into a word that means giving off blood, which is what a woman does. In order for her to create a baby, she has to get to a stage where she sheds blood every month. But the word shed means to take away, like shed your clothes. I want you to shed your clothes, which means to take away. But if I say I'm shedding some light on people, I'm giving them light. So the word shed, S-H-E-D, which is an ancient word that means vagina, it's also a diametric opposite because it means to take away and to give at the same time, which is exactly simultaneously taking place within the ancient black woman's body, the ancient woman's body, growing the sperm and also slowing down the biogenic energetic template, turning a ka into a kot, a physical body. And thus we are reborn here in the physical and then start dying again. And we spend most of our physical life trying to become a spiritual being again. Okay, this only takes place in the woman. That's why the woman is the great mother, because it only happens within her. All right, so this is why in today's matrix world, you will notice or hear men say, what will they say? My lady always takes the smallest things and blows it up into a big argument. She's emotional. She takes the small things and blows it up. This is because as an absorption step-up transformer, she was designed to absorb her surroundings and also expand that energy. In ancient times, it was ma'at, thus birthing, healing, life energy, magnifying it. So in ancient times, the woman was kept around the male. We liked female energy around us because she absorbed the surroundings and then expanded them, but that was positive ma'at energy. Today, they're surrounded by the Maury show, they're surrounded by Nicki Minaj, surrounded by cigarettes, surrounded by arguments, baby daddy leaving me, and absorbs that energy and then magnifies that into negativity, because the new matrix, the first matrix was positive. The new matrix is surrounding her with negative energy, and she's a step-up transformer constantly absorbing it and thus blows up the negative energy. She's made to blow up positive energy, but of course in this matrix we are surrounded by the matrix and the negative energy, so thus the woman blows up into that. Unfortunately, today's surroundings by the matrix, what do you think she is? Unknowingly magnifying. So she doesn't even know that she's a magnifier, and thus surrounded by the matrix, she magnifies that. Okay, and then explodes off into that, because this society teaches argue, battle, argue, and that's what it's all about. Okay, but we're going to get into that. So you will note, as a manifestation of an absorber, what direction is the woman's reproductive organs going towards, as opposed to the male. So she's an absorber. She pulls in energy. So thus the manifestation of creative energy manifests as our reproductive organs, because we can only reproduce through our reproductive organs. So when the energy manifests, because remember, the ka exists first and then the physical body manifests. So when the ka manifests as reproductive organs, what does it reproduce? What does it produce? The females as inwards, because she's the absorber. She's sucking in the energy, taking in the penis, protecting the baby inside the womb. Everything is inside. It's all taking place inside. Whereas the male, his is on the outside. His manifests as something that is coming out to thrust, to explode, to ejaculate outwards, to push out. She is the absorber. Thus, the difference between a male and a female's reproductive organs manifest as what she is, which is an absorption, step up, transformer. She's made to absorb her physical body and her mental body. Okay? So, yes, his external and the females are going inwards to absorb. So, his are external, hers are going inwards to absorb. The greatest aspect of a female was the manifestation of feminine energy. We have many women saying, I'm possessing the feminine energy. I will show you how powerful feminine energy is. But does anyone, the feminine principle here is, but does anyone here in the chat know what feminine means? Let me go in the chat and see. For all the sisters and all the women that are saying feminine energy, the feminine principle, feminism, the feminine, my inner feminine self, what does that word actually mean? Don't go look it up right now. Just go, because I know we've said it before. We looked it up. So people, sisters, brothers, type in the chat, what does feminine mean? Just type in what the word itself means. Type it in. I'll give you a couple moments. Type in, what does feminine mean? What does it mean? Anybody know? What does feminine mean? Feminine, the word. We've all said it, the feminine principle, the feminine power, the feminine goddess, my inner feminine self. We seem to like the frequency of that word feminine. What does the word feminine mean? The definition of the word feminine, it comes from female. What does female mean? Any woman know? Anybody know? We use it all the time. My female inner self, the feminine within me. What does it mean? Type it in the room, everybody. What does the word mean? Since we use it all the time. Womanish. Female, Fe equals iron. Okay. What does female mean? We're going to get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. I'm going to give you nothing but the facts. Shannon put female means creation. Okay. Kamit put female means is Fe equals iron. Rebel Minded put woman-ish. Shannon put creation. The sister here, Cannabis Spa, said, I'm definitely all woman. We need Tehuti's guidance as we're lost in space. Thank you, sister. So females, creation, woman-ish. Let's get into it, everybody. So only 3 people in the room have used the word female. Only 3 people in the room have called themselves a female. Or did you call yourself a female and feminine energy and not even know what the word means? Okay, Darius put fem equals goddess. 9 complete. Feminine. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Femi, 9. Okay, what does female mean? All right, so we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 people out of the 71 people watching that has ever used the word female pertaining to themselves. Or does just nobody know what the word actually means? We've been using it. The feminist movement, female, my feminine divine, my inner feminine female. What does it mean, everybody? Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. We're going to go with those 4 people to go on with the class. So I will show you what female means, the feminine principle. Does anyone here know what it means? So we have 4 people who type what they think that it means. And now I'm going to show you for the first time for all the 71 people or those who don't know what the word means. Here's female. Guess what it means? Okay, woman, female. We have to go back and back. Familia, female, young female girl. We're going to go back to the root of it. Female, literally, she who sucks, she who suckles, to suck. Female means she who sucks, she who suckles, which is from dai, which is to suck. She who sucks, that's what female means. Okay, that is it. Anything else that anybody else gives you is not coming from an actual dictionary. So boom, it means to suck. Now transposition those words and tell us how it sounds. Walk up to a group of people and say, I want to show you my sucking powers. Brothers would say, we love feminists. So now that you know female means to suck, we can start to understand the roots of where this concept came from. In the Tehuti podcast, prior to this, people have their own definitions that they made up. They never actually went to the dictionary and found out the frequency of the word when the Masons were creating the word. It is she who sucks. Okay? Boom. Why does it mean this? Of course, the female is the absorber, which leads into the reason of why women become so attached to their men and babies more than it is the other way around, because she absorbs the male she is with, compounded with the sperm's ability to change the woman's eating habits. Did you all know that? The sperm that touches you changes your eating habits, your behavior, your sleep patterns, and your emotional bonds. I will cover that scientifically. So the woman is a step-up transformer and absorber, and she is the original female, because female means to suck, which is what? To absorb something, to take something in. That is what the word means. And most people were using this word and didn't know that female literally means one who suckles, which is to suck, one who sucks, because she is the absorber. That is what she was in ancient times. And that's what she is right now. So see what happens when you use a word and have no idea what it means. When the Freemasons created this language, they coded it with man's ancient principles. That's what they did when they created these languages. This particular language is speaking is purely coded language. You can see it every time you look up a word in etymology. So a man's sperm actually can change a woman's eating habits, behavior, and her sleep patterns, compounded with the woman's bonding. And I'm going to break down that. We're going to cover that scientifically in a moment, because the woman is the absorber. Once you start understanding these ancient and scientific concepts and have these type of conversations with your women and with your men, a lot of arguments won't happen anymore, because you'll start to understand the scientific, chemical, and spiritual, so-called spiritual makeup of each sex. So when you see someone behaving a certain way, you know how to cater to it and understand it and turn it positive, because you understand what the makeup is. No, we are not equals. We're not supposed to be equal. Each being is their own individual being. And if you're looking for somebody equal, you might as well be homosexual, because you want something that's exactly like you. It's the differences between us that bring us together to make us create things. And we're not counterparts. We're not countering each other. We're not opposites. We're not opposing each other. We'll break that down later. All subliminal terms that make us argue, as opposed to going over information like this. If we had conversations like this in the morning, there'd be less time to argue and fight. So we're going to go into the female orgasm from organ and orgone energy to understand what this absorption energy actually is, and why the female is transformed by the man's sperm and the bonding effect. So in the orgasm, in a woman, a major activation of anxiety and alertness, even to the point of unconsciousness. In women, the periaqueductal is activated as a pain suppressant, which I broke down in another class, which is why if you look at a woman's face while she's having sex, you can't tell the difference between her pain face and her sex face. And that is because in ancient times, before we evolved, there was no dating, there was no romancing, there was a man jumping on top of a woman having sex, and it would be painful. Animals do it still to this day. Listen to two cats have sex and you will understand the pain that the female is going through. There is no courting, there is none of that. There is no waiting for the woman to get moist, there is none of that. Some men, animals even have spikes on their penis, so when it goes in, it locks into the vagina so she can't escape. So that's in our evolutionary process. The periaqueductal had to activate a pain suppressant that was also associated with pleasure. And that's why women to this day, when you're having sex with a woman, sometimes she requests things that would be painful on the streets. Like slap me, slap my butt. But the man doesn't really ask for that. How many men in this room ask their women to slap their butt when they're having sex? Slap me, choke me, hold me hard. All those things because it was imitating what has been in the genes for millions of years. All right, so it contains what's called oxytocin, receptors connected to the orbital frontal cortex, and is activated by pleasant visual, tactile, and olfactory stimuli, maternal connective qualities, why women latch on and are more emotionally connected. So the men don't have this being stimulated to this effect, which is, and women do, especially when they're in a state of orgasm or in a state of a loving nature, and therefore they create a bonding that the men don't do. If we just stopped and understood this one point right here, we would eliminate a lot of arguments. How come you're not as attached to me as I am to you? How come you're so cold? How come you're not as emotionally connected? Are we not connected the same? We're supposed to be equals. Men and women are equals. I'm supposed to love you as you love me. We're the same being. We're the exact same. No. No. Not according to the pag periaqueductal. Nope. Not according to the oxytocin receptors that are in the orbital frontal cortex. That's not activated in the man. That is activated by visual and tactile stimuli. Visual is to see something and become attached to it, which means her mirror neurons are activated more. Your mirror neurons are when you walk into a room and everybody's smiling, and then you begin to smile too. Why? Because the human has mirror neurons also, more in a female, to become more a part of what the environment is. So you see somebody smile, then all of a sudden you start to smile. You don't even know why you're smiling, because somebody else starts to laugh. You start to giggle inside too, and sometimes it's outward. She has tactile bonding, olfactory stimuli. So by the touch and the caressing, that's why the word caress comes from caress. Caress was a goddess of fertility, and a goddess of agriculture was caress. It's where the word creator came from. The word creator is a feminine word, which means caress. Right? The woman is the toucher. She likes to touch. She likes to bond. Which is why if you have a mate, a female, you'll notice when she's around her friends, it's nothing for her to touch her female friend's hair, comb her hair for her, touch her hand, hold her hand when they're in the club, hug each other, touch each other. But you will never really see Arcad and Ahati doing that. These are things that exist within the female bonding system that just doesn't exist within the male for particular evolutionary reasons. So the oxytocin is what is injected to induce contractions in labor. So this is why biting and hair pulling becomes a pleasure, and the facial expression of sex and pain are similar. The biting and the hair pulling, things that you would do in a fight, are associated within sexuality, especially for females, because of the pain suppressant pag periaqueductal that has evolved in her. When you understand this, you will understand the relationship better. So as we can see, the female orgasm compounded with the tactile and olfactory stimuli activates her absorption and connective qualities through oxytocin receptors, which is much different from the effect of a male's orgasm, which releases sperm, which are actually designed to work with her oxytocin to actually transform her through many sexual interactions before she gets pregnant. The sperm starts to transform her and works with the oxytocin before she even gets pregnant. You may say, "What, Tehuti? The job of the sperm is just to fertilize the egg." What do you mean it transforms her, alters her eating habits, changes her behavior just by touching her, just by going within her? What is this, sex magic? That's pseudo, Tehuti. That's pseudo. No scientist backs this. Well, welcome to the Tehuti Pawn class, where I make you question your reality and then answer the question. So, Tehuti says that the sperm on and in a woman's body changes her eating habits, changes her sleep patterns, changes her behavior. And I say this is a part of what's called sex magic. And then here comes the people saying, no, that's pseudo. The sperm's job is simply to fertilize the egg. No scientist backs that, Tehuti. You're pseudo. All right. Well, let's go to New Scientist. Semen has controlling power over female genes and behavior. July 2015. Did Tehuti write this article? Tehuti must have. You wrote this article, Tehuti. You made this. You copy and pasted this. There's no article that says this. Well, there is more to semen than sperm, and many animals' fluid actually alters both bodies and sometimes even the behavior of females. Human semen too triggers changes in the uterus and may have a wider effect on women aimed at just one goal. It's all about maximizing the chances of the male reproduction, says Sarah Robertson of the University of Adelaide in Australia. The effects are most striking in fruit flies. Seminal fluid can make females eat more, lay more eggs, and be less receptive to other males. Now by a team led by Tracy Chapman. That's interesting. Remember her? Different Tracy Chapman, of course. Led by Tracy Chapman of the University of East Anglia, Norwich, UK, has found that male fruit flies selectively alter chemical makeup of their seminal fluid in the presence of rivals, and the males produce more seminal proteins. It came as a real surprise, says Chapman. It is sophisticated response to social, sexual situation. Boom. What about the behavioral differences as asked in contraceptives? Used or at least condom compared or not. So there have been claims that semen can do everything from making women sleepy after sex. How many women, you don't even have to press one, I just want you to use your memory. How many women, because I've experienced this, let me come into the room here. You're intimate, and then directly after the intimacy, the female falls asleep. You have your orgasm, but the female falls asleep directly after that. I've experienced this many times. What is putting the female to sleep? What is actually doing that? Why is she going to sleep at any given moment after the intimacy? And it's not because she's tired, but they found that semen is actually doing this. Very interesting. Okay. So there's a sex to strengthening the emotional bond. So semen can make the woman sleepy after sex because remember what I said that the peripag aqueductal does? It puts her in a trance-like state and it creates emotional bond through the oxytocin. So the semen actually creates emotional bond with the partner. In 2002, study based on a survey of 300 students even found that women whose partners did not use condoms scored lower on a measure of depression. So somehow the contraceptives are having an effect in these studies on how females behave and people behave in general, but mainly the females. Okay. We thought that sperm's job was just to fertilize the egg. That's what we thought. Okay. But here we are in Psychology Today. The Psychology Today article that says, attention ladies, semen is an antidepressant. Vaginal exposure to semen elevates women's moods. Vaginal exposure to semen elevates women's moods. One study found that women whose vaginas were exposed to semen, i.e., ones who's reported never using condoms, show significant better mood. So the contraceptive, those who never use condoms, show significantly better mood. That is the effect that contraceptives have. It has it on the female. The vagina is exposed to semen and the mood changes. Positive effects of semen on mood include fewer bouts of depression and suicidal thoughts. So they did study to find out that semen touching the body of a woman actually lessens suicidal thoughts. Of course it would, because semen is a part of biological imperative and the conscious goal that's within the semen, because remember, the semen is physical, the sperm is physical, but inside the semen and the sperm is the ka, which is the consciousness. Its whole purpose is to produce life. So if you have millions and millions and millions of little things and their goal is we got to produce life, of course, when it touches a woman, it's going to lessen suicidal thoughts because suicide is taking away life. We never knew the power of semen. These things are happening in our relationships. We don't even understand, causing a lot of the arguments and confusion because we're not studying science, spirituality, and the effect that males and females have on each other based on their chemical makeup. The effect of semen on mood could advantageously, for sexually active women, over 50 who are experiencing menopausal blues. So semen touching the woman's skin actually helps the depression of menopause. Did anybody know that? Did anybody know that? You find that some women during sex may take the semen and rub it on their skin, rub it on themselves. But you don't really find the men taking the vaginal juice from the woman's vagina and rubbing it on their body. Brothers, you would do that? But you find the woman doing that. That is subconscious. It is actually changing the woman's mood and helping with menopausal blues. That is what semen does. But the contraceptive actually blocks that for the female, actually blocks that. So the MA, Michael Castleman, says, attention ladies, semen is an antidepressant. All right, here we go. Everybody, welcome to the pod class. A study on semen exposure to women's mood. Vaginal tissue is very absorptive because the woman is the female, the sucker, the absorber. So not only is the vagina built for something to go in and absorb the penis, the tissue itself is absorptive and richly endowed with blood and lymph vessels, given vaginal absorptiveness and all the mood elevating compounds found in semen. Gallup Birch at SUNY College, Stephen Platek, wondered if semen exposure might be associated with better mood and less depression. Surveyed 293 college women at SUNY Albany about intercourse and without condoms, and then gave the women the Beck Depression Inventory Standard Test Mood compared with women who always or usually use condoms, those who never did, whose vaginas were exposed to semen, show significantly better moods, fewer depressive and fewer bouts of depression. In addition, it compared to women who had not intercourse at all. Semen exposed women showed more elevated mood and less depression. Woo! Okay, everybody, welcome to the pod class. These are the effects that just semen has on the woman's attitude and mood. So understanding this, we can now see that there's a biological and psychological effect different men's sperm has on a woman, and due to oxytocin, behavior, and bonding effects, we can now see the answer to the age-old question unknowing women in the Matrix ask: why is it if a man has multiple body counts, it's not seen the same as going through multiple men? We find one theme in pre-Matrix cultures, that is the value of a woman's virginity, and no woman who goes from male to male to male to male in any ancient culture is of high value. This is one of the reasons why prostitutes will say, I have to blank out or take many drugs to disconnect. Talk to the streetwalker, say, how do you do it? How do you have sex with 4 men in one night? 5 men in one night? How do you do it? People always ask, and the streetwalkers and prostitutes talk about taking drugs and disconnecting and blanking out. But if a brother has sex with 4 women in one night, nobody's walking up to him, brother, how do you do that, man? Do you have to disconnect? How do you do it? How do you do it? When the woman does it, she has to disconnect and take drugs. Why? Because of the oxytocin. The body of the female is designed to absorb a particular man, and her body, biological functions, eating patterns, sleep patterns, her mood change, her antidepressant, anti-suicidal thoughts are now absorbed from the male that she is exposed to. But when the woman goes out there and exposes to multiple different sperms, you start to see the craziness. But here we go. Most women become sexually and spiritually intoxicated by sexual imprinting. This is called sexual imprinting. You ever notice that couples that get together, they start to look alike after a while? Anybody notice that? Has anybody ever seen that? Couples that you got a friend that got together with a woman, or a woman got together with a man, and then after about 30 years, you knew them both, and after about 20 years, you start realizing they start to Somebody absorbed somebody. What's going on here? You all are starting to look alike. I knew you both before you were in the relationship. Now you two start to look alike. This is called sexual imprinting. Multiple men's sperm in their system. So when you sexually imprint multiple men's sperm in the system and have multiple sperm touching you, there's a spiritual intoxication by sexual imprinting, because the oxytocin is designed through visual olfactory senses to bond with a particular male. And if there's multiple men involved, the woman's mind goes from thought to thought, and it creates confusion. This is why in ancient cultures, in all of the ancient cultures, it was very important for the female to keep her chastity. Whereas today, women brag about body count. I had 12 men, girl. You had 12. I had 15. I had 15 men. 15 men ain't got nothing on me. You ain't got nothing on me. I had 25 men. I had 2 men last night at the club. There's nobody in ancient culture of whatever religion that brags about that, that talks about that. But in this matrix, it's reversed. It's diametric, Orwellian opposites. Everything is reversed. Sexual imprinting. Their mind can't focus, leading to an influx of neuropinephrine, the protective defense chemical. That's why every conversation may lead to an argument, complaint resulting from internal biological confusion, because she's the absorber, a very delicate being, because she's the creator. She's the absorber. So thus the creator, creative energy, has to stay pure to reproduce, echo out more pure energy. It's supposed to be a valued treasure. But if you have the female absorbing everything, every kind of music, Nicki Minaj, I slept with 5 men last night, girl. Yeah, man, I had 10 boyfriends last year. I'm trying a new body count. I'm knocking them off. I got this man, that man, that man. What happens? The opposite of what happened in ancient times, when women were actually goddesses. Okay, results in internal biological confusion, because neuropinephrine is a protective defense chemical that sparks within people when they have to defend their stability of what they're standing on. Okay, so when a female, a prostitute, a porno star, anyone like that, has this absorption energy to absorb a man, she can't get too connected to her John. She can't get too connected to the man. So simultaneously, she has to produce neuropinephrine, which protects and defends off the male that she's actually sleeping with to make that money. Whereas the male does not have that. Total different chemical makeup. So because she's the absorber in Kemet, called the Mer. So in Kemet, the women were called the Mer, which means to desire, in love, which is attract. That's what the women were called, the attractors. They were called Mers because they were the absorbers, the attractors. The women, attractive energy, that's where the concept came from. Remember the Secret movie? Think what you want and you can attract the reality to you. That's what the women did. That's what the females did in ancient times. That's why the females were the oracles, the priestesses. They were the advisors when it came to particular situations, because she was the one that attracted the conscious energy to her and was able to advise. She was able to advise in that fashion. Now, if you're attracting the baby, if you're attracting little John and Drake, yeah, things will tend to change. You're attracting Bacardi every Friday night, yes. So the women were called the Mer. When you look up Mer, it means love, desire, to wish for, crave, which is to absorb, to pull something towards you, something you want inside of you. She was the Mer, the love energy, the desire. That was the female in ancient times, the step-up transformer, to bring things together. That is what the women did. She brought things together to reproduce, to take a little zygote sperm as a step-up transformer and magnify it as a 7-pound baby, but to bring things together, because the oxytocin had her bonding with beings, with her male. So it was bringing her and her male together, and that was called Mer. Then expanding, which is why today, when a man and a woman pledge together to expand their families, what is it called? Marriage. from the word myrrh, from Marie, marriage, which ties into, can the female do this sperm effect on her side to the male? And the answer is no, not in that manner. And if she uses contraceptives, does that affect the male in a different way for both? Yes. Remember, the female is the magnifier and the absorber, meaning that once she absorbs, she can then expand the energy. She's the expander of energy, thus not even needing the contraceptive to have the effect of what the brother's asking about. Remember, she was able to take this little thing here, it goes inside of her body and it comes out as this, because she's the expander of energy. So, and then what is she called? She's called the mama, right? Why do we call women mama? Anybody know? What's mama? Hey, mama. Hey, ma. My grandmama. You think it comes from mother, don't you? It doesn't. Where does mama come from? What's mama? She's called the mama. What does that word mean? We'll get into that in a moment. Why are women called the mama? If we understood these things, a lot of relationship arguments would be depleted, because we would understand the chemical spiritual makeup of the male and the female and would interact as such. In Ma'at, the female is known as the Ka. Did you know that the same word for spirit was the same word for female? She was the Ka, or the Kau. The Kau, the two supportive women, Aset and Nebtet, those were the wives of Asar. They were called the Kau. Kau was the plural, Ka was the singular. So individually, the women were called the Ka, the same thing that your spirit is. What is the spirit? What is the Ka? The bioenergetic template, the generator. Remember, I just broke this down. The Ka is the generator. The generator, which magnifies because it echoes from the bioenergetic template, echoes out into bioenergetic etheric doubles. That is the Ka energy. So that's that energy that's within you, that's creating you as your internal mother, the spirit energy that's creating you, that echoes out bodies, that cause you to have immortal, everlasting life, just like the woman gives birth to you and birth to the next person and birth and birth and birth, giving everlasting life. That spirit was called the Ka, and the woman was the Ka. And together, our plural women were called the Cow. That's where you get the word cow from. That's why the mother goddesses were always depicted with horns and cow horns. Okay, supportive women are Set and Nebtet, the two wives of Asar. You will find it interesting that the same word for this female energy is the same word for light in your body that forms and makes you stable. You see, you don't have this in English. You don't have this in Christianity. That's why the arguments break out. If the woman could say, if the brother could, so we'll get into that in a lot, but if the brother could say, I remember a person said, Tehuti, you think women are cows, don't you? And I said, yeah. You think women are cows, yeah? Yes. But you see, you say that in the Matrix and the argument breaks out because she doesn't understand that she is a cow. She doesn't understand that. And that means a spirit. And the cow was the reproductive animal that helped commit with everything. Without any cows, there would be no now producing anything. So, the woman is the Ka, the cow, pluralized. All right. We'll get into the rest of the live conversation. All right. So, here we see the same word for double, there's spirit, and there it is for Ka. And then what does the spirit do? What does the Ka do? The bioenergetic template. It's within the body, this is the papyrus of Ani, forming and making strong my limbs. That is what the woman does, the same thing as what a spirit does. That sperm could not form and have any strong limbs if it wasn't injected into a female. The female is the Ka, and your spirit energy is the Ka. And if you woke up and called your woman the Ka, the spirit, and worshipped her as such, or said you are the spirit, and women understood that, once again, there'd be more appreciation and less arguments because you'd understand the ancient concepts of how men and women saw each other before the Matrix. Just as a female is a step-up transformer, absorbing then accelerating light current to create a bonding environment, making her a mama. Only when a person has a baby is she a mama. Huh? Right? We don't call 12-year-old girls mama, do we? I don't know. We don't call 9-year-old girls mama. Anybody walk up to a 9-year-old girl and say, mama? No, the mama is her mother. The baby mama is not the child. The baby mama is the one that gave birth to her. You don't call a 9-year-old the baby mama, even though she's a baby. But the baby mama, the mama is the mother. We all know that, grandmama. Okay, you don't call a 3-year-old girl a mama. Okay, so that makes her a mama when she bonds and she expands the light energy, the ka, and makes her a mama. This energy can be reversed. The Freemasons knew the female was the absorption life energy giver. She was the Lucifer. She represented the supportive star Auset, who was also married and supportive of her husband Asar. Of course, she was what the mental state. She was in what mental state when he died? Yes, mourning. She was mourning. Thus, she was the morning star. She was the morning star. The way you write Auset's name is a star. That is Auset's name. It's a star. She becomes the morning star, which becomes Venus, and the morning star, which becomes Sirius or the sun. But the morning means you're weeping, because she's weeping the deceased husband that she had. Thus, she's the morning star. She's the light giver, whose goal was to take Asar's light and magnify it to produce a sun, an S-O-N or an S-U-N, and her in his likeness, named what? Heru, which means what? Light, because she was the light. The ancient woman was called the Lucifer. They made that into an evil being. It meant a circle of light. The morning star. She produces her likeness, so that becomes a Heru, and the word Heru means day or light, which is the sun again. He was the Neo, or what's called the newborn. He was the newborn. She was the ultimate mama. Oh, wait. What does mama mean? I said I would get back to that in a moment, right? What does mama mean, everybody? So Aset was the great light. The women were the great light that was expanding light energy, because she was the Ka, and Ka is another word for spirit light, or the bioenergetic template, which expands your light energy through the string or through the serpent. And the woman was the great expander of light, producing children. And then today we call her a mama. What does mama mean? We go to page 269 of the Per Em Haru. The root word of it is ma, which means what? The likeness of something, because that is what a woman does. She produces the likeness. This ma became Mik or Mike, and this is where you get the term Mikael from, which means one who is like God. It's from ma, and here's mama. What does mama mean? What does this word mama mean? Let's look it up. Oh, to give light. Everybody see that, everybody? Mama is to give off light. Did you know that? That's what mama is. She's the great light expander. She's the Ka, which is the light energy, creating more Kas and echoing them. So she's the one that gives off light. She is the mama. Oh my goodness. Okay. Boom. Mama, to give off light. New, something, because it means new also. See, look at the top. New, right at the top. Something new. That's mait, mot. This is all from mut and ma, all the same root word. Maut, mau, something new. Ma, likeness. Mama, comfortability, and to give off light. All of them are the same. Okay, so mama, to give off light, new, something in the likeness of a newborn baby, Heru, the echo from the light given off by his mama, who is called the great light Sapti, the great morning star that would rise in the vernal heliacal equinox rising, the greatest light in the sky, which was the Sirius star called Sapti, and that star was the Isis star, or the Auset star, the greatest light. It's bigger and greater than the sun. So the Romans and the Greeks saw that, and they called her the great light, which is the great circle, because the sun looks like a circle. So she was the cipher, the Luic cipher, which became Lucifer. And then when the male hatred for women came in, they made Lucifer the devil. And they took the word Lucifer and associated it with everything that had to do with women. So thus, she became the evil one, and evil, the root word of evil in the Hebrew was Hawa, which means light, but in the English, it's Eve. Eve, which is the root word of evil. So when you get into religion, the first woman, when you get into the mythology, the woman Aset, she's Lucifer, the evil one. When you get into religion, the Bible, the first woman is Eve, from the evil one, or the dark one, when daytime turns into evening, the dark one or the evil one. And then you say, you know what, forget religion, forget Egyptian mythology, forget that. I'm just going to go straight to science, atheist. What's the name of the first woman there? Lucy? Lucy from Lucifer too? All right, let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Here we go. So, the way in which the woman, absorber, expander, can reverse this is, of course, by her disconnecting from the male voluntarily. So reverse this, meaning that the brother asked, does contraceptives and her using contraceptives, does that make the male weak? No. It's actually how she feels and thinks about the male and the light she gives off, which can make him weak or strong. So the woman has a disconnect that she can disconnect from the male and voluntarily or involuntarily trigger anti-biological imperative, which will actually fight the sperm off inside of her. Go watch a video called Sperm Wars. All right, the woman's body is actually designed, it's fighting off the sperm. That's another class though, but constantly having thoughts of not procreating with you or associating being pregnant with nervousness and anxiety. So what happens with the neurepinephrine is the woman is so used to not procreating with you, she doesn't associate sex with creating with you anymore, thus giving off the light energy to repel you or repel your sperm, because she's associating herself with not being pregnant by you. And if she is pregnant, it's nervousness. I'm pregnant. I got to get plan B. I'm pregnant. What are we going to do? That triggers the anti-biological imperative, the neurepinephrine, and that gives off the energy of repelling and weakening the man's energy, because believe it or not, every single thing that a male does is for a woman. Everything that a male does is to impress or to get a woman. His energy depends on female energy. So when she gets nervous about being pregnant, every time they're having sex at the back of their subconscious, she's like, I don't want to get pregnant. I don't want to get pregnant. I don't want to get pregnant, associating being pregnant with anxiety, thus affecting her bion organ energy and the light she gives off to you. What do I mean by this? What is the bion organ energy? Well, they did studies on what's called bions, and they found out that the pleasure and the anti-anxiety is the movement of organ charged biological energy towards the peripheral. Anxiety is the movement of this energy towards the center. So one energy is expanding and one energy pulls in. And that's why when you're in a state of not believing what somebody says or in a state of doubt, you cross your arms. You ever notice when somebody's mad or they don't believe you, they go like this and they cross their arms? What is that? That is a subconscious movement of the physical of holding your energy in. You don't trust that person to let the energy out. You cross your arms, as opposed to when you see somebody you haven't seen in a long time and you love and trust them, you run to them arms open. You run to them like this. When it's somebody you don't trust, talk to somebody in your argument and look back at your man and woman, and I bet they're like this somewhere in the argument. Somewhere their arms are crossed, okay? Because pleasure is the movement of organ, sexual energy charge, biological energy towards the peripheral, expanding outwards, and anxiety is the movement of this energy going towards the center, going inwards, okay? There it is, moving outwards. There it is, moving inwards. And this completely corresponds with the study of light energy emitted between people who are sexually involved. What happens with the light energy of people that are sexually involved? Because the mama is the giver off of light. But what is this light, this Ka energy? And what happens when people have sex? Does anything happen with the light energy also? Well, the scientific light emission testing done at the University of California, the testing currently in mental color changes using a krypton gas-filled bulb instead of a mental electron. What did they find? When people were intimate or close with each other, they found this. Two individuals think warm thoughts about each other, And there's actually a bridge that develops. Look closer, ladies and gentlemen. This is the University of California took this picture, not me. You see the bridge? So this is where the corona of the fingers, and it produces light around the body. This is the fingers, but then where they touch, look at how it gets darker and they both form the same color. That is because now they're receiving light because they have formed a partition of light between each other. After having positive thoughts, they're intimate, they're making a connective bond, which actually combines and bonds their ka energy. There's the bridge right there. You would never see this in your relationship, and you would never know this if you don't study this. But if you understood this, you would appreciate how important it is to bond with your man or woman, that there's actually an invisible light bond that can only be seen through Kirlian photography, where the colors actually change to become the same. Thus, you're able to deliver thoughts to each other more positively and efficiently, and even to the point of telepathy, where you're with somebody for a long time and you're about to say something and the other person says it. Oh, I was about to say that. You were thinking that too? Oh, man. Oh, you did that? And the synchronicities, because you're constantly transferring energy, especially through the semen, changing her biological behavior and the connective energy. And now the thoughts transfer, because the thoughts transfer through ku, the ku energy. That's why ku means intelligence. And it means light, because the light intelligence can transfer from person to person. All right. If a woman is now always associating intimacy with the male, with the contraceptive nervousness, or they are in conflict, and she is the one with the oxytocin creating the bonding, giving off supportive light, what happens? What happens if she's designed to bond, but she's constantly thinking of repelling? I don't want to be pregnant by you. I don't want to be pregnant by you. The purpose of sex, pleasure, yes, but it's having a baby. But you're always thinking in your mind, I don't want to get pregnant by him. I don't want to get pregnant by him. I don't want to get pregnant by him. You shut off your body and you create a disconnect. I don't want to be pregnant. I'm pregnant. Oh, I'm nervous. That sends off chemical reactions of repelling. So in using the contraceptive, it's not the contraceptive that's sending off the weakening energy to the male. It's the thought of the female while she's having thoughts about not getting pregnant by you, and she does not want to have your baby, and she doesn't want to bond with you like that, and she's nervous, and that energy is being sent off. And because she's thinking like that, why her or him uses the contraceptive? Wear a condom. I don't want to get pregnant. Wear a condom. All right. So the bond is killed right off the bat. So what happens? When the University of California did this study where they took and tested Kirlian mental color changes using krypton gas-filled bulbs instead of metal electron, they found a bond between the two lovers that were always bonding and causing a bridge thinking warm thoughts, and the ones that were repelling each other. Look at this. Look in between the fingers of the two people now that are repelling each other. Look what is formed. Do you see that line right there? That's not a bridge. That's a dam. That's a block. Now there's an invisible block formed between you and your partner that you can't even see because it can only be seen through Kirlian photography. And there's a literal block taking place. So now when you try to get through to him, he tries to get through to her. It doesn't work, and it leads to the argument because there's an invisible block that was formed by constantly thinking of repelling against the person subconsciously. And because there's a block that is formed, neither one of you can receive the positive light from each other, thus weakening each other's spirituality. Thus you find yourself in a relationship that you're now arguing and then doing the worst thing possible, which is make up sex. You're taking the anger, you're not solving the situation and taking accountability. You're now triggering the oxytocin abilities of the female and the male's ability of sperm to bond with the woman to change her. And you're still angry having sex, thinking that the sex is the solution when the sex is actually destroying the relationship because nobody took accountability and nobody solved the problem. And now you're using the Oregon sex magic to compound all that while not wanting her to get pregnant. And she didn't want to get pregnant by you. And there's your argument. So yes, in actuality, an actual light blocker, thus the removal of her great mama supportive light energy, resulting in spiritual weakness and the lack of happiness, biological imperative, sex organ energy, support in the household, as Ankh Shesh Ankh, the scribe of Ma'at, states in the laws of Ma'at. What does Ankh Shesh Ankh say? Here's Ankh Shesh Ankh. These are one of the laws of Ma'at. This is from 100 BC. In the time of the Ptolemies, Ankh Shesh Ankh was a political prisoner. What does the laws of Ma'at says? It says, the wealth of a house is a wise woman. The wealth of a house is a wise woman. Understanding that with modern lenses will again cause a problem. What does this actually mean? So you may say, Tehuti, that says wealth. It's talking about a smart businesswoman. That's right, a smart businesswoman. It doesn't say anything about sexual energy and happiness. That is because your mind is endowed with the corporate matrix world, and you don't know that relief and anxiety, love, sexual pleasure, and happiness were all the same words in Kemet. All of these were the same words in Kemet. Love, sexual pleasure, happiness were all the same words in Kemet. Here it is right here. The word is Nechimut, and it is relief from pain or relief from anxiety, which is the same word for sexual pleasures. Sexual delights and making love was the same word for anxiety relief. Same word. So what does this have to do with it? So deep Tehuti, but it still doesn't associate the woman with generating that. It says wealth. It says the wealth of a household is a wise woman. What does wealth have to do with anxiety, sexual pleasures? And no, wealth doesn't mean she's a good businesswoman like Oprah. She's a good businesswoman. Nope. Let's look. Let's check it out, everybody. That is because you don't know what health means. Yeah, I do, Tehuti. What wealth means? Yeah, I do, Tehuti. It means lots of money. No, young argumentative one. Wealth does not mean lots of money. Does anybody know what wealth means? You think it means lots of money? Well, go back to the laws of Ma'at. The wealth of a household is a wise woman. Oh yeah, that means I got to open up a business. I got to start my own business. That's right. That's right. The wealth of a household is a wise woman. I mean, wise is my business. That's right. Nope. What does wealth mean? Etymological dictionary, wealth means happiness. Wealth has nothing to do with money in its original meaning. Wealth meant happiness. That's what wealth means. Happiness. The monetary meaning came later. The corporate meaning came later. The original meaning was happiness. The positive energy that is generated from the mama, the light giver, the happiness of the household is the wise woman. Why? Because wise is intellectual light. The light energy that she's giving off, that is the happiness of the household. When you read in English, you'll think it means a woman that is wealthy. No. You go try to marry Oprah Winfrey with all the wealth she has, and I bet you'll be miserable. It has nothing to do with money. It meant happiness. Money eventually came with happiness, but happiness and wealth existed before money was invented. It came from the natural reproductive energy of the beautiful goddess woman in the household. Yep. Hotep, Tua to my supporters who appreciate this level of answers. That is my answer to the brother who asked the question about male sperm affecting women. We went to scientific medical articles. We went to curling photography. The answer is absolutely yes. Does it happen the other way around? Absolutely no. The woman has the ability to generate that mentally. She doesn't need any fluid to touch you, brothers. She doesn't need the fluid to touch you to change your mental. Your mental change is based on her mental changing. Okay, because she is the mama, the light giver, giving off energy that exits through the peripheral of the skin and emanates and magnifies through the household. Boom. That is my energy for that. That is my answer for that question. I hope you appreciate it. Golden One who asked that question. Once again, if you all are can ask that question in the other YouTube channels and get anything like that, more power to you and bring me there. I'm going to go check the chat to see who heard that answer. That was just a specific question for the male sperm affecting the female. Does it happen the other way around? And the contraceptive have any effect on the mood or attitude of the male? Boom. Let me go ahead and check and see. Woo! All right, let me go ahead and see. Here we go. We got Rebel Minded saying, like always, Saba, you never disappoint. Jody says, great info. I am Kenzuni says, wholesome information. Okay. Okay. Rigo says, wow. One Love says, wealth is happy. That's right. That's right. Okay, good. I don't know if the brothers in the room who asked the question. One Love says, Okay. Rigo says, wow again. Rigo with his wows. All right. Hika Capra said, wow, Lucy. That's right. Lucy, Lucifer, Eve, evil. Yep. Whether you go into religion or science, they have a negative connotation of the first woman, no matter what. Okay. There it is, everybody. So I see a few people enjoyed the answer. Oh, I see Africa Brown puts up fire explosion. Nania Setmer says life-changing answers again and again. She changed it up. Life-changing answers again and again. Rigo says the valued treasure. Dang. Shannon put, I don't know what that is. Cats. Africa says yes. Oh, man. Nanny says, mind-blowing. Okay, good. Very interesting, Rigo says. Okay, good. You all appreciate it. The brother who asked the question, I think he's going to tune in later and watch it. Kemet Heru Hancock says, thanks for the breakdown. Okay, everybody. I know that it is late. You all appreciate it. Send your support if you appreciate what I'm doing. We are now going to get into the next, last, and final section. There's going to have to be a two-part session. I'm going to put the link in the room for Scribe to enter the room. And as you can see, the relationship, people thought, you see, when people think that I'm going to have a conversation about relationships, they think it's going to be like the other channels. Oh, listen, what you need to do is this. And girl, you better think about that, man. And listen to that woman. No. I'm going to break down oxytocin. I'm going to break down ancient Kemetic words. I'm going to break down step-up transformers so you actually understand what your female is in the answer that I'm answering. You actually appreciate what the being is when you wake up in the morning and understand that you're waking up beside the creator or creators if you have more than one around you. Because one of the reasons why ancient men had multiple energies of females around them. When you don't understand that, once again, it leads to arguments. Go ahead and jump in. One Love, Peace, One Love, that's a new name. Thanks to you, says, most definitely a donation is in order. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink. I don't know if Scribe is up. We're going to have a two-part session on this relationship questions to Tehuti. Because I see it is late and I want to end this in the next 40 minutes. So go ahead, Scribe, jump in. Arcat, if you want to jump in. You have a companion. We're going to talk about relationships and some of the matrices that is blocking. I'm sure Scribe has seen situations. Scribe can ask questions without, and I want everybody to know he's the one that sent in the question. Let me go ahead and put the question in the room. He sent in the question. This does not mean this is happening with him and his lady. Again, I repeat, just because he's asking questions about relationships, it doesn't mean that he personally is having all these issues with his lady. He actually wants everybody to hear the bigger picture, because me and Scribe had a conversation in person about the black woman and relationships, and he wants everybody to, he believes that this conversation is important for everybody, so it's not Scribe venting about his lady. I want that to be clear right now before people start making YouTube videos. Scribe's having problems. No, it's not what's going. That's not what's going on. So let me go ahead and put the question in the room, because we're gonna have other people in here too. And so this is from Scribe. Let me go ahead and get into the where is Scribe? Scribe. Oh, it's in. Oh, I have it somewhere else. Oh no, this is it. I got it right here. Here it is from Scribe. I'll go ahead and put a screen share here. We're gonna definitely have to make this 2 parts, because this information, this conversation is definitely needed, because what would we be if we don't have balanced relationships? Oh, it's still pulling up. Oh, here it is. So here it is from Scribe. Scribe sent $50, how to improve relationships with mates. And I told him we're going to do this as a live question and answer, live discussion, just like I would have with him if he was sitting here in the living room. And we'll have others join in that have mates. If you're in this room and you're here in the pod class, is your mate here with you? Is your mate studying with you? When you shut the pod class down and your name is Amun, Ptah, Neter, Kurt, God, Ptah, Hotep, when you shut the computer down, is your woman making love with you, calling you those names? Or is she saying, hey, Craig? We're going to analyze all of that in the subconscious effects. So let's go ahead, Scribe. We're going to, my Cash App. Oh, Healing Village says, I want a baby now. Okay. We're going to see if the fertility rate goes up after the Tehuti pod class. But my Cash App is, go ahead and put that link, Scribe. You have the link that goes right to my Cash App, right?
Yes, I just posted it, and it's also in the description of the YouTube video. Okay,
go ahead. One love, there it is. My dear, there it is. It's right there under your name. That's the link. You can link that and go right in. So go ahead. Where's the rest of the team now? Where's the rest of the team? Where is everybody? Where's everybody? Where are the couples at? Where's everybody? All right. Go ahead, Scribe, and you can kick off the first thought or what you saw needs improvement. And we'll go ahead and start this live conversation.
All right. Well, first I want to say thank you for that breakdown. That answered a whole lot of questions.
Right, right.
Right there in itself. Even down to the specific of the repelling. Mm-hmm. So I have a question here. So the topic is love versus like. So to put that in the context, for those who have been in relationships, long-term relationships, 20 years, 30 years, it was explained to me that, of course, that there is love there, but as the time goes on, that there is no, that they tend to start to dislike each other. After being together for so long, to where things, even the small things, you start to irritate each other, even to the way to how you eat your food. So if this is occurring, what is a way that we can start to reverse that, to start to bring back in that fresh energy, to get rid of that dislike for each other, from being together for so long, to keep it youthful, to keep it fresh?
Okay, beautiful question. So first off, the issues that you're bringing up are actually not the issues at hand that the person has a problem with. So nobody has a problem with how anybody eats. Nobody has a problem with the things that they're actually bringing up. What's happening is you have a conglomeration of a buildup of unaccountability, things that have not been solved. Okay? And you have make-up sex, thinking that that's solving something, or the illusion that time will heal. Time will heal. Time heals all. Time doesn't heal anything whatsoever because time is an illusion and doesn't exist. When you cut your hand, time isn't healing it. The T cells are healing it. And it just so happens to take time for the T cells to do that. But the body automatically takes accountability. The problem, the solution is accountability. That means that any situation that takes place should be discussed openly and each person held accountable for whatever it is that the other person is bringing up. It's when that is not done, there becomes a buildup. And then eventually, I don't like the way you're chewing your food. But you really didn't care about the way she was chewing her food on the first date after the club when you wanted to take her to the hotel.
Right.
There was no mind of how she chewed her food. You actually wanted her to chew it as fast as possible so she could get to the hotel. Now, I don't like how you chew your food, but that's not actually the issue. It's an unaccountability. When a situation happens, does each person apologize for the situation? Do they take into accountability what they could have done wrong in the situation and then apologize for the situation? Couples end up getting back together without discussing what broke them up. You see? So they end up getting back together after 4 months, 5 months, a year. They see each other. The lights click back on. They get hot and passionate. And next thing you know, they're back together. Did you actually discuss specifically what the separation was? No. So therefore, it's going to happen again. And as time goes on, you start to remember that you were up. You start to remember what you're upset about, and all of a sudden you think is, I don't like how you're chewing your food. You're rubbing your neck too much. That's not the issue. So the real solution to these situations is couples, triples, quadruples, however many people are in your relationship, have to have a foundation of a culture that both of you agree to. When you get together and have no foundation, nobody is wrong or right. I will say this again. When you get together with your man or your woman, and there is no spiritual foundation that either of you are agreed to abide by, then no matter what the argument is, nobody is wrong and nobody is right. Because Jeffrey Dahmer, his perfect wife, would be a cannibal, wouldn't it? That'd be a great wife. You all go out hunting people and eating people. Great. But your wife can't be a cannibal scribe. Nope. So you get together and discuss, what are our spiritual, conscious, cultural principles? What are we going to teach the children when somebody does get pregnant? What is right and wrong to you in this situation? What is right and wrong to you in that situation? Let's write out some things to each other. Let's read them off. Let's have a principle foundation. So when I get together, the solution to these things is, like Ahati said, I push nobody into anything. Why? Because I stand on the principles of Ma'at. So you can ask my goddesses. Whenever I say something, it's backed up by the principles of Ma'at. And they already came into the relationship agreeing with the principles of Ma'at. So we bring them up in conversations. That is the foundation, not what you think, not what I think, and not me chewing my food, none of that. The foundation exists before we have an opinion on something. And then our opinions and thoughts are based on that foundation. The issue is, most people get into the relationships and have no foundation. Why? You get into the relationship immediately disrespecting the person. Your relationship begins with disrespect. So, like I've said before in many classes, scribe, are you a boy or a man?
I am a man.
Right. Do you realize that when you are with a female and you haven't had sex yet, here's the psyops. You haven't had sex yet, you haven't kissed her yet. You're just going out together, hanging out. You're her friend. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're her
that's
friend.
yes.
Once you have sex, once you have a so-called relationship, she now calls you a boy. When, in ancient times, in our culture, having sex was a part of what made you a man or a woman. The sex act was the marriage. Marriage was bringing things together. There was no ancient ceremony unless you made up one. But in this culture, subconsciously, she looks at you as, you can only have sex with me if you're a boy. When you have sex with me, you're not my friend anymore. You're my boy friend. I've added the word boy to it. Not my man friend. You're my boyfriend. And then she tells you, hey, those other guys I'm talking to, don't worry about them, scribe. They're just my friends. Isn't that what you were first?
Right.
Did anybody start? I always ask people, did you start off meeting somebody and then just bend them over and start having sex? Or were you not friends first and the friendship was what created the bond that led to the sex? Don't worry about the other brothers in my phone, scribe. They're just friends. Then you say, wait a minute, I was a friend too. Hold on. Isn't that how we started? Isn't it the friendship that led? Oh, when we had sex, now you call me a boy? Well, they're my friends. They're not boys yet. Those are men. So the relationship begins off with disrespect in this culture. Then they teach you that you're her counterpart. This is my, when you introduce each other, this is my counterpart. But counter means to fight, like a block.
Right.
I'm countering your punches. So you immediately start off the relationships with words like boy, this is my baby, and it's my counterpart. This is the opposite sex. Opposite means to oppose. It means you're fighting. So the foundation of the psychological words in the relationships today are based on fighting and arguing right off the bat before you even know that you're arguing. You don't even know it at first. And you actually don't learn to like the person first. That is the issue. So that all builds up, and then next thing you know, the person does something small and you're ready to explode because the thing they did is actually, you left that fork right there. But you're actually not mad when they left the fork there. When you all had your first night sex and you all just tossed the plate to the side and the fork landed, that fork is on the ground. No, you didn't care then. But eventually you start to care because you have other built up situations because of lack of accountability. So in my relationships, especially now as Tehuti, I tell my goddesses, I'm the easiest man on the planet to be with. And I'm the hardest man on the planet to be with. But I'm super easy. If you're aligned with Ma'at, I'm the easiest. I'm super, super easy. Once you're not accountable, then there's an issue. And that's what the situation, that's what it is. So that's what, that answers that question. It's about having a culture when you start the relationship. If you don't have any culture, then you're going to have a buildup of frustration because the person is doing something that you dislike. And sometimes you don't want to mention it to them because you never agreed that that was wrong in the first place. You see? You never agreed that your girl couldn't go out at night. You met her out at night. Hey.
Right.
You met her out at night, late night, met her at 10 o'clock at a club. Now she wants to go out at 10 and now you're mad. Why are you going out at 10? Hey, that's where I met you. So when you get together, you have to have an agreement of a culture or it'll be complete chaos. So that's my answer to that one. Have an agreed culture that both of you strive by. Why? Because the children are watching you. When you don't have an agreed culture and you have disagreements, the children are watching you and they start to lose respect or pick sides, and you don't want that. You're supposed to be a strong, stable foundation so when the children watch you, they respect you both as equal male and equal female, but never the same. Your son and daughter should never respect you the same way she respects your woman and vice versa. because the respect that a woman earns for being a woman is not the same as what a man earns. My mother used to spank me a lot. Spank me, and it was bad. My father punched me once, and it's the same or worse. The one punch was worse than 1,000 hits because I felt his manhood in the one punch. My mom could beat on me with her hands, and I'm just like this, huh? My dad hit me, and I could feel that testosterone. I'm like, I got it. Okay, what else? What?
Right.
Different form of respect. So create a culture first. Have a culture that you agree on first. Have a culture. We all just seen a major relationship break up because the two people had two different cultures. We all seen that live on the internet. I won't say who it is, but we all seen somebody who represented one culture and somebody represented another, and they are no longer in the public together anymore.
Right.
Okay. Next thing, Scrap. Let's go to the next one. I want to go through some topics here.
All right. So the next one that I have is, when you're in a current relationship, how do you, how to bring or introduce what is called polygyny into your current relationship?
Wonderful. This begins the same thing. So most people start the relationship, most of us in the room have actually started the relationship prior to this knowledge, right? So you came into the relationship as a one-on-one. Me, it's different. So how do I introduce polygamy? Me, I don't. I never introduce polygamy to anybody. I never say I talk about multiple women, and women off the bat say, "Oh, you can't have me as a wife. I can't." And I say, "I never asked you to be my wife." That means you're thinking about it. Okay. So I never have to introduce because I'm introduced already like that. I'm already Tehuti with multiple women from the bat. Now, when somebody is brand new, they already have a relationship with their woman and their man. They already have that agreement. Now you're introducing something that you never agreed upon because you've come across another type of knowledge. Is the woman side by side with you learning at the same pace? Because if not, then it's going to be extremely difficult to introduce. But guess who has no problem introducing it? Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, Kanye West, Drake. Could say right now, I want 10 women right now to come live with me on my yacht. You all can live with me. I'll take care of you. 10 women in the concert would go and live with them. There'd be no explanation, no breakdown, no culture. They would just leave with him because they see the power. If women and men don't see the power in their culture, they will never do that as a relationship because we've been taught the exact opposite. Okay. Now, first off, the first thing is we were taught that polygamy. And 1 second here, hold on. Something's on my screen. Let me move. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. We were taught that polygamy is a word that is abnormal. And the word itself is abnormal. You know why? Because there's actually no word for having more than one auntie. There's no word for having more than one uncle. There's no word for a person that has more than one brother, more than one sister. Why is there a word that deals with having more than one wife? But there's no ancient word for it in any culture or language. The ancient Akkadians didn't have a word for it. The ancient Kemetians, the ancient Sumerians, the Sugagi, the people of Uruk, the ancient Indians. Where is this word for having multiple women? That word didn't exist. Polygamy is a Greek word. Right off the bat, you know that some other culture named it. Another culture came in and named it. Something that was normal to us, named it, and then it became something to focus on to us. when in ancient times there was no word for it because it was something as natural as anything else you would do in your life. But in this culture, there's an actual label for it, which makes it stand out and makes it seem very, very strange. But one moment, something is one moment, Scribe. Hold on a second, please. Let me see if something is visual here. Okay. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. So we were taught to think that polygamy was actually abnormal, something that was different. When in actuality, that's actually not the case on this planet at all. And I'll go ahead and show this here. So we're in live science, where wild sex, live science, monogamy is rare. So we'll go to this over here. I'll go ahead and move this over here. Okay. So it may be treasured value in many human cultures, but monogamy is rare in ancient animal kingdom. Of large, roughly 5,000 species, only 3% to 5% are known to form long-lasting pair bonds. So the 5,000 species, only 3 to 5% are monogamous. So we have frequency in humans. Okay, according to the Ethnographic Atlas by George P. Murdoch, 1,231 societies from around the world noted 186 were monogamous, 453 had occasional polygamy, 588 had more frequent polygamy, and 4 had polyandry. You see the numbers here?
Yes.
So when you see these numbers, it's actually monogamy that is the minority. But we're taught to believe that polygamy is actually the strange thing on this planet, when it's actually monogamy. Mind-blowing, 70% of married Americans cheat at least once in their marriage. As soon as you cheat, you're not monogamous anymore. So why does 70% cheat? Does 70% of the Dogons cheat? Did 70% of the pharaohs in Kemet cheat? What's the name of the pharaohs that were out there cheating on their wives? Give me one name of one pharaoh. There was thousands of them. According to the General Society, 20% of men cheat compared to 13% of women. According to LA Intelligence Detective Agency, the number is somewhat higher. 60% of married couples will cheat at least once in their marriage. That means there's something in us that's not wanting to be monogamous. 74% of men and 68% of women admit they cheat if it was guaranteed they'd never get caught. You see this? Why is that? That doesn't work the same way for pedophilia, does it? That percentage doesn't exist in relationships where 78% of males want to do pedophilia. Why is it cheating? Right? Monogamy, as the European calls it, is actually strange. It's actually a strange occurrence in reality, and it's not a term found in any ancient language before European invasion, which is why it's words like monogamy, polygamy, polyandry are all Greek terminologies. None of these words for their equivalents can be found in non-invaded indigenous language. There was also not been found no ancient literature discussing this as a subject worth disagreeing on, arguing or conflicting about. These discussions on polygamy amongst melanated people only come post-slavery or post-invasion. So the arguments and conversations about polygamy cannot be found in ancient times. It's nothing that's ever found in any ancient time. Let me take it off screen share. This is a brand new conversation because we have a brand new concept of relationships. So a lot of times when if I was to present polygamy to somebody, I would present certain situations for them just to think on. Okay? I never, ever in my life have ever myself asked any woman to join my family. It just happens naturally because once you start teaching and once they wake up, it happens naturally. But I would say just look at certain situations and scenarios. If a man is walking down the street and 3 women walk up to him and say, "Would you like to have a foursome tonight at a hotel?" He would say yes, he'd be very happy. If you switched it the other way around and Ask any of these women in the pod class. We'll ask Jody or any of these women if four men walked up to her tonight and say, "Let's go to a hotel tonight," she'd probably slap them or run, thinking that she's about to get raped. Why is it different the opposite way? It's different the opposite way because for hundreds of thousands of years, that's how it's always been. The polygamy monogamy conversation is only a couple hundred years old, and it's after slavery. That's why we can't find those conversations anywhere in ancient times, because it was just natural. But the first step, again, you don't introduce polygamy to your woman. The information has her ask about it. If she's into changing her cultural thoughts on relationships, she will ask you about it. I promise. When you have to keep presenting it, it's because she is not as endowed in the knowledge as you are. Okay? Because we see these other things that deal with relationships don't really have to be introduced. Lesbians have their own society. There's women that don't even touch men. They only have strap-on dildos. There's no convincing anybody to be a lesbian. They just find their society. Why? Because they have the same mind state. Homosexualities find themselves. Everybody finds themselves. The reason why there's an argument, and there's no lesbian arguing about being a lesbian. They find their lesbian couple, woman, and they start a relationship. There's nobody saying, you should be a lesbian and come join me in my family. Nothing like that. The reason why it's not as profound in the conscious community is because nobody actually has chosen a way of life. To be conscious is just to put on an ankh and argue with people. But what is your actual way of life? Once it's imbued in you, your female will ask you about it. Your female will say, there's a sister that I would like to join our family because I don't want to see her outside of this family. She needs us. That's what women will start saying to you. You'll see. It comes with maturity, though. If she's not saying it, it's because she's not as interested in the knowledge in the culture as you are. Not the knowledge, but the actual living the culture. That is the key thing. Do people want to live an actual culture or just talk? So when you get your Kemetic name, you will find out if your woman is as into it, the culture, as you are, when you are being intimate and she screams out your Kemetic name. But if she says, hey, Larry, then you know that, because when it comes to money, biological imperative, those are the two things that we don't connect seriousness with. The culture, money, and biological imperative. Why? Because we don't see this culture as something that feeds our families. My switch is that my goddesses see this culture with me as that which feeds us. It's much different. I don't have a secondary life where I'm Tehuti here, but I'm Carl Jr. at my job, and that's what's actually feeding us. But the pod class is just my hobby, and training people is my hobby. No, I've actually given up everything, become dirt broke, and made my brain and my culture that which anything I create with my brain and culture, that's which feeds us. So when my goddesses see me teach, they have a different type of pride than when another brother's wife sees him teach. It's different because a female is attached to biological imperative in the sense of security. So let's say a new brother, Menkura, gets a girlfriend and he's teaching on Sunday. When the girlfriend sees him, hey, good job. That was good. You did good, right? But she doesn't psychologically in her brain associate it with good job. We can eat tonight. That's a different click. That's a different click. That's different. When I go and change people's bodies and my goddesses see that, they don't just say, good job. That's cool, man. You change person's body. They know I'm coming back with the finance to support the family. When I'm out there doing magic or performing, my goddesses see me. They don't say, hey, you did a good magic trick. They know that I'm coming back with the bag of my magic, my teaching the pod class, my training people, my diet plans, my teaching people out of bodies, everything that I do as Tehuti is also keeping the lights on. So it's a different type of love energy as opposed to I'm Tehuti here, I shut it down, and they know I'm Craig McMillan Brown, and I'm really feeding the family off of something else, and this is just my hobby. That's a different form of respect. So you're getting there because you're actually formulating this culture into things that are bringing you finance, right? Slowly, it's bringing you finance. And when your goddess sees that, it will switch something in her. Okay? I'll say that on that for now.
All right, thank you, Tua, for that. And I want to see if you can speak more on the anti-biological imperative and other things outside of trauma that would flip that switch. And I know you spoke on it. You broke it down a lot in what you just taught with the having the mental thought process of not wanting to get pregnant and not really wanting to pair with you. But are there other things outside of that would cause a repel when it comes to sexual energy in that relationship?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. Absolutely. Peace to One Love, who's very interactive. I've never seen his name in the chat, but this person is very interactive. That's very, very good. You come in here new and you're right in the mix, commenting, and that's good. That's what this podcast is all about: opening minds and interacting. So shout out to One Love. She's the only person I really see new talking. Shout out to you. Okay, so let me do this. So we see things. This is a new trend that we see. And we see sisters saying, the police ain't killing you niggas fast enough.
Sheesh.
You see? We see things like that being said. It was never said in ancient times. We see more social media. What does this one say? Black men are truly the weakest links. The police ain't killing you niggas fast enough. You see? There is a self-hatred that is taking place. And we see it all over social media. And I've captured some of them. And it's a hatred that's developed off of a false narrative of gender war. Stop birthing. This is Luxie Sankofa, sister. Stop birthing black males. Stop birthing your oppressor. Stop birthing black males. Stop birthing black women's oppressors. Stop birthing black males. Stop birthing the terrorists of the black community. Please stop birthing black males. Okay? There's hundreds of these all throughout Instagram, Twitter, where black men are seen as the oppressor. And the anti-biological imperative, like I broke down in many cases, started off with the lynching, and they made sure that the black man was killed in front of his woman. Therefore, he wasn't seen as a protector, and eventually seen as an enemy. And let me see something else here. And one of the situations is, I've broken this down many times. I'll go ahead and break it down again. Let me see it up. Here you go. So the so-called black family, you have the sister who doesn't really see the biological father. Okay. The sister now goes out there, becomes a woman, and has sex with a male, and then Her and the biological father separate due to all these matrix situations. But she has a son. Okay. She never had her biological father. And the biological father of the son is not around. So all she sees the male as is a child. Because for years and years, she's only with the son, raising up the son. She doesn't get to see the male as any type of father figure, big brother figure, anything like that, because she becomes the single mother just seeing the child, which is where these terms are emphasized, where the house is the crib. When she gets a boyfriend, that's her baby, that's her boyfriend. This creates a biological imperative, because once again, there's no culture developed. Now, I'm going to show something. Not only does she just see the boy as the child, but now the image of boys are actually transforming. So here I show this in a pod class a long time ago, a while ago. And I said, these are the images of young black males, young black boys in ancient times. This was a 9-year-old. Here's a 9-year-old. This is the 9-year-old. So this is what people would see as a black boy 9-year-old. Today, a 9-year-old is a boy. A 9-year-old is a little boy today. In ancient times, a 9-year-old was someone preparing to be a pharaoh. This is a 9-year-old right here. This is a 12-year-old. Okay? When you think of 9-year-old and 12-year-old boys today, you don't think of men. Here's a 13-year-old. 13 to 14-year-old young man. He already has 2 wives and he's 13. The biological imperative is completely different, because at 9 to 13, the young men are not sat down and taught about sex, relationships. They're taught to learn it out on the streets from their own, which creates an anti-biological imperative because they have no guidance. So here's a 14-year-old today. DeQuandre Reaver brags and jokes about shooting a pizza delivery man. When the black woman sees this young boy and never gets to see this is the new image that's developed in her brain, because she never gets to see. And then we have this. Boys can be princesses too. Right? So now we have boys that can be princesses too. And this is the new image of the young boys today. Right? Here it is. And here's this brother right here over here. Doesn't he look like Jay-Z? We got the young Jay-Z over here. And what do people see him as now? This. So that he could look like this European man. He changed himself from Jay-Z to this weird looking version of Prince, or whatever this is, with the lipstick and the surgery. This is anti-biological imperative, and this is what women see today on TV. They made sure there's never been a pharaoh movie with a black man in it. There is a movie about every king in every race. Do you know that? Every king, from Genghis Khan to the kings of Europe, to the kings of Greece, everything except for ancient Egypt with a black man, because this is the image of a man today. These boys, this is what a woman sees. So by the time she meets the black man, it's anti-biological imperative, because she never saw him as a man in the first place. She raised her boy. And then when she raised her boy and that boy was around her, what does that boy become? That boy can't learn the manhood, because that boy's just around the females. He's around grandma and he's around mom. This is the psychological, biological imperative that takes place. And when you turn on TV, what do you see? You see the actors now adopting the young black boys and doing this with them. Charlize Theron continues to dress her son as a girl. So here she is, popular person in Hollywood, and there's her son. This is what the black woman sees today. Okay? The princess gave birth to the knight. Hollywood actress Charlize Theron continues to put her adopted son Jackson as a fairy princess. 6-year-old boy in pink dress, braided pigtails, scream. That's his mother. Here, see? So these are the images we have today. That creates the biological imperative of self-hate when you turn on the TV and you don't see any images of strong black men as actors. You don't see that. So this creates that mixed with growing up, of course, with the Solomon complex, the King Solomon complex, where the first black woman in the Bible leaves her whole culture to marry a white Jew. And he's the richest, wisest man on the planet. And that's what the little young girls are reading about in the Bible. Many psychological imprinting is being done to cause the black woman to actually dislike the black man because they have no culture to begin with, which is why all these Facebook posts are made. Stop birthing black men. Literally anti-biological posts. It's there's no focus in the family about teaching the young girls and boys about a relationship. So from the child is 7, 8 years old, that child should be sat down and taught about relationships. Do you know that young boys and young girls get molested? You know why? You know what the main reason is why young boys and girls get molested? By sick adult men and women? You know why it happens?
No.
Because he didn't know what his penis was. He didn't know what his penis was. He thought his penis was just something to pee out of. The little girl didn't know what her vagina was. They didn't know what these body parts were. So here comes old uncle or guy off the street. He gives the person candy, develops a relationship, and starts touching those private parts and stimulates the young boy. And the young boy starts to like it, ended up turning homosexual. He never knew that this penis was for intercourse to reproduce the child. He thought it was just to pee. Because we can't talk about sex. And you should. So that he can say, no, my penis is for my future wife. Get away from me. But he's so confused, he doesn't even know what sexuality is and ends up getting molested and turned out into a homosexual by some pedophile molester. Because he never got taught about sex. He never knew to avoid it. He never knew that it was something that's not supposed to be done or supposed to be done when he becomes an adult. And neither did the little girl. Because they were never taught about biological imperative from the beginning. So therefore, any stranger can come and may be able to play with them in their private parts because they never knew their private parts were for something else. They never knew that. Sexuality, maturity has to be taught from the time a person can learn. We're taught in this society to stay away from it. That's not how it was in ancient times. King Tut had 2 wives already at 13. He already knew what sex was and what relationships was by the time he was 7 and 8. To be able to develop 2 wives at 13. That's not done in the society. Most people learn how to have sex from having sex. they learn how to have sex from meeting somebody. Most people in this chat were taught how to have sex and taught about sex from a stranger, not from their parents. They learned to have sex because they were 16 dating and they met somebody and had sex and didn't know what they were doing and didn't know what was going on, didn't know what the principles were, didn't know what the repercussions were, and it was a stranger that they just met a week ago, a month ago, when they were raised up with their parents for 16 years, and they're shh, don't talk about sex, or we don't want our daughter to hear about that. That creates the anti-biological imperative. And of course, the first person you have sex with is 99% the chance you don't end up with them, which means that you start off a relationship believing that the first people you have sex with are not the people you're going to end up with when you're 30. That creates an automatic anti-biological imperative. And that's why most people in this chat are not with the person that broke their virginity. Whereas if you were taught a culture and taught sex, your virginity, whoever takes that That's who you're in a relationship with and building a family with. Then the person would think twice as opposed to learning sex because it was pleasurable from a stranger, and that stranger left you, or you left the stranger, and you're pregnant at 16 and don't even know what a baby is. So all these are things that were never done in Kemet, in Ma'at, so that we would grow up to be, we were sped up to be adults. They based their adulthood here based on the number of sixes. They're infatuated with this number 6 and 6. So you have a sweet 16 birthday. You become an adult. You're seen as an adult when you're 18, which is 6 by 3. All these are psychological matrix things when by the time you're 18, you're way past an adult, but not in this culture. Okay, go ahead though. We're gonna do a couple more. We're gonna make some segments out of this and bring more people onto the panel to actually discuss this, because how many people in this panel, press 1 if you're in this panel, if you have a mate that is equally into the Tehuti pod class as you are. Go ahead and press 1. All right, Scribe, go ahead and you ask a question. I'm gonna look at all the ones that pop up. There's 70 people watching. Hopefully there's 30 ones. If there's not, think about why that is. And think about why you're not single.
All right, so another question that I got in was, what are the energetic implications of abortion, and how does that affect the relationship between a man and a woman?
It depends on if the man and the woman both want the abortion. That also applies to the contraceptive as well. So a lot of men and women, both of them want the abortion. Some of them only the woman wants it. Some of them only the man wants it. It depends on the situation. Unfortunately, what people don't know is that aborted children don't die. Miscarried children don't die, and aborted children don't die. I did a spiritual vortex opening with the reading of cards, papers that I created. I don't want to call it card reading. It's not tarot card reading. I created a set of cards with my energy force in it, and I used to meet a sister in Toronto. And we used to go up into the mall, and she used to pay me for sessions, and I would use these writings on the cards to open up vortexes and find out information about her. And one time we put the cards together and read the words on the cards, and it was the name of one of her children. She had a couple of miscarriages and maybe one abortion. Those children appeared in the meeting with us. The miscarried children and the aborted children appeared in the meeting with us, and I could see her change, and something is on her shoulder, and she's naming the child that's climbing on her shoulder because we opened up that doorway. The child never died. The child was aborted physically. I've shown many videos. I don't like showing these videos, but you've probably seen in my pod classes of the fetus being aborted and avoiding the vacuum. Have you ever seen me play that? It's a very sad video. Yes, avoiding the vacuum because the fetus doesn't want to be killed. How does a fetus know what death is? Because the child was here prior to. The child was in existence prior to being in your womb. Thus, it already knows what death is. It knows that that vacuum that's coming to kill it is something unfriendly. And the child's heart rate, and they had a way to test the sound, and the child was screaming in the womb. The embryo was screaming, making sounds in the womb to avoid the abortion. Then the child was supposedly killed. What are the effects of that? That child is not too pleased with you. And that child was closer to the afterlife before it got here than you are now. So there are children that are born, and up until 5 years old, they remember their reincarnation. They remember what they were. They remember their past lives. They're in tune. They see spirits. They talk to spirits that they call their best friends, their invisible friends. They're in tune with the other side because they're not corrupted yet. They didn't get all the sugars in them yet. They didn't get Days of Our Lives and All My Children in the Maury show, and they didn't get the poison yet. So they're still they're closer to what they were before they were born than you are at 30. They're just a couple of years from coming into this realm, and they remember, and then they're aborted. And so the repercussions are sometimes outside of the man and the woman, but actually the child comes to take revenge on you. The child is not pleased. That child is a conscious being and didn't want to be killed or aborted.
Right.
And sometimes comes back. Now, when it comes to the male and the female, if one parent wants to have an abortion and the other parent doesn't, and abortion goes through, that relationship will have a poison for the remainder of that relationship. If you kill a man's child and you say, this is my body, and you kill the man's child and he doesn't want it to be killed, or vice versa, if the man says, have the abortion, or I'm leaving you, have the abortion, or such and such, that negative energy of being a murderer of your own self because you killed yourself, you killed your own echo, will echo throughout your relationship and haunt you in things like, I don't like the way you chew your food. But you're not really mad at that. You're completely upset that your newborn son and daughter was killed by the other person. That can cause a ricochet of many negative effects inside the relationship. It's a horrible thing to do in the first place, but it's extremely more horrible when one wants to do it and is either forced, or one wants to do it and had no power over it. And now the abortion laws are making the child older. The child is becoming, you can abort a child when it's actually a child now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually a full functioning child now, because they turned the word murder to abortion. They just changed the word. But you know in your heart and you know in yourself that you killed a person. It was a functioning, thinking person in the womb, avoiding the abortion kit, avoiding them, and you killed it. Okay, so it can cause major negative effects, and if it's done vice versa, especially if the woman was forced, she will subconsciously more likely hate that man for life, because she has the oxytocin, remember, so she is everlastingly connected to the baby that got killed, but was developing an affection, developing a connection to her, and she never got to see it. Where the male doesn't have that oxytocin and doesn't have that same connection and never had the baby growing inside of him, so it's easier for him to say, go kill the child. And if she's forced, she may have a resentment that relationship is over with, in most cases. If it's both of them that want the abortion, then hey, it's like Jeffrey Dahmer and his wife both agree to eat people. They're happy. Mm-hmm. It's a horrible thing, though.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And I've seen dead children come back.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Wow, that's powerful.
I'll do one more, and then we'll do another part of this because you did throw a big donation. We'll do another part of this and maybe start it earlier off in the pod class and get a couple couples in here to see. You see, that's the real conversation. The people are watching the room, watching the show, watching Sonetter, watching Chris Harris, watching the Garfield, watching everybody. But are you watching it as a family? See, the sister that was in the room earlier, I don't know if she's still in here. Let me scroll through and see. She probably just is watching. She may have fallen asleep. She said, "I'm watching this with the tribe." You see, when you're watching these educational things, you watch it as you're supposed to watch it as the tribe, because we watch movies together. We watch horror movies together, and then remember everybody curls up under the blanket in the dark room and watches Jason and Freddy Krueger and watches that together. We watch Pimp My Ride together, MTV Cribs, but do we watch knowledge together and learn together? And then when the show is done, the next morning, do you discuss it? Is it a part of your life? A lot of people are in the room and cannot come to the screen with their wife or husband. They can't. And that's what we have to solve here. At any given time, I could pull any or all of my goddesses to this screen in the front. They're here listening in a lot of cases. But when you can't do that, it shows that you don't have a family. We have to actually create families based on consciousness and knowledge. Okay? All right, one more thing, and then we're going to... Oh, the world, where's all the brothers at? Where's Arcad and everybody?
I guess they they're in the net to Kurt right now.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, so the last question I'll just ask simply, is it normal for arguments?
Absolutely not. This is why when you open up ancient papyruses, you don't see that. When you open up stories of relationship stories, you don't see people, couples or triples, arguing. The laws of Ma'at actually, you actually forbid that. When you get to the point of arguing, the respect has been lost. There's been a lot of cases where I've been in arguments, and I just cut everything off. It's done. The relationship is finished. Because if it gets to the point where you're arguing, you don't respect the other person. You don't. Because an argument is when two people talk over each other, right? So if somebody has a disagreement, like, I like strawberries over oranges. Oh, really? How come? I like that they're red, and I like the little seeds to chew on. Oranges don't have that. Okay, I like oranges better because I like to be able to peel the skin off, and it helps with my immune system. I really like that. That's not an argument, is it? That's a disagreement on a fruit that you like. The argument is when two people start talking at the same time. That means you no longer respect what the other person is saying because you're talking at the same time. And what are you actually arguing about? So once you get to the point of arguments, that relationship is finished. That's already a done relationship. It can be healed, but in that argument, the relationship is over. You no longer have a relationship while you're arguing. You cannot argue and have the relationship at the same time. Only one can coexist. Only one can exist. They both cannot coexist at the same time because you're no longer relating. That's the relationship. You no longer are relating. I don't relate to you anymore because we're bumping heads. So we're not relating anymore. We're opposing. You have an opposership, not a relationship. So you can't argue and have a relationship at the same time, or at least during the argument. So, and once again, most of us argue because we didn't establish a culture. Give me a topic that you've seen an argument on lately. Watch this. Give me a topic that you've seen an argument on. It could have been your parents. It could have been you. It could have been your ex-lady. It could have been you're watching your friend argue. What's a topic?
I would have to think about it because I don't surround myself with that at all.
Okay. Arcad, what's the topic of an argument? Give me two sides of an argument that you've ever seen in your life. What's the topic? Watch how quick this is. Watch.
Money and jealousy. I'm reading from the chat.
Jealousy.
Yeah.
Are you reading that, or is that you? Is that from you? Or is that you?
I'm reading from the chat. Money and jealousy.
Right.
But everything you said hit home though, Saba. I can relate to every single thing you said.
Thank you. I've never had an argument in my life about money or jealousy with a woman. Why? Jealousy over what? Watch how quick this ends. Jealousy over what? What could you argue with your woman about that could deal with jealousy? What are you jealous about? What's an example?
Talking to another man.
Talking to another man, and that's not jealousy. So there's no argument. The argument is when you think your woman wants another man, not talking to another man. That means if she gets pulled over by a police officer and he's writing her up a ticket, no argument breaks out, does it? She's talking to another man. When she's making an order at McDonald's, the cashier is another man. So what is this talking to another man? Nobody argues about that. It's when you think your woman wants to be with another man. That's not jealousy. That means the relationship is over. There's no relationship. Because if your woman wants to be with another man, she shall be. There's nothing to argue about. If she wants to be with another man, I tell my goddesses all the time, I will take you to the other man. The second I think you want to be with another man, I will call him over and connect you to. And wipe my hands of you. There's no argument. Because the second that I think that my woman wants to be with another man, if I actually believe that, who am I arguing with? Myself? I'm the one that thinks that. So if I think that, then the relationship is over. In that sense, there's nothing to argue about. If you have principles set up in your relationship, whereas you do this with other men and you don't do this with other men or women, and you have that agreement, then there could never be an argument. Once the person breaks that agreement, you can't argue. You've broken the agreement, and now take accountability, apologize, and fix it. There's no argument about any other man. Not at all. There should never be.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Controlling. I've heard a lot of women say that men can be controlling.
Yes, and anybody can be controlling, and that's why you have the principles set up first. So I had a woman once tell me something like that about controlling. And I said, oh, what did I want to control you with that was outside the laws of Ma'at? What's that? What was that? We should be controlled by the laws of Ma'at. That's what's controlling. The cultural agreement is controlling. If I pinpoint where you're breaking that, I'm not controlling. You're breaking it. And if I'm breaking it, you're not controlling. You're pinpointing, hey, Tehuti, you're breaking the laws of Ma'at. Here's the papyrus right here. You're not controlling. I made an agreement. It's kind of like when they say they're blocking a battle or they're blocking something. You're not blocking something. If you made an agreement and sign a contract and you go to break that contract, the other person you have the contract with can bring the contract with you and said, oh, you're supposed to be working with this company. That means if you work with AT&T, you can't work with Virgin Mobile. You signed that. That's our agreement. You're controlling. No, that's our agreement. If you didn't make that agreement, now you can accuse of controlling because you have no agreement. If you have no agreement, you can't enforce anything in the relationship. Anything you tell the person to do can be controlling because we're Humpty Hump. Do what you like. Nah, 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 nah. The second you tell me not to eat bacon, you can say, hey, you're trying to control me. But if you start the relationship saying, hey, here's what we have in the house, here's what we don't. Do you agree? Do we have a culture? Do we agree with that? So that when it comes up again, we go to the agreement and we take accountability, and none of us are controlling. So when somebody says to you, you're controlling, if somebody says to me, I'm controlling, I said, oh, what is it that I wanted you to do? What is it that I wanted to control you to do that wasn't in the laws of Ma'at? That I want you to smoke crack? That I want you to go out late at night and hang out with the ladies at 2 a.m? That I push for you to do that? What is it that I wanted you to do that went against our culture? Or is the thing that I'm bringing up that you should do within the culture we agreed to live by? And I'm just living by it and you're slipping. So when I bring it up, I'm not controlling. I'm bringing up that you're slipping. And if you bring it up with me, you can present it. That's because nobody has a culture in the relationship. So people just make up rules as they go. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So it depends what the culture is of your relationship is, and if both of you are living by it. You can't tell the woman that she can't dress like that until you have a conversation. Hey, this is the dress code that's respectful to me because of, and then you break down, here's what this dress code attracts, here's what it doesn't attract, here's what isn't within our culture. What do you think about that within our culture? Not what the strippers told you. Within our culture, what do you think? Backed up by the culture. And the woman will say, oh, backed up by the culture, true. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. And that's it. I'm going to step away for just a moment. You all can talk. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, this was excellent. I hope that, I'm sure that many of you out there are benefiting from this, because this is very, very important information. And we don't have no one really teaching this information to us, and those who actually live out what it is that they're saying. And and that is very, very, very important that I've come to learn and understand is the culture is from the beginning to do things together as a culture, as the sister said in the chat, as a tribe. Today there is no culture, there is no connection at all. It's just do whatever, say whatever, make it up as you go. Look at online social media, watch other people. You watch what other people put online for you to see. You don't see what's really going on when that's from what they don't put out there. And it's this illusion, and we've lost track of that connection with each other. What do you think about that, great brother Arcad?
Yeah, brother, I was what really hit home for me was the accountability part. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
It's no accountability, and it does create the insecurities in the relationship because there's no foundation. And that's what's so important about this information. Like Saba said, it's about valuing the truth and understanding what our culture really is, because once we begin to understand what our culture is, then we begin to understand what we're supposed to do and what our mission actually is. But as long as we're living in this matrix, it's upside down. It's flipped. We don't respect our women. We don't respect our children. We don't respect ourselves. We don't take care of our women. We don't take care of ourselves because we don't understand our culture. You know, it's very simple. And accountability is very, very big in the relationships, because if there's no accountability, then what do you have? The
Right. So,
foundation is
foundation is what? Arcad?
there's no foundation. If the foundation isn't ma'at, which is honesty, truth, then you know, and that's the the foundation. So the Matrix got it all. The Matrix got us all mixed up, Saba. This was needed. This was excellent. This was excellent.
Yes, thank you. We can get deeper the next time. I will say that I will say this, that the Tehuti that I am now is a very developed being, and if I'm with a sister, with a goddess, or a sister comes in the relationship, the sister comes in the relationship with the automatic respect now that I'm already Tehuti. I'm already established. If something happens in the relationship and there's a separation, we see if that person continues the knowledge. This is what you have to think about. When you're in a situation in a relationship and you have the knowledge and the information and the culture, if you two were to separate, would that person be as gung-ho as you are? And that works both ways. Mainly it's for the sisters though. If not, then the respect for the knowledge was never there in the first place. Remember, women are absorbers, so they adapt. Women adapt to situations. Women sleep with Biggie Smalls. They adapt to a situation. They chase Biggie Smalls. He's not attractive. He said he's ugly.
Right.
But he has something that the women like, power and money, and they adapt to that. But they'll go to the next person with power and money, right? And some males do that as well. If you're true to a culture and you have the culture as the foundation, then you should always think in that relationship when you're alone, say, if we separate, does Tehuti not be Tehuti anymore? Think about that. Does the pod class shut down? Does Tehuti turn into Larry McMillan? No. The mission is bigger, so I still stay as Tehuti. But will that person still be that person? Once the two people can answer the question that if anything happens with us, I'm still 100% teaching the knowledge. I'll have a YouTube channel. I'll do all of this. Then you know you all are together for the long run. But some people are just in it because they adapted to a situation. And as soon as the situation separates, the person goes back to their English name. The person goes back to their English life. The person goes back to all the matrix stuff. That's why when I see the relationships with some of these crazy people, as they say, the little pharaohs and the one god, third god, I forgot their name, Nature Boy, and all these. It could be Malachi York. It could be Malcolm X. It could be anybody. When the two people separate, if the disagreement wasn't about the knowledge, if it was about you didn't do the dishes or whatever it was about personal, when the men and the women separate, when Nature Boy and Malachi and anybody separates, do the women and the men now both put out books? Do they both have classes online? Are they both breaking the matrix? Or does one person have videos just about the other person's personal life? That means that one person wasn't into the knowledge to begin with. They were just into the personal life. And ask your goddess that. And ask your husband that. Say, I'm on a mission. I'm really here to truly save my soul. I'm really here to get this information to become a new being. Are you here 100% with me too? Are we both 100%? If so, let's set up today and set up structure. So I wake up in the morning and my goddesses know, they go to the window. What do? Why are they going to the window? They open the window, the alarm goes off, they open the window to let Ra in. The sun comes in the morning, breakfast is made, and we lay back down in the bed or on the phone, depending on where we are, and we say the affirmation, and we say the first line in the Per Emharu, which is adoration to Ra. While the sun is out, we're saying adoration to Ra. This is our way of life. It's our structure. The only argument would be if one of the goddesses woke up and I want to eat some bacon. Forget this. I'm watching the Maury show. I'm not doing affirmation. Because what else is the argument about other than the agreed structure? If we have an agreed structure, so when you have that agreed structure, and guess what we do in the morning? The first thing, before we talk to anybody, we don't talk to anybody. That means we don't wake up in the morning and call our friends, the girlfriends. We don't call the mom. We wake up in the morning, and when we lay down in the bed, we find multiple ways to praise each other. Start worshiping each other. Thank you for this. The goddesses say to the other goddess, thank you for this. I appreciate you for this. Thank you for that. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. Have a great day here. Have a good workout. You are great today. Then it's my turn. How do you sleep and how do you feel? And I slept well. I feel great. And then I go into my opening, pick one goddess. Thank you for this. You made this meal. That was great. Thank you for yesterday. You did this. You did that. We do it for like half an hour straight. Half an hour from person to person, praising each other. So we wake up already praising each other, not worshiping Jesus, not worshiping God in the sky. We wake up worshiping each other. So therefore, that's the foundation of the day. Anything that strays out of that is evil. We wake up with the foundation that we are the gods praising each other. When you have that kind of relationship, anyone that's outside of that and any type of strange argument, you know they're outside of the frequency. The beautiful thing about polygamy is that there's always witnesses. It's one of the reasons why people don't like it. When you have multiple women in the household, if somebody acts up or does something strange, everybody's looking. It's not a private relationship where you can go off and tell your side of the story to your girlfriends, your side of the story to your male friends. Everybody is there watching the situation. And then there's a family meeting and you have to be accountable because everybody watched you do it. So it's not an argument between one person and the other person. Everybody's like, I saw you do that too, though. I'm not a part of the argument, but you did mess up here. I watched you too. It's a beautiful thing. Or you did great here. I saw you too. So you have a council, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing when you have a foundation. I've never had a situation where my goddesses turned on me and said, Tehuti, you're not following the laws of Ma'at. You messed up here, Tehuti. You were supposed to do the class at this time, and you were supposed to raise the sun like this and do this, and you messed up. I never have that in this situation. Why? Because we already woke up and throughout the day praising each other on the good things. So you can't say, you're a great father here, you're doing this, and then get into an argument and say, man, you're the worst. You can't do that. No, we already had our verification. I didn't transform into a whole new being in the last 20 minutes or so. So that's the situation there, accountability. Polygamy, as they say, when you have all these sisters in the back, it's accountability. Everybody's watching each other. When you have a child, everybody's watching that child. If there's a bad child or everybody knows it. Everybody's watching the situation. There's no escape. If there's a good child, everybody's watching, and the praise comes in massively, and the worship comes in beautifully. It's a beautiful worshiping religion situation. It's a beautiful thing. You don't wake up. We wake up and praise Ra and praise the sun and praise the good energy, thank the Natiru, but then it's right back to us. When you woke up in the morning, everybody in the chat, when you woke up in the morning with your husband and your wife, did you wake up praising them first? Because if you didn't, don't be surprised when there's an argument 4 hours later, because you didn't set the foundation of praise from the beginning. You didn't appreciate. I appreciate every breath that my goddesses take. I thank them for being alive. When I wake up in the morning, I thank them. You're alive. This is a beautiful. How do you feel? I feel great because you are alive. And that's the permeation throughout the whole day. You are alive. And I praise that. I praise that breath you're breathing. It's a wonderful day because you're breathing. But if you wake up and go straight to the kitchen, or wake up and go turn on the TV, the music's playing, the child's messing up, you're over here, you're straight off to work, you never appreciated your partner to start the day off. So that's when you come back home from work frustrated, the lack of appreciation just expands because you never started off with it in the first place. That's what I do. All right.
Thank you, Saba.
So ask everybody.
Very powerful.
Everybody. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying that's very powerful, and that was an excellent way to close out that conversation. So Tua.
Nini Uk. Okay. We're gonna close out. What a beautiful thing. Oh, the link in the chat. This one, the link for the room. There. Okay, so we're gonna close out with some affirmations. Beautiful 8 hours. I feel fine. Usually I'm really exhausted and tired, but this was beautiful here. There's Vortex Ninja. yeah, Vortex Ninja. It always pops up like a ninja in the middle of the night and gives a donation. Okay, everybody, this is everybody's last chance. If you appreciated this time, send your donations in. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a shout out to the people that supported what you say you appreciate. I hope you appreciate this. This is 8 hours of my life here that's giving to you answers and breaking it down. We'll go ahead and put the give the shout outs. Arcad, did you see the link? I think Arcad asked for the link in the room. Arcad, do you see it? I just put it in there.
Yes, I just
I'm got it. I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in there. Okay, good. I'm not looking at the screen. Okay, wonderful. Do you know the word love and libido is the same word?
Love and libido.
The word love and libido is the exact same word. So is lascivious, which means to love. Love, lust, and libido are the exact same word.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've seen it. And belief.
Oh, the same word. It's all from the same energy.
Mm-hmm.
I tell my goddesses at times, I love you and I like you. And me liking you is better than the love. The love is the attraction and more of the sexual energy, the Marie. There's going to be a time where we're 90 years old and I can't have sex anymore. I better still like you. I can't make love to you. I hope I still like you. Like is going to outlast the love. What is Arcade? The hate is real. The love is fake. the like. When you like something, you're around it more. Some people are around their chessboards. Some people are on their phone. Check and see if your loved one is on their phone as much as they talk to you. Check it one day. They like the Instagram, but they love you. Okay, let's go, everybody. Let's go. Here we go. Okay, thank you, One Love. I'm gonna check out. Let me refresh this. You know the names of the. Let me tell everybody in the room too. One Love and all the new people. The names that you are in the chat are more than likely not the names in the Cash App. So when I say your name in the Cash App, let me know that that's you in the chat, so I can properly give. I really want to give the people, especially live that are in the chat, respect for the donations. But your name could be One Love here and like Marie Santabella in the Cash App. So I'm gonna check and give you your due respect and everybody who's supporting, especially the new people like you. You're brand new and you're giving donations. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let me do a share screen and do the last of these donations. And we're gonna close up. I gotta I scribe. The week is getting free now. We can start to plan our one-on-ones.
Okay, perfect. I will be patient.
I have a one-on-one tomorrow with somebody, but that's like a quickie. It's an easy one-on-one. It's not as complicated as it's not as thorough as you. I basically just have to tell them a couple of things. It'll be done in a few minutes. Me and you's one-on-one is going to be like an hour. So I got to set that time aside. I really want to give you your quality one-on-one that you deserve. So I have time coming up after this weekend. Let me go ahead and do the screen share and present. Oh, what happened? I had somebody do a one-on-one with me, a couple people, and they paid me handsomely. We did the one-on-one, and they were just on there for a few minutes. They just said, "I just wanted to see you and say hi personally, and I respect you." And that was the one-on-one.
Respect.
Right. They just wanted to say it to me face to face. Okay, I'm gonna present. Here we go. Screen share.
Yes, you're sharing now.
Let me stop the share because it's not. I just want to screen share the window. Here we go. Okay, good. Okay, everybody, here we go. This is Owen Hythe, also known as Ascari, 2172. Give him his bomb, gentlemen. Give him his bomb. Give him everything he deserves. Thank you so much. Thank you, Owen Hythe. Thank you so much. Save that. We're gonna get through the rest of these, and like I said, if I say your name in here and you're not, and your name is different in the chat, let me know. RCAT Infinite. This is the second one, right? Let me refresh it. RCAT Infinite. I did one for you earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Second one from the good brother, RCAT Infinite, who says support. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Support. RCAT. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my good brother. Emmanuel Rodriguez. What? Hey, Emmanuel Rodriguez, his name is what I did the minute class on, Nook Punuk. Interesting. I'm sure he'd love to hear the breakdown of what exactly that means. Shout out to Emmanuel Rodriguez, also Nook Poo. Powerful name, Emmanuel. Come on the chat one time and see the deeper meaning of that name and how it ties into the reptilian brain. Shout out to Emmanuel Rodriguez. We're gonna go ahead. It says from Mott. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. 22, I think. Okay, good. All right, good. Let's get to the next one, which is hey, Jason Kirkland. Finally, Jason Kirkland. How you doing, young brother? Jason Kirkland with the 427. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jason Kirkland. Appreciate that. Due respect. Who's next? Marvin. Marvin always with the 666. Gonna find out what that's all about. He's always it's always that particular Number 666. Thank you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and put him. Oh, Marvin is Kudzani. Oh, shout out to Kudzani. Kudzani's been on the room all night. Shout out to Kudzani. Okay, one love. Let me know when I get to you. I'm gonna put 24. Okay, that's Marvin. So Marvin is Kudzani. That's right. That's right. Scribe. Oh, Scribe for bring out the Cobra. Haha. Scribe for this was from earlier, but I let me go ahead and give him his shout outs and his hand claps for this. I think he's the only one that donated for me to bring the Cobra out. Give him his noise, Arcad. And Scribe. Shout out to the Scribe, my good brother. Scribe is awesome. Sarah again. Walk out Ara. Who is Sarah? Who is Sarah? Sarah is. I like Sarah. She's taking all the key words in the class and like making them donations. Shout out to Sarah again. I think this is her third or fourth one. Shout out to Sarah. Go ahead and give her some bombs, guys, because it adds up to over 20. She definitely. 25. I'll call this Sarah. I want to put all hers together. It's nice. Walk out. Ara. Nice, Sarah. Very nice. Whoever you may be in the chat. Shout out to you. Next one is Christopher. This is a brand new name, everybody. Look at the new names coming through. Christopher Cabaruvias. Christopher Cabaruvias. Shout out to you, good brother. Never seen this name before. Starting out with the $40 donation right off the bat. That is beautiful. my battleship. Shout out to who's this? Miss Bev. Hey, Bev. Bev is so appreciative, and Bev is full of unleashed energy. Bev is great. Bev is unleashed energy. All right, shout out to Bev. Does that show up on the screen?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Bev. Thank you so much for support. Appreciate you. Oh, let me
Bev is awesome.
Bev is great. Bev is great for support. I'm gonna go ahead and rename that. When you give support and you name it support, I put that I have that in a section. I have that labeled special. Okay, I have to find that later. Here it is, Bev. So Bev, I'm gonna put support because these are the people that are supporting the situation that I am in. When you just put support Bev. Thank you, Bev, for the support. And I know that you're going through some situations and still giving support. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here comes a ninja in the middle of the night. Not just any ninja, but he came through the snake vortex. He's the vortex ninja. Or she. Shout out to him. Give him some noise, gentlemen. You know, it sounds like people cheering on destruction. It doesn't. It sounds like people are screaming for like something.
It's a war cry.
Yeah, it's funny. And who is this? Precious. Is Precious? Precious is rebel-minded mate. Anybody know?
Yes, you got a donation? Yes. Yeah, I think so.
That's how he sends his donations through.
Yeah, thank you.
PayPal.
Yes, thank you, Precious, and thank you. Oh, this is a long one. This is a. Can this even fit? This is a long tribute. He just gave me. Let me see how this can fit. Oh my. This is a long one. How am I going to do this? Wow. Let me see if I'm going to shrink the screen. Shout out to Rebel Minded. He sent me one. I have to adjust the size of the screen to put this in the room. It can't even fit. Wow, hold on. We're going to make this work.
Yeah, shout out to the great brother Siddiqui, Rebel Minded 85, who is an active member of the teachings of Ma'at. So shout out to you.
Shout out to you, my good brother. I can't even fit this on the screen. Wow. I'm going to go ahead and read it, and I'll have to save it. I'll have to put this in parts. Okay. So here we go. Here's the first part. Do you all see this first part right here?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
So Precious, not Precious. Precious, thank you for sending it. And Rebel Minded sends $40. Says Tua, Saba, Tehuti for being a true beacon of light for the people. I commend you for being a true leader and teacher. Not to mention a very disciplined brother. Seeing the fruits of your labor shows and proves the power of your teachings. Shout out to the who? Oh, maybe that meant to say shout out to the teachings of Ma'at team. I sincerely admire your quest for this truth, and I thank genuine brothers and sisters. Let me save this. I'm going to put this as support Rebel. Support Rebel. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to... is it still showing the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show the rest of it. This is the first time I've had a donation so large. I couldn't fit it. Here we go. So you're the light of for the people. I commend you for being a true leader and teacher, not to mention a very disciplined brother. Seeing the fruits of your labor shows and proves the power of your teaching. Shout out to the teachings of Ma'at team. I sincerely admire your quest for this truth, and I thank genuine brothers and sisters for accepting me into the fold. Yeah, he's awesome. It put me in tears writing this, because if you really knew my story, you would know how much this means to me. Peace and love to Saba, Tehuti, and the rest of the teachings of Ma'at members. Trust, honesty, and love. Give them some big noise, my brothers. And in the midst of all that explosion, a cat survives. A tiger lives through it all to give his last growl. That's hilarious. Okay. Shout out to the brothers, and shout out to everybody. This is great. Shout out to Our Healing Village, who has the village watching. Our Healing Village. Cannabis says that was love. Yeah, this is great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Mr. Darius McNear, you got to tell me, brother, you can contact me directly. I need to know, are you an anonymous donator? If so, what is your Cash App? You are in the room every day. I don't know if you're one of the big... Are you Vortex Ninja? Who is Darius McNear? I've not seen a Cash App or a PayPal from Darius McNear, but the brother's in the room every single week. Who are you, brother? Go ahead and contact me directly. I know you're donating. Just who are you? Okay, shout out to you, Darius McNear, who's in here every week. What is your Cash App name? If you want to keep it anonymous, that is fine. I just need to know that you're definitely in here supporting after over a year. Shout out to Darius. All right, next person is I got two left. Russell Driver. Never heard of that name either. We got a lot of new people. Can you all see that in the room?
Yes.
$12. You see that, brothers?
Yes.
Thank you. $12 for Russell. I've never heard of Driver 1320 or Russell, but these are new people coming in, supporting. They do appreciate what I'm doing. They're either new people or they're one of the 84 people that are always watching, deciding now to realize that, hey, let me support this brother a little bit. Let me support all this knowledge I'm getting. All right. 27. New brother. Shout out to you, Russell. We have one more. One more. Is that it, everybody? Is that it? Let me refresh this. You all are finished donating? Okay. 2:29 in the morning. Oh my. Okay, here we go. This last person is hey, Atum. Haven't seen Atum in a while. Trenton Donaldson. Great donator, and he asked questions that have actually created some of the best pod classes ever. He asked a Septuagint one. He asked I forgot which ones he asked, but his questions stimulated a lot of growth in this pod class. Thank you, brother. Let me go ahead and 28. Okay, shout out to Trenton. Do you all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Trenton Donaldson, aka Atum, who sent 2772. I like that. What's it called? Palindome, forward and backward. 2772. Appreciate your time. Thank you. This is 8 hours. Thank you. You said no cat?
Yeah.
It sounds like the people are cheering and they're being. It sounds like people are cheering and then they're being destroyed in the explosion. Then you don't hear the people cheering anymore. You just hear the explosion. Hilarious. Shout out. Oh, One Love. That's you. You're. Oh, what was that name? Let me go back. Shout out to One Love, who is this one here? One Love, you're Russell. Shout out to One Love, Russell. Who's extremely excited in the room, talking. Shout out to One Love. That's awesome. Trenton, shout out to you, my good brother. Let me see if you're in the file. Did I save you in the file? Let me go ahead and try again. 28, right? 27, 20. It says 28 exists. So who's 28 that exists? 1 second, guys. Let me just check something. Let me open this. Is this Trenton? Yeah, I already got you, Trenton. Wonderful. Already got you saved. Wonderful. So that is it, everybody. That is the donations. The last of the donations to the Tehuti pod class. What a class. What is this? 8 hours? 8 hours and 22 minutes. Shout out to you, Russell. Shout out to Cannabis Spa. This is a full work shift, right? Is that a work day? 8 hours, right? 8 hours and 22 minutes. That's a full night's sleep, right? Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody. Our Healing Village, Rebel Minded, of course. Kamit. Oh, here's a new person, Afro Cuz TV. I never seen that name before. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Vinny Black Lodge. Hey, my brother. Were you in the donations today? I don't remember, but shout out to Vinny Black Lodge, who became one of the greatest, a great continuous donator. Shout out to you. Peace to you. Okay, all right, everybody. So that is everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off the screen. Those who see the bottom, go ahead and support if you're watching this throughout the week. Support what it is that you see. That is my Cash App right there. Cash App TT Amoon. Okay, the PayPal is at the bottom. Everybody should know by now what the Cash App and the PayPal is. But if you're just tuning in, then there is the PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Amoon. We're going to go ahead and close out with an affirmation. Arcad, you want to say the affirmation, my good brother?
Yes.
Okay, and Scribe, you want to say a couple closing words?
Yes, I just want to say Hotep Ma'at to the wonderful pod class, to all the great people in the chat who support. I want to say hail you, Saba Tehuti. I want to say hail to your goddesses that support you, and also to your children. Just supreme gratitude and love, and Tua for all that you offer.
Nini Ook, my good brother, thank you for everything that you do. This brother does a lot. This brother does a lot. This brother does a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Scribe, for I want to thank you for waking up Carolina. I want to personally thank you for that. This knowledge is about waking up. It's not just about hoarding it to yourself and dying on the hill on the mountain by yourself. It's about spreading it and having your if you can, your family members, your loved ones, give the knowledge to and save them from this matrix. And it's a beautiful thing when you wake up somebody who's with you in any capacity. It could be a mate, an ex-mate, it can be a friend. Just the fact that you were able to bring that person to an awareness is a beautiful thing. You literally saved a life. So and Carolina is very dedicated and loyal to the knowledge, and that is a rarity for her situation. So I wanted to thank you for that, Scribe, bringing her to the truth. And I took over and taught from there, but without you, there wouldn't be a Carolina Mencina in the pod class. I don't think so. So that's awesome, brother. And okay, Arcad, I want to say some closing words before we close out, my good brother.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to the chat. It was a beautiful class. It's 5:30 where I'm at AM. I dozed off a little bit. That's why I wasn't on. But I just I got 2 phone calls, Saba, from one of my brothers in Australia. And
Wow.
And this is a brother that I took Shahada with a long time ago. So shout out to you, my brother. You know that we used to stay up at 5:30, and you know what we was doing. So when I hang up and get out of this podcast and I call you, I'm looking forward to this conversation because you know I love you, and you know my brother knows. So Saba, I just want to appreciate you and hail you, and I just want to shout out to everybody that support the truth. Hail my Saba Tehuti, I'm in Hotep Ra, and everybody that supports the truth week after week, week after week. And thank you for waking me up. And then with that, I'm going to close out.
Okay. This cannabis spa halved her sugar intake, doubled her water intake. Cannabis spa, thank you, my brother Arcad. You are very appreciative, and thank you for talking to the brother all the way in Australia.
Yeah, he lived in Australia. He moved to Australia a few years ago. And I sent him the link, and he was in the chat, so he called me. He was like, "But you in that Afrocentric?" I said, "Brother, I'm gonna hit you right back. Just give me a minute. I got you."
Okay.
It's my brother, so I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Nice. I want him to get this knowledge and convert 20 Aborigines and bring them in.
He's supposed to be moving back.
Oh, okay. I want to see the brothers with the dark skin and the yellow hair up in the pod class. The Aborigine brothers. Okay. Cannabis Spot says every week the class gets better and the knowledge. Every week the class gets better and the knowledge. Since last week, I've cut my sugar in half, halved my sugar, and doubled my water. There you go. It's a life-saving statement. Shout out to you. Shout out to the sister, Our Healing Village, who got her eyes are burning. She says, my eyes are burning. I love you and I like you. Thank you, Our Healing Village. Our Healing Village loves me and likes me. Thank you. Get your rest. Get your rest. Shout out to Atum. Oh, there's Atum. There's Atum. Nice, nice, nice. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to this individual here. Very interesting being. Harassed did for ye culture. I like something about this person here. I don't know what it is, but shout out to you. You're a unique individual. Reach out to me someday. Something about you is unique. Very unique. All right. Shout out to you. Shout out to One Love. Nania Setmer says, yes, another Tehuti pod class of mind-blowing answers again and again. All right. Wonderful. Okay, Arcad, we're gonna do the closing. I gotta get to sleep. I got a little few minute one-on-one in the morning, and I gotta rest. I got the reptile expo Sunday. Got to bring the family to the reptiles, and okay, here we go. Go ahead, my brother. Oh, let me cut out the bottom so people can see. All right, go ahead, brother.
1, 2, 3. Unky in my eye, NS, Nintet Aset in my eye, Men have a pet in my eye, her in EQ, her EQ. I live for my eye, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of my eye. Every day I advance towards my eye, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. What a beautiful long class this was. Hold on. Okay, come out here, man. What a beautiful long class this was. Awesome. I gotta warm you up. Bastet, you're cold. Let me take this off the banner, the affirmation off. It's still on. Okay. Beautiful, everyone. This has been a wonderful class. We're definitely going to do a part 2 of the relationship section. Get some people in here that are in relationships to discuss situations and how they can advance. Okay. All right, we're going to close out. I'm going to go to big screen. Shout out to you, Scribe. Shout out to Arcad. I'm going to go to big screen and then close out. Peace and love, gentlemen. We're going to go say a couple words and then close it out. Peace and love, everybody. Let me go ahead and fix this. Fix the screen. Seems a little blurry. Okay, that's much better. Shout out everybody. Peace and love. This meeting was awesome. The polygamy meeting was awesome. Gotta do it again. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to the pod class. This is Neath. This is Bastet Sekhmet, who may get her name changed when she gets pregnant and has a child. 20 to 40 children. Peace and love, everybody. See you next time on the Tehuti pod class.